chat! How's it going? Today's a very special day. A very special stream. Hello! Yes! Super Crown time! MJ Ryzen, thank you for 7 months. Thank you. And Grievous, thank you for 8 months. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Can you guys hear the music okay? I figured we would put on more than just my BGM because we're going to be hanging out for a while, crafting, having fun.
Hi,
Thank you for the
Sinder.
bits. Hey, Bronco. How's it going? Oh, there they go. Okay. Y-Wing, thank you for 6 months. Thank you for half a year. My day was good. I wasn't able to start when I wanted to, so thank you guys for being patient. I'm so sorry with how crazy things have been lately. But I'm here. I'm still here. So, I will be switching over to my camera, my hand cam. I don't know, I'm a little nervous. I haven't done a hand cam in a while. Since the last Streamily signing, actually. Reptile, thank you for 4 months. Thank you. No plans? Well, tonight we're gonna craft. Hopefully, I can get through the whole Super Crown in one stream. It shouldn't take too long. The most time-consuming part would be painting, but we can just hang out. I can go back and forth between painting different pieces. I have some things prepared in advance, and I'll get to why when we get there. But I'll pretty much be walking you through all the steps in case you want to make one for yourself, or if you want to make something similar or with similar materials. It'll all be cool. You guys can ask me cosplay questions. I have been a cosplayer for 10 years now. I have a background in competing on a master level in cosplay craftsmanship contests. So that's pretty much like a professional level from a cosplay crafting standpoint, which is a really cool achievement, really cool to talk about. So I know a lot of things. I've been making stuff for a while. So if you guys need help or advice, I am happy to do that for you. Tristan, thank you for 11 months. Thank you, thank you. Samurai, thank you for 9 months. Happy sub, baby. Thank you. Yippee! Yeah, the music I'm playing here is Streambeat's Spotify playlist. So hopefully I'll be able to keep this VOD up. It won't get bonked by the music or anything. Hopefully. That should be the case. Should be. Is somebody's birthday? Happy birthday! Happy birthday! A crown for the birthday child, yeah? So, I'm going to be showing you all of the materials and tools that I have. I tried to keep the first stream pretty simple with what we're making. However, if you guys enjoy this type of stream, then the crafting streams I do later on after this will be based off of VTubers. I'm going to be crafting pieces from my VTuber friends' designs. So we'll see. We'll see how you guys like it. And I don't really like my hands. I had to get my nails cut really short so it wouldn't get in the way of my crafting. So don't make fun of my baby nails, okay? Don't make fun of me. Deal?
Oh my god, you're so fucking cute!
Thank you. And thank you guys for starting a hype train. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'm really excited for this. I was like hyping myself up all day. I just love talking about cosplay. It's something I'm really passionate about. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Alrighty, so I have everything here, I'm pretty sure. And if I don't, then that's on me. Alright, let me switch over. Let's not waste any time because I am not sure how long this is going to take me exactly. But yeah, For those of you just coming in now, welcome to Arts and Crafts with Sinder. You like that one? I'll keep it going if you like the crafting stream, so you can have more arts and crafts. It's so stupid, but I love it. Okay. Here we go. So this is my old super crown that I made for my Buet
Love the
cosplay.
pun in the stream title.
Thank you. So this one right here, is my old crown. So I do have this one, but I wanted to remake it because I don't think it looks too accurate to the original super crown design. I have it on my head, so you guys can see it for reference, by the way. Yeah. Also, let me move my Streamily ad lower so it doesn't cover me up. Hold on. Where is it? There we go. Much better. Yeah, check out my new cool gaming mouse. Woo! I'm a gamer now. So yeah, this is the super crown that I made for my Buet cosplay. It's not perfect. Oh yeah, so yes, the scroll wheel works. It works, okay? So this crown is good and it's cute, but it could be better. And there's some flaws to this. It has a little bit of damage too. You can kind of see where the foam kind of wrinkled up. That's just damage from traveling. So you probably could fix something like this easily with heat
Hi,
gun
Sinder.
and more
Just
paint.
got finished watching the Pokemon Cypher stream hosted by Shofu. It was funny and fire at the same time.
Oh, I don't know what that
I'm
is.
here to come see my favorite Hellhound Tubal here.
Oh yeah!
Now yesterday was lit, I don't know if you know, but you sang a cover of Remember by Ember McLean on yesterday karaoke stream. All I want to say
No,
is
I
thank
don't
you.
know. I don't know that I
grew
sang
up with that song as a child. Happy streaming and I can't wait what cosplay that you're about to create.
Super crown! So, this is a little confusing. So, pretty much, this is how the crown attaches to my head. It's a magnet, and it's separated by this little card here because these magnets are so strong. And if I put it directly onto the crown, like, it's really hard to get off. So I have this here as just kind of like a buffer to separate it a little bit easier. And you can see the magnet chips away at the paint a lot too. So yeah, the magnet airport story. So pretty much underneath the inside is one magnet. And then the second magnet goes underneath my wig. And then it stays on. It's super strong. So I'll be showing you the kind of magnets we're using. We're going to do the same attachment. You can also put it on like a headband or some kind of like hair clip. You can glue the hair clip on the back too. So I'll leave this here just for now for reference for you guys to see. Bowsette cosplay? I don't know. We'll see. We're just doing a super crown for today. So materials.
I'm sorry to bother you. I was going to ask Joel for tips, but he's busy with a collab. So real quick, what PC do you use? And
What
do you think I
PC?
can start streaming with a normal laptop? Again, sorry to bother you. I'm just too determined for my own good.
Mine's a custom built PC, so I just bought all the pieces to it, and my dad helped me assemble it. I don't know much about PCs. It's not like a... Like, it's all different pieces, I should say. Okay. Yeah, Papa Wolf's awesome. So, crafting, cosplay. Step 1. Mix up yourself some gamer sups. Use my code Sinder for 10% off your order. This is the new brand risk flavor, by the way. It's the peach mango. It's really good. Okay, actually, step 1. You need a pattern. A pattern. Another Booba's cam? What do you mean? I've never had a Booba's cam. Brand risk is really good. You got it too, Claro? Hell yeah. Okay, so I kind of cut this up a little bit already, and I'm going to be cutting up the rest of it shortly. So this is the pattern that I'm going to be using. I cut it up so I made sure I had enough foam to make it and stuff. Alright, actually, I'm going to move the crown out of the way. Just for now. So this is the pattern. This one was made by Kimpitsu. She is super amazing. She also made the pattern for the old Super Crown that I had, and she just came out with a brand new one. So I figured I would make an updated, more accurate Super Crown. You can easily make a pattern yourself. When it comes to 3D round shapes, it's a little more difficult like a crown. But let's say if you wanted to make something more of a flat shape, or if you just wanted to figure out sizing for stuff, this works really well with props. I actually have a page up that I can show you guys. These patterns are available on Kimpitsu's store, by the way. She sells patterns to make stuff, and she also sells books and guides on how to build specific things. So really, really helpful tools. She's wonderful and amazing. I just didn't bother to make my own pattern. This was available, so I just used this one. So let me show you guys. Normally what I use to make my patterns is Adobe Illustrator, but not everybody has Adobe products. They can be expensive, and don't do illegal internet things because you might get your computer sick. So I did a little bit of research, and I was able to easily find a free way for you guys to scale your patterns to be life size. So it should be right here. There it is. Okay. This is by Sayla Sarah, and she pretty much detailed away. What is this website called? Image J. Image J is free, and it's a step-by-step with pictures, and you pretty much upload the character reference that you want to make, and you create a line from the top of the head to the bottom of the feet. Scale this line to your exact height, and then that way anything else that you make in terms of lines and measurements on this image will be scaled proportionally to your own heights. So I think she's trying to get an accurate template for this weapon, this prop that she has. So like here, she drew another line to get the exact height dimensions, and then you can actually either print out or trace. This is with Adobe Photoshop. But at least this way you can get the exact dimensions that you'll need. And what I do in Adobe Illustrator, you can probably do this with other programs, is I will trace around all the shapes and all the details here, and then I print it out. That way I can get a clean, symmetrical template that's just the lines and I don't have any colors or distractions, and I can cut out each piece and trace it onto whatever material I'm using to make what I want to make. It also works for fabric pieces, anything pretty much at a flat angle. Really, really easy. I wouldn't recommend this side back view. Ideally, you'd want something like a VTuber model looking straight ahead, but this is a good free version if you want to scale stuff. But I prefer Adobe Illustrator just because it's what I'm used to and it works well for me. So, first thing you need is the pattern, which we have. It is the master level cosplayer. So the Super Crown pattern, and there are instructions. Kimpitsu's patterns are really easy to follow. So in case you have a hard time figuring out patterns, I'm going to show you how to use patterns, at least for fabricating stuff. Next, we need foam. I'm going to be using 2 different thicknesses. This bigger sheet is 6mm foam, so it's a thicker foam. We're going to use this for the main part of the crown. And then I also have 2mm foam. This is your typical like craft foam kind of stuff. the very, very thin stuff. This is what we're going to use to make the little white circles out of on the crown. And then the rest of the crown is going to be made with this thicker stuff. So that way it's a little more durable and it holds its shape a little bit better. So we got those 2 different thicknesses of foam. You can use any color foam. Just keep in mind that using white foam will be a lot easier to paint. You won't have to use as many layers of paint. So it makes things a little bit easier if you're not going to be priming the foam first. Next. Okay, this is a really cool... this is probably my favorite thing to use. And not a lot of people know about it. I keep messing up my pattern here. Another thing is called foam clay. So this stuff is wild. It's foam that you can sculpt like clay, and when it dries, it turns into foam. It sounds so wild. So let me show you this stuff. This stuff is crazy, and this is why I had to do a little bit of preparation before stream. So this is what it looks like. It's probably gonna get stuck under my nails. But it's like clay. You can shape it like clay, and it's really, really easy to use. You can use a little bit of water to smooth it out and to make it last a little bit longer. It's like a very lightweight clay. And once you leave it to dry, usually takes about 48 hours for it to fully dry, but I only had mine drying for about 24 hours. So what we're using this foam clay for are the little tiny details on the crown. So let me pull up this crown again. The little balls on the top here and the little eyes are all sculpted with foam clay. So I've gone ahead and already made these out of clay. You just kind of roll it into a little ball with your hands and they come out like this. Try to get them as even as you can, but no big deal, because we are going to be they're separated enough so that way you can't really tell if they're exactly the same size. They're not going to be next to each other. That's the thing. And then I also made, you can see on the super crown on my head, there's an extra little ball on the top, like above the little pink cushion part. So I actually made this extra piece to go on top of my new crown. So I made a slightly bigger half dome sphere kind of thing. I made that. And then when you get to the eyeballs, I made these little beans. And we're just going to be cutting them flat so that way they can lie flat on the crown for our eyes. And then we're going to paint all this stuff. So that's what foam clay does. It can also be used for intricate detail parts. You can use clay sculpting tools to sculpt into that kind of foam. All kinds of stuff with it, really. If you wanted to make like this kind of detail out of it, you can, but there's an easier way to make this. Specifically, moving on to our next material in the materials list, a foam dowel. If you can't find a half foam dowel, this is the second best option. We're going to have to cut this in half to get what we need, but this is just what I had laying around. But if you want to make it a little bit easier on yourself, get a half foam dowel, where these are cut in half and you have a nice smooth edge on the bottom. I don't have that, so we're going to make do. Next, you're going to need contact cement. Not to be confused with like concrete kind of cement. This is really smelly, so use this outside or in a well-ventilated room. You should be wearing a respirator, but just don't do what I do, okay? This stuff is our glue, so we're not going to be using hot glue. Once I start using it, you'll see why this stuff is amazing. It just smells really bad. Who needs brain cells? Yeah, exactly. And then the last few things that you are going to need are paints. I just have a couple different, I've got a metallic paint and a pink paint and then black and white. Black and white's just for the eyes and little circles. This specific kind of metallic paint I have fallen in love with. Anytime I paint anything gold, it's just so pretty. And the camera isn't even doing it justice. Like, if you guys saw me at WeebCon with this crown on for my Buet cosplay, just the way that this shines in person and the color in person is just so pretty. It's like the prettiest gold. It's called Glorious Gold. So this is the one that I live and die by. It's so good, so good, so good. And then the last thing are magnets. There are a couple optional materials too. Magnets. The ones that I have specifically, hold on, let me just take them out of the box here. So I have these little sewn pockets because it is almost impossible for me to take these apart. That's how strong the magnets are. If you want specifically, I think the polarity of these is, I think they're called N52. These specific ones, they are 5/8 of an inch wide. There we go. That's why I need fabric to pull them apart because it's literally so hard. So I keep magnets inside these little pockets here. 5/8 of an inch, N52. The specific strength, I guess, of the magnet. And we're going to be using these to keep the crown on my head. It works best if you have a wig, because then the crown can sit underneath the wig and hold it on. But like I said, you can also get a headband or a hair clip or something like that. But I love magnets because then you don't really see where it attaches and it looks really clean. And it doesn't go anywhere. Like, these are the kind of magnets that can give you blood blisters if you're not careful and if you get your fingers pinched between them. These magnets, if you let them directly crash into each other from far distances, they will actually break themselves. They will like shatter while they're stuck together. It's kind of dangerous, but I like the danger, so we're going with these magnets. And then some optional tools would be like water for the foam clay if you need it. No, not magnet violence. Those are like the last magnets I have. I have to order some more, and I don't want to destroy the magnets I'm going to be using to make this with. The last optional tool... oh, there's a couple actually. Let me get them to show you. So, since this is like a can of liquid, essentially, what some people will do is they will get these like plastic squeezy bottles. These specifically are like cake decorating chocolate melty kind of bottles. What are they? Mini melting bottles. So this is for like baking. You can also get them in the like tie-dye sections of craft stores. You know how they sometimes have tie-dye bottles and stuff like that. People will put the contact cement in these bottles to make it a little easier to use instead of like ruining paintbrushes or using other kinds of things to apply the cement to. So this is another good option also. But I don't need that because we're not going to be using a ton of it right now. But yeah, tie-dye bottles work great. And then another optional thing. If you don't like seams in your foam, this is like a seam where the two pieces, oh, I'm blocking my tracking, where the two pieces join together. You can see that there's a little bit of a line. Since this is on the back side, it doesn't really bother me too much. But if you want it to be completely smooth, you can use this handy dandy stuff called caulk. It's caulking. Like this is called Quick Seal. It's caulk. Caulk. Hi, Fifi. How's it going? It's nice to see you. I'm just gushing about cosplay because I fucking love cosplay. Yeah. Caulk. It's a little dirty. You can tell it's been used before. But this stuff works great for foam because it's like flexible and easy to paint. So you pretty much just squeeze it into the crack, and you can also use water to smooth this out, and then you can just paint right over it once it dries. And it fills in all your seams. So if you have like a seam...
You what?
If you have a seam down like the middle of something, or if it's really visible in the front somewhere, this is great to fill it in with. You could also use like a primer, a paint primer that has filling properties to it. But this is good for very specific areas. Yeah, yeah. Is the black nails you? No, this isn't me. No. But yeah, this is called Quick Seal. Yeah, the caulk is white. It's just easy to paint white. Hammering or forging? Technically, yes. I don't know if you know what cock jump scare. Warning! Look out! Watch out for the cock. Yes, that's what it is. I don't know if you've heard of grommets.
Just dropping by to say hey.
Hey, thank you for the biddies. Thank you, Ironic Paladin. Thank you. Oh, also, Zozo, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I'm so sorry for being behind. Zozo, thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for resubbing for 2 months. Thank you.
Filling
Big
cracks with
Chris.
cork, but the cork being
Thank
dirty
you
does
for
that
tier
make it harder to
2.
fill the cracks. Cinder
Thank
6
you for your
laugh.
11 months. Thank you. Takeo Cafe, thank you for 2 months. Thank you. Rainbow Blanca, thank you for 2 months. Leaf, thank you for 11 months. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Yippee! Okay, so like grommets, if you were to add eyelets to something, kind of like your shoelaces, how they have the little metal rings around it where the laces go through, you can make your own. I made my own lace up something. It's usually in corsets that they do that with, but you have to hammer the metal to bend so that way the eyelets hold shape. And they come with a little stand, and you just kind of hammer those. So I've done that, but I haven't done like forging, like whacking steel or anything. So that covers pretty much all the materials aside from like a spray paint or primers. I'm not going to be using any primers just because I don't feel like it. And also spray painting on stream is not going to work. But if you do want to use a paint primer, there's one called Plasti Dip. It is a rubber spray. It's a spray rubber. And it comes in a couple different colors, I think. And it will seal your foam with a nice, even finish. There's a lot of brush-on primers, and you can usually see the brush strokes. I don't know if it's like Flex Seal, because I haven't seen anybody use Flex Seal for this kind of thing. It might be a little bit different, but rubber spray, pretty much. It works really, really well. I've used it to prime a lot of my stuff. And because it's rubber, it's a little bit flexible, so you won't get as much cracking in your paint if it were to accidentally bend. So, materials! Or not materials. Tools! Tools! Yeah! Tool time! First of all, a cutting mat. This is my brand new big one. For the longest time, I only had this little baby one. It's a little dirty and gross. So we're going to use this as a surface to do our gluing on because it's already kind of nasty. You don't need 2. You can just have this tiny one, just so that way you're not cutting into your desk or your table or anything. Your beautiful Sinder mouse pad. So there's that, and then a knife. I like to use a utility knife for cutting foam and stuff like that. It's just really easy to use. I feel like this kind of knife fits the best in my hand. But you can also use knives like this, or these little like pen knives, the X-Acto knives. Like these. These are good for detail work, not necessarily cutting out big pieces of foam. You can actually kind of see. Not really, but the tip is flat because I chipped the tip off of these, the pointy little tip. So these tend to break, especially if you're trying to cut big pieces of stuff. But these are good for like carving. I just don't like these for cutting big pieces of foam. Yeah. Let me put these. I like to put the sharp end back inside so it doesn't accidentally cut me, but you should just get those like plastic covers. They usually come with it, but I don't have mine. Yeah, just the tip. And then just like paint brushes for stuff. The really fun parts. Okay, we've got a Dremel. Just like a rotary cutter, a rotary tool, rotary sanding tool. Ta-da! This is a Dremel. So I'm gonna use this to smooth out some of the foam. You don't need one of these if you can cut bevels evenly at a 45-degree angle, but I can't. So we're just gonna be sanding it down a little bit with the bevel, or with the rotary tool. It gets hot? Not really. It just mostly vibrates. This gets hot. This is a heat gun. This is what we use to shape and seal foam. Very dangerous. So be careful with these. Not exactly necessary, but I like to use it to seal my foam. So, now that we've gone over everything that we're going to be using, let's work. Oh, I guess I should also say, in addition to all that stuff, I have a metal ruler. It's easy to cut straight lines with a metal ruler. And scissors for cutting stuff. Because I'm a crazy crafting girl, I have more than one pair of scissors, and they all have different jobs. So these are my paper scissors. These are my foam scissors. And then I have another pair of really big, hefty, expensive fabric scissors. So they all are used for different things. And if they're not used for what they're meant to be used for, I get a little heated. One time my mom used my fabric scissors to cut the fucking grass, and I was like, Don't ask me what she was doing. Yeah, there was like a tiny little piece of grass that was like sticking out. I don't know. So she picked up the fanciest scissors I have, and she just like cut it. Please don't do that. So I'm gonna work on cutting out this pattern. Like right here, we're gonna tape some of these pieces together, and we're going to completely cut off the little balls because we don't need that. We don't need that with what we're gonna be making right now. There's also instructions with how many pieces we have to cut out and all that stuff, so I'm just gonna start. There's also guides on where to make registration marks and where to have beveled corners, and I'm gonna go through those and show you what those mean, because I'm sure a lot of you guys are like, Cinder, what is a registration mark? And I will say, I'm so glad you asked, because I'm going to be talking about that. I'll go blue, yeah, if you use my fabric scissors to cut anything but fabric. It's also important to make sure you have either extra blades when you're using your craft knives or whatever kind of knife you're using, because you don't want to cut foam with a dull blade, because then you're going to get really gross edges, really like foam fuzzies and stuff like that, and it's just not a very clean cut. It just doesn't look as good. But just in case that does happen to you, I can show you how to fix that. I'm sorry, I've been like talking a lot because there's just like so much. I just have a lot of information in my tiny little brain. Boop boop. Yeah, only clean cuts. So we're almost done cutting out part B. And then I'm going to tape these together. When you print out these patterns, you want to make sure that they're at the right scale. So, for example, there's a little measurement guide here. So if this segment here measures out to 5 centimeters, which it does, then that's how you know this is the right size that it should be. So Kenpetsu's patterns are really good for that reason. Cosplay sensei. There's some tape here, so let me tape this together. Notice how I'm taping this now instead of cutting out this piece, because the way that it's shaped, this piece would have to be taped separately from this piece, and then the angles might get a little wonky. So I want to tape this down first, and then we can cut out the rest. Carola, thank you for 4 months. Thank you. And Wildon, thank you for 5 gift subs. Thank you so much. Thank you. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Did that not make sense? Did that not make sense to you? Do you need me to explain it again? This tiny little piece keeps moving. Huh, he says. Huh? People stare. It also really doesn't help that I have like the shakiest hands in the whole world. I just always have jittery hands. Could this work in 3D printing? Pretty much, yeah. A lot of props can be 3D printed. The only thing with 3D printing is that there's usually a lot of sanding involved, because 3D printing, the way a 3D printer works is that it melts down this plastic stuff and it builds it up in layers. So it prints one layer and then it moves up a little bit, prints another layer, moves up a little bit, prints another layer until you have your 3D print done. It does take a lot of time also, but there's risks of the plastic distorting, especially depending on what's the word I'm looking for? Like the way that the printer works, sometimes for whatever reason, this has happened to me before, the plastic kind of gets messed up a little bit. It's not in the right places that you want it to be. And then you'd have to either fill it in and sand it or restart the print. And because it prints in all those different layers, you have to do a lot of sanding to get that to look smooth. So you have to fill in the extra gaps between the lines of print. I should have brought one of my 3D printed pieces so I could show you. A lot of my cosplay crafting stuff is at my parents' house, just because there's more storage space over there. Not a lot of space when you have housemates. Yeah, there's a lot of factors that a 3D printer can't work, especially if you made your own 3D print. You have to make sure that everything is kind of done correctly in terms of the base and the, what's it called? It's kind of like the support, rather. Because you can't just start printing, it needs like a surface to print on. So there. That's why I wanted to tape it first and then cut around the tape. That way it's a little more secure. So this is our part B. This is going to be the poofy crown parts. So this is going to be glued together and it'll kind of make a rounded shape. That's going to be the pink part. B is the pink part. And then A is the crown. Part C is the little foam circles. I'm going to do that one next. There's also a little handy guide on this pattern that shows you the three-dimensional crown and what all the pieces should look like. This is such a comfy stream. I'm having a lot of fun. No one can cut paper that clean. I've cut paper patterns so many times throughout my life, being a cosplayer. I tend to make them myself, but this one was already available. And I've worked with Kinpetsu's patterns before, so she does good work. She also has patterns like these that are easy to follow for different kind of horn shapes, like demon horns and ram horns, stuff like that. She has patterns for different animal ears, like foxes and cats and bunnies and stuff. And in addition to the pattern, she also has books. I'm like just advertising for her at this point. She has books, like tutorial books on how to make the rest of the thing that the pattern is for. And you love their patterns? Yeah, they're really awesome. They're really easy to follow. You can always make your own pattern, but if you are not experienced with pattern making, this is a great alternative. Again, like I said, we don't need the little balls. We can cut those off. Just cut off the balls. Yeah, Kamui. Kamui Cosplay is also a really, really good cosplayer who has tutorial books. Cut off the balls! Yeah! So, let me just roughly cut this out. I feel like I'm cutting very close to myself, and it's kind of getting cut off from what you guys can see, so I'll try to cut a little more outwards. So like before we completely cut out everything, we're gonna attach these two pieces together. So, because this was printed with a printer, there's always a little bit of like a margin. So we want to cut off at least one of those margins. That way we can line up the pattern perfectly. More tape. No mercy for the balls. Like this. In case this was a little difficult to see the first time I did it with part B. I'm just like a perfectionist and I always try to get it lined up super perfect. Come on, tape. There, so the lines are all lined up good. Is anybody actually planning on making something soon? Or cosplaying? Do you guys cosplay? Do you want to? Garrett, thank you for the gift sub! And Vixen, thank you for 2 months! Thank you guys so much! Thank you, thank you. Also, I should probably, where'd that piece of paper go? Just kind of disappeared. Oh, there it is. But time, yeah, time and money are a big factor. Another thing that's common in patterns, especially this one, in case it doesn't make that much sense, or if you're just wondering what these things are for, there's little numbers here. There's ones here, and there's number 2s here. And essentially what you're going to be doing is connecting the pieces that have matching numbers. So these two are number 1s. So this is where we're going to, let me do it this way. We're going to glue the crown together at the number 1s. Same thing with the number 2s. That's why they're numbered, so it's a little clearer on how you know what to glue to what. I love cosplay, man. I love it so much. Renaissance fairs, yeah! You can get super creative with different costumes and outfits for those too. Kind of just make your own characters. I've always wanted to go to one. Do you overlap sides? That's a good question. No, there will be no overlapping because we are going to be using 6mm EVA foam for at least the pieces that need to be attached together. And it has a 6mm edge that we're going to be gluing to itself, so there's no need for overlap. It's a much cleaner seam that way too. Every building instructions have letters. Yeah. Letters, numbers. Sometimes they can all get confusing, but with something simple like this, it's very easy to follow. I also am going to cut out the registration marks, but I wanted to do the big pieces first. And this is the part where you say, but Sinder, what are registration marks? Very educational. I'm glad. Because this is just something I have a lot of knowledge on. Granted, I was bumped up to the master level class in craftsmanship competitions for cosplay very early on. I was actually bumped up way before I should have been. I can actually tell the story, I suppose. So my first ever cosplay contest was when I was still just a wee pup. I was still a minor, working in the mines. And I went to this little local convention. It was something that I saw. I watched this huge cosplay competition at this other big convention that I went to, and I was like, wow, that's so cool. But I was a little nervous to start at a big convention on this big stage with all these lights and TV monitors projecting you to the whole audience. So I started off with this little tiny convention, and they had a very small cosplay contest. And it was such a great place to start competing at, because since it was such a small con, everybody could kind of talk to everybody at this con. Like, that's how small it was. So I was able to meet people and interact with them more so than you would at a bigger con, like Anime Expo. You know, it's freaking massive. You can't talk to everybody at the con. That would take forever. So it was really cool to be able to chat about how people made stuff and just kind of gush over fandoms with them. I was really nervous, but I ended up doing my little catwalk on their little stage space that they had, and I ended up getting such a good audience reaction for the little baby cosplayer me being on stage, and I ended up getting this little ribbon, you know, those like rectangular ribbons that have the shiny lettering printed on them. I got one of those that said crowd favorite on it because the crowd the crowd had the loudest reaction to my presence on stage. So I was awarded with that ribbon, and I was like, oh, that's awesome. Like, I got something for my first ever contest. And the rest of us were all backstage, well, behind a curtain, quote unquote backstage. And they were calling up like cutest cosplay, sexiest cosplay, just kind of like little cutesy creative things, most badass cosplay, stuff like that. And then they got to first, second, and third place for the whole competition, the whole little contest. And my name gets called for third place, best in show. And I get handed a second ribbon, like a bigger, one of the fancy ribbons that's like circular with the ruffles on it, and it's got the little rectangular tassels hanging off of it. You know, like the stereotypical prize ribbons. And I'm like, me? I already got like the crowd favorite. I got third place too. And that's because I also competed in craftsmanship. There was an option to just kind of walk on and show off your stuff, or to actually be judged for your work. And I got third place. I think second and third place were like these like elaborate armor and fabric builds, and it was just so cool to see. And I was like, yeah, like they 100% deserve to get this prize because their stuff looks amazing. But me standing up there on stage as a little kid with these really cool, talented people who make stuff was such a wild feeling. And my mom was there at that convention cheering me on, and it was so much fun. So I said, well, let me touch up this cosplay and bring it to a little bit of a bigger convention. And the way that this contest worked was we actually had to speak a little bit on stage. There was an MC, and they would just kind of like talk to you while you're showing off your work on stage. And there was like a special division for me being a beginner cosplayer. There's usually novice, journeyman, and master. Novice is also called beginner, and journeyman is also called intermediate. It's like different levels. There's usually only 3 levels. And so I was in the little baby novice category, and I was competing with a bunch of other beginner cosplayers, and I brought this same cosplay that I wore to a bigger con, which is totally fine to do if you think that you can do better and improve and put your work up against other cosplayers. And so I did that. I was super nervous. I had never been on an actual stage before. This was more of like an elevated stage rather than like just the little tiny makeshift runway that this other small con did. And I ended up getting first place in my division for that contest. Little baby me got first place, which is so fucking wild. So at this point, I have 3 awards under my belt. I was so nervous to go up on stage though. It still wasn't a big room for the contest, because that wasn't like a big event, I guess, that they had at this con. But it was just so wild. And I wanted to make this new cool thing. Okay, we're gonna put a pause on the story just because I'm like getting sidetracked and I need to explain. These are registration marks, by the way. They're these little notches that you cut out in the paper, and this is gonna come important later when we trace it onto foam, which is what I'm gonna be doing right now. So like the pattern says, these circles are 2mm foam, and we need 2 of them. So this is my 2mm foam, and I'm just gonna be cutting these out. Both of these pieces go on 6mm foam. So I am going to be cutting those out of this. This is the thicker foam. So
Hi, Sinder.
that's what I'm going to be doing in the
During
meantime.
my 30-minute break at work. Hope the
Hi.
stream is going well.
Thank you, I'm having fun. I hope work's going well. Hold on, let me thank subbers. J-Pop, thank you for 9 months. Thank you. Casey Wingboy, thank you for 11 months. Thank you. Zion, thank you for 2 months. Thank you so much, you guys. Sorry for getting caught up in everything. Hey, Moyasi! Hi, what's up? Yeah, I have like little tiny baby claws just because I don't want them to get in the way of crafting, so they're very small. So, back to the story. Also, helpful cosplay tip. If you have black foam, use silver Sharpies, because it shows up really good on black foam and it's easy to see when you cut it. Tip. So, cosplay. I wanted to go to this big convention. I've been to this con before, but this was the first time I would be competing at a con that big. And I wanted to make something special and cool that could kind of stand up against everyone else. Just to kind of, you know, look my best. I wanted something with a wow factor. So I put together this really cool build, and I was watching, this is how crazy I am. I was watching past, I was like stalking people. I was like looking into who competed last year, like the year before, and I wanted to see what their costumes looked like, and I was just like seeing what kinds of people compete at these kinds of conventions. And that really motivated me and inspired me to put my very best work out there. So I ended up making this huge new cosplay. I did it in like 20 days because like between school, because I was still in school, and just like finding time to work on stuff, I just kind of speed ran it. And so I had this really cool big thing, and I was looking at their website for their cosplay contest rules, and they said if you have won 3 major awards in the novice category, which I was a part of, then you are expected to move yourself up to the next level, either the journeyman or intermediate level. And I'm like, I have 3 awards. Does this mean like my first time competing at a big con, I have to compete in the intermediate level? So technically I won 2 like top 3 awards, you know, first place at the second con, third place at the first con, and then I won like a favorite award. And to me that sounded like a big deal, and I didn't want to get in trouble for already having 3 awards and still staying in the novice category. So I'm like, gulp. I guess I have to enter into this middle intermediate difficulty like experience level, and I was so nervous, so fucking nervous. But I put on my big girl pants and I did my judging and I did my stage walk on and, you know, like the fashion show portion, and they're doing awards. And they kind of go in order. They'll do novice, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, journeyman, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, and then they go to masters. And my name gets called for 2nd place in my division, in the intermediate division. And I'm just kind of like, huh? Me? Are you sure? It was so wild. Just like comparing my work to everybody else who was there. And they wanted to recognize me. So I'm like, well, this settles it. I'm definitely in the intermediate like crafting category now for craftsmanship competitions. Then comes the next con. This was a couple months later. And I wanted to do another really fun, big, crazy build for this con. Still a little bit smaller than the last con I went to, but I still wanted to do something fun for it. So I put together a fun, cool cosplay. And I entered in the intermediate journeyman category because I've only won 1 award underneath that division. So at this point, this was my 3rd competition. My 3rd costume that I'm competing in. Or no. Sorry, this is my 4th. This is my 4th competition, but the 3rd costume that I made for competing with. And I do my judging, go up on stage, do my little turnaround, my little doo-doo-doo. And they're calling up the awards, and they go 1st, 2nd, 3rd novice. I'm holding my breath at this point. And then they do 1st, 2nd, 3rd intermediate. And I'm like, oh, that's okay. You know, I'll get it next time. Then they start calling up the master level awards. And I got 2nd place in the master division. I'm like, are you sure about that, bro? Like, I don't think this does not compute. And one of the judges like hands me the award, like my trophy and my plaque or whatever it was, and she turns to me and she says, "We were so impressed by your work that we wanted to we didn't think that, you know, the award that you were in or the division that you were in was good enough. Like, we wanted to recognize you for how much work and skill went into this." I was just like, huh? If you think so, thank you. So, because the cosplay rules state, if you have ever entered and won, or sorry, if you've ever won an award in a division, you are at that division now. So because I had won an award in the master class. I can't go back down. So now, forever and ever and ever, I have since competed at the master level. And I've won 8 awards since then, so it's been a pretty fun ride. Yeah, literally no going back. It's kind of scary, but it's a lot of fun. And it's just really cool to talk about. My cosplay contest journey. And then since then, I've tried to one-up myself with my big, elaborate costumes and cosplay work. So I've done traveling to a bunch of different conventions. So I've been around and I've been able to meet a lot of really cool people. Thank you guys. So, that was a long time ago. That was when I first started, but I've done a lot more contests and competitions since then. So I have a lot of experience.
Cinder, hope you're doing good.
Thank you.
You're
I
a
am.
very sweet person and I enjoy your streams very much.
Aw, thank you. That's so sweet of you to say. So, because we got off on a little tangent, I've still been working though. What I'm doing is tracing the pieces for the little pink cushiony part of this crown. And these registration marks that I'm making here, we line up. So these two pieces are getting glued together. And just so we don't get uneven edges, when we glue it, we're gonna make sure these 2 points match up to each other and these 2 points match up to each other. And that's how you get a nice even seam when you're making stuff. You can make registration marks on your own patterns too. Just wherever there's any kinds of curves or where pieces need to line up at very specific places.
One of the coolest things ever was watching you get that first place prize at the one con we went to last year. Cinder 6
Zodi, I literally was not expecting that at all. I had been working on and off, like making this one build that I was so passionate about, but then the Panini hit and conventions were closed down for a while, and I was like, I don't know if I want to make this because it's really complicated. It's the most complicated thing I've ever made in my life, and I was just feeling very overwhelmed, and I had a lot of self-doubt. But Red ended up telling me, because I was talking to him about this. Red's like my best friend, and like unironically, I make fun of him a lot, but he's awesome. And Red was like, you're finishing that. Like, you're finishing that cosplay. And I was like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if my heart's still in it. And he's like, no. Like, if you don't feel like competing anymore, go out with a bang. Like, you just have to. I was like, you know what? Maybe you're right. Because I've just felt more and more pressure to perform well with craftsmanship. And it's gotten to a point where it really stressed me out. Because it's all about, like, appearances and kind of who knows who in the community, I feel. And people have just become more catty during competitions. And it's no longer about having fun and cheering each other on and, like, learning from each other. It's just, like, who gets the awards and who gets the money. And my heart just wasn't in it. But Zodi was there at the con. My mom was there at the con. My mom goes to every single convention that I compete at, and she's always in the audience cheering me on. Red was at the con. Zodi was there. My mom. And they were all cheering for me. And for the first time ever, I got first place in the Master Division, which is the highest award in my category pretty much that I can get. And it was with this thing that I never thought I would finish because it was so complex. And I'm gonna get emotional. When I was called up on stage to get my trophy, my prize and stuff, one of the judges that has been a judge for a very long time, I met her at the very first convention I competed at. So this is when I was still a little baby cosplayer. This tiny convention that I went to compete at, she was just there as an attendee. And she was just watching everybody and watching the show and hanging out with people. And while I'm up on stage, she grabs the microphone and she's like, "This girl, I've seen her work since the very first time she started competing, back when she was a little baby cosplayer, and I've seen her grow and improve and get so much better at her craft." And I started fucking crying, and I gave her the biggest hug up on stage, and it was just such a nice moment. It was so fucking adorable. I love her so much. She is so amazing. She's so kind. I just don't know. Since becoming a streamer, I just haven't had the time to make anything crazy like that before. Or I mean, like, since then. I don't have the time to do that anymore. Rather. So it's really cool that I can at least make stuff on stream, even if it's like little simple things. I'll take it. Because cosplay changed my life. Cosplay helped me break out of my shell. It gave me a really fun, creative hobby. A very expensive one, but... Breakout Chaos, thank you for 11 months! Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Bodman, thank you for the Prime sub. And Blue Tsunami, thank you for 6 months. Thank you guys, thank you, thank you. I can't always do cosplay making streams, but I don't know. I feel like it's not everyone's cup of tea. Kind of breaking immersion, you know? But it is something that means a lot to me. I remember after I got off stage with my award, the first place master prize, I went to go run into the audience with like where my mom was and where my friends were. I was just like, I did it! I was like crying, holding my stuff, and they're all giving me big hugs, and they're like, Red was like, "I told you." He's like, "I told you you would win. I told you you could finish this. I told you you could do it." And I'm just like, let me have this, bro. I swear, every time Red tells me that I'm able to do something, it happens. He's like a fucking wizard. Okay, so this is where we cut off this pattern piece, and it says cut 4 normal and 4 flipped / mirrored. So this is the normal. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, and now it's gonna be mirrored, so we're gonna flip it the opposite direction. Red was right. You like the stream idea? Yeah, I've actually never seen a VTuber make cosplay like this on stream. I've seen people like cosplay on stream, but I haven't seen anybody do any crafting as a cosplayer. So I thought this would be a really fun idea and combine 2 of my favorite things. It's also really relaxing just to kind of make stuff. It can get stressful when it doesn't work out, but if you have like a pattern that you know is gonna be good, it makes it a lot less stressful. Whether it's cosplay or catching legendaries with a Pokeball, Red is always right. I fucking hate that. I hate that he's always right. Red and I have known each other for like a super fucking long time. He was the one that's like, "Yeah, you should do voice acting." And I was like, "I wouldn't be good at it." And then I got voice acting roles. And then he was like, "Yeah, you can do this ASMR stuff. Why not? You have the voice for it." And I was like, "No." And then I got a fortune cookie that told me my stupid ideas are good. And I did it. And that was a hit. And then even VTubing, I was like, "I don't know if I'd be a good streamer." And he was like, "Just do it." He's like, "Just do it. You'll be fine. You'll have fun with it. You'll be successful doing what you want to do." And it's like, wow. Why does he always have to be fucking right, man? It's not fair! Red gaslights you into doing things you're unsure about. For real. That's why he manages my stuff now. Because he always knows what's right. He knows what people want. No, red wasn't the fortune cookie. That was just luck. Also, I just want to say, like, I ran out of 6mm foam when I was checking my cosplay supply. So I just barely have enough for the crown. And then I had to go buy some more for this. And this was actually just from like a craft store, so it has like these annoying little
but for real,
like staples
if you
in
enjoy
it.
something like making cosplays, I would say go full speed. Immersion this immersion that you do you girl Sinder 6 nudders.
Thank you. Listen to him about playing Donkey Kong. No, he doesn't shut up about Donkey Kong, and it's annoying. How do you keep track of which one is mirrored? You can always go back and check. Or you can do, you can label them. Like, you could put, like, left, right, front, back. You can write whatever you want. Like, you can write pee-pee on the front pieces. And then you can write something else in the back.
I hope one day I can be just like you.
Aww.
Thank you for being such a cutie and being my idol. Less than 3 love you, cutie.
That's really sweet. I don't know. I don't need to be idolized. I just feel like I'm just a normal girl doing like weird nerdy stuff that she likes and that makes her happy. I'm just a normal person.
I do appreciate how you were unsure about this lifestyle and Red still supported you into doing it. Can we all get a round of applause for Red real quick?
Hell yeah.
He gave us an amazing streamer to hang out with.
Get you a bestie like Red. Yes! Go, little waffle boy, go!
I have known Red and Cindy for a very long time, and they are some of the most kind, positive, and amazing people I know. They are such positive influences. I hope to be like them one day. Cinder 6
Zodi, you're already there. You were so fucking sweet.
I've seen.
What have you seen? Pee-pee? But yeah, it's totally fine to like label pieces. Don't forget to stay hydrated. Yeah, I've got my brand risk gamer subs flavor right here on my desk. Couldn't you just flip them? What do you mean? That's what I did. Oh, you mean like after you cut them out? You could, but depending on foam surfaces, could be a little different. Also, the way that they're cut out, sometimes there can be a little bit of an angle. It's not always the same. We're making 8 of these.
I talk about the exact same situation you talked about.
What situation? Like awards? Craftsmanship? So if you want to check, I did one side first. We got 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the front, and then we flip it. And we've got 1, 2 on the back. So we need 2 more. What? Uh-oh. He's letting his praise kink show. This was the easiest solution! Damn. I want to talk to my pups. What the fuck? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I have a stream deck. So I have easy access to free you myself. Zoom. Also, if you guys want more crafting streams, I did say I was gonna make little bits and pieces of cock jump scare. Warning! Look out! Watch out for the cock! You want me to make a cock on stream? I did talk about mold making and casting. You know what? I'm not doing that. I would get banned. Anyway. I plan on making pieces of my VTuber friends' designs and outfits on stream. And I'd love to give it to them when I see them at conventions. Just as like a little gift for them. Because I love gift giving, but people usually don't like receiving gifts because some people are like that. Because they feel like, I don't know, obligated to do something for somebody else. And they're just not very good at accepting gifts, which is totally valid. But if it's a handmade gift, then there's like that sentimental value to the gift. And then it's easier for people to accept gifts like that. Because I want to do something for all my friends. I love them so fucking much. I've never had such genuine, kind friends ever in my life. I love this community so much. So I really want to give back to my friends. And they're gonna be like, what do you mean? We didn't do anything. Like, what the hell, Sinder? That's mostly just Numi talking, I guess. Hey, Kappa! Yeah, I do my cosplay stuff. I was just talking about my cosplay journey earlier. I actually compete on a master level for craftsmanship. So
Okay,
I make a lot of stuff.
Sinder cosplays red and red cosplays Sinder to
I don't want to
Cat Ham.
cosplay red. The fuck? Thank you for the shout out for Kappa. Thank you. I miss you. Everybody go check out Kappa. She is so fucking cute and so sweet. Yeah, master level. I have competed at several different conventions. This could be a Balzette cosplay. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we'll make some horns next crafting stream. Maybe we'll make a bodysuit. Maybe we'll make spiky bracelets. I don't know. A Bowser shell. I can make a Bowser shell on stream. I think I know a couple VTubers that would love to have one of those. But I'd really love to make like actual pieces of my friends' VTuber outfits for them. I just feel like that's so special.
Hi Cinder.
Hi.
I recently lost my parents to cancer and your VTuber friends helped me through this time.
I'm so sorry.
We'll go to TwitchCon Paris and we'll have a present for everyone.
Aww.
Thanks for what you guys are doing.
Oh, thank you for supporting me and watching me. I hope you have a great time at TwitchCon. I will be there. TwitchCon Paris. I'll be at both TwitchCons. The next con I'll be at is Offkai. And 2 weeks later, I'll be at Anime Expo. Yeah. My nails are sharp, but they're very short. They're usually not this short. They're just more manageable, so I don't accidentally scratch anything. Yeah, VTuber cosplay outfits. I feel like it'd just be so much fun to cosplay with my friends as our VTuber avatars. It just sounds like so much fun. I will be at Offkai, yeah. I do have a meet and greet. There are tickets available. They are free. I just don't know how many are left, if there even are any left. But yeah, if you want to come to my meet and greet, don't forget to grab a ticket. Yeah. Yeah, I will be cosplaying myself. Hopefully for those upcoming conventions, but we'll just have to see how everything works out. But it is in the works right now. I don't have the time to do it myself just because it's very labor intensive, and I really only have the time to stream little tiny cosplay making stuff. Don't hurt my fingers? This is just a Sharpie. The next step we gotta be careful for. So now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces on that side, and 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces on this side. So now we're gonna cut out the B pieces. The pieces. So, what we're gonna do is grab a metal ruler.
Handcraft and hand deliver me a giant plum.
My god. We'll see. So I'm gonna take out my knife. Be careful. Actually, let me replace the blade because I want to make sure it's sharp, and I don't remember the last time I used this knife, and I just want to make sure I have like a fresh new sharp blade. Grab one. They're kind of stuck together. Don't do what I'm doing. I'm gonna do it off stream so you don't see it. Okay, I did it. Sorry. I've got like a little tickle in my throat. Numi horns? I don't know. I mean, that's an idea, I guess. I don't know. I definitely wouldn't want to make headbands for all my friends that represent their VTubers. No, that would be like way too much work. But we'll see. If you guys like these streams, maybe I can make something work. Alright. New blade. The cool thing about these blades is that once one side gets dull, you can just take it out, flip it over, use the other side. So I'm going to put this new fresh blade in. Careful not to cut yourself. There. Now it's in there. I also just realized I got Sharpie on my nail, and now it looks like there's a little speck on my nail. This is Sharpie! I fucked up, okay? It's not... Whatever. Now we do some cutting. Be careful. Everybody says to cut away from you, but that's not how this works here. So, we're just gonna get started. You want to cut, so because the pattern is smaller than our Sharpie marks, so the Sharpie marks go around the outside, what we want to do is cut the inside of the Sharpie so we don't make this piece too big. I will be careful. I've used this so many times before. Like I said, you don't need a knife this big. I just like it because it's comfy in my hand and it feels like I could use it as a weapon, like a blunt weapon. But you can be like that, mommy. You can also use a blade like this, like a little plastic retractable one. This is really good for carving stuff. That's what I use it for. There's a lot of gunk on it because I haven't changed out the blade in a while. I also think these are supposed to break off. They're kind of segmented, and I think you're supposed to snap off the blade so you can get a new blade. I just replaced the whole thing. That's what I do. Yeah, they snap. And then the other blade that you can use are the little X-Acto blades, the pen knives. These are good mostly for detail work. I wouldn't use them for like thick foam just because the blades aren't very long. They don't go as deep as these do. You don't trust me with a knife. So again, we have, so this is supposed to be 6mm foam, and that's what was advertised, but I measured, and it's only 5mm, but that's fine, that's fine. No, you're not supposed to store knives like that, but the thing is that I lost my cap for it, and I already put in the dullest blade that I have for this, and the tip is also, like, square, because the tip was chipped off, so I'm not too worried about damaging this knife, or this blade, rather, just because it's the easiest way for me to safely store this without cutting anything. I would not recommend you storing them like this. You should get plastic covers to cover the blades, or just take them out completely. But I just wanted to show you this kind of knife, just so that way you don't have to go out and buy like this big hefty like utility knife. You can just use little craft knives. All right, we're gonna cut. I sure hope you don't play loud, distracting sounds while I'm cutting. So, oh, hold on. Before I cut, back to the pattern. You can see how there's like dots and lines here. I shouldn't have this blade out. Let me set a good example. So if we go back to our pattern, right here, there's a little cutting guide. Straight cut, bottom bevel, where the bevel kind of angles underneath. And there's a top bevel where the angle goes on top. And because we saw the lines and dots, and that checks out with these lines and dots, that means we want to cut this specific edge at a top bevel. I am shit at cutting bevels with my hands manually, so that's why I have the Dremel, because I'm just going to essentially carve away at the angles. But ideally, you want to be able to just cut this on your own. 45 degrees, yeah. There is a tool. It's on pre-order right now, and I wanted to get it, but it's not going to be available for, I think, another month or two. But it's called the Bev All, I think, Bev All. And what it does is that you can put different kinds of blades into this little plastic thing, and you just drag it along the foam, and since it inserts the blade at a specific angle, it cuts at that angle no matter what. So it's like really, really handy. I'm not doing a very good way of explaining it. If you Google Bev All, like bevel foam cutter, stuff like that on Google, there's some other kind of cheaper brands that don't do as good of a job. But yeah, pretty much that's that. I don't have one of those, so we're just gonna do with what we got. I wouldn't recommend sandpaper just because of the properties of foam. It might just tear up the foam a little bit. Why did I write PP? I was just showing you that you can label different pieces.
Anything you are excited for at the conventions you are going to next month?
Yeah, I can't wait to see my friends, to meet more Pyro Pups. It's always fun. It's always a good time. So, like I was explaining, you want to cut on the inner edge. And because I'm using a new sharp blade, you get this super clean, smooth edge. Just gonna rip off the rest of it. Now, let me get this as an example. This is also why we have a cutting mat. So you cut into this and not your table or your whatever.
Hi Sinder. Yesterday karaoke was a banger.
I'm
Graph
glad.
for the 100k follow.
Thank you. So I'm gonna use this old, super dull, disgusting blade to show you why you want to use a nice, come on, a nice sharp blade. Let me put this away. Keep locking it. There we go. So this is our nice smooth cut, and here it is kind of hard to see because my webcam doesn't want to focus, but maybe you can see a little bit. There's different striations in the foam, and there's a little bit of foam fuzzies. Just because it's not a sharp cut, it kind of rips it a little bit. It rips the foam just a tiny bit. So you want to make sure you have the crispest, smoothest, sharpest blades. Another thing about using a blade too short is that if you have to, or too dull, is that if you have to make more than one cut at a time like this, or if you have thicker foam, you can see all those separate cut marks, and you definitely don't want that. Not for your your foam edges. Yeah, it's very satisfying. So, what I like to do is I like to cut the curved parts first. So I'm going to cut this one next. We're cutting away the Sharpie. So we're cutting on the inside of that Sharpie line we made. You also want to make sure you're doing straight cuts. You don't want to hold it at too much of an angle, so it's nice and straight. Unless you're trying to cut a bevel manually, that's really hard for me to do. You have to hold it at an angle like this, and then cut at an angle. Oh, that actually worked pretty fucking good. Damn. This is what a beveled cut looks like. You see how it's angled? Like that? And this is the exact bevel we want for this side. But I cut this on a straight line. I am not confident in cutting it on a curved line. So we're gonna Dremel that. We're gonna cut it a little bit first, just so we're not creating a lot of foam dust, but I will show you that in just a second. So again, we will cut these curves. And I'm gonna save the straight pieces for last. There. Nice and satisfying. I could just do this freehand, but just for the sake of showing you guys, I love metal rulers because you can make super easy, clean, straight cuts. That was not a straight cut. It's just because it's so small. Or you could just use scissors. Let me fix my mistake. There we go. You can use scissors. Or the knife. It's really up to you. Just because it's such a tiny piece. That's why. I know. F's in chat. Okay, let me give you a better example. Well, let me not embarrass myself. So you want a strip of foam. You can cut a, nice even with the metal ruler. It's metal because you can't really cut metal. But yeah, a nice straight edge. Shaky hands. Yeah, another reason why you don't want to use scissors for these parts here. Well, you could probably see my sunburn. That's embarrassing. If you try to use scissors to cut around a curve, you get like, it's so hard to see this. Oh, you can kind of see it there. You get little lines from where the scissors open and close. So I wouldn't recommend, oh, you can see it better. See all the little angles there? That's usually what happens when you use scissors to cut foam this thick. So you can use scissors for the thinner foam. You don't really have that problem as much as you do with thick foam like this. So with that being said, I'm gonna cut out the rest of these pieces. You can label them if you want to, but because they're going to be glued like this, it makes a little curve. That's why we need a bevel here. So that way all of this foam isn't all stuck. Or no, I think this one doesn't have the bevel. Yeah, this one is a little bit different. But we don't want extra foam when we connect pieces together. And this is what makes the little poofy, crown, rounded, pillowy looking thing. That's why we have those curved pieces. And the bevel is so that all these pieces can fit together nicely. Alright, what I'm going to do is just sort of cut these apart from each other to make them a little more manageable. Look at that nice clean cut. You don't want to have to rip the foam apart. It should just be separated. You want nice, clean, easy cuts. Like that, boom. Because if you have to end up ripping it off, it looks really nasty and it's got the little foam fuzzies again. I don't know what else to call those. Just a very rough cut. Lauren, thank you for 5 months. Thank you. Hold on, I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. I feel like I'm getting so caught up in like talking about this stuff. Sire Elusive, thank you for subbing. Welcome. Thank you very much. Riz Khalifa, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you. And Blue Tsunami, oh, thank you for the gift sub to Kappa. Thank you. Dan, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you very, very much. And thank you for all your cheers. Chatting with me and asking me questions. Thank you. I'm just like so in the zone. I love just like rambling and talking about cosplay stuff. Because if, you know, my experiences can help somebody else, then I will talk about my experiences all day. I'm only ripping that off because it's not the important part of the foam. I'm just trying to get it down to a manageable size. Also, it is good to keep foam scraps. Even if it's small like this, cosplay is a very wasteful hobby. It's very expensive too, so save this. I'll show you why later on. It's good for cementing pieces together because it's disposable. You won't ruin any brushes by using this to brush on the contact cement. And who knows, maybe you need a piece this big for like tiny little details. You can cut it out of these little scrap pieces. You probably don't have to keep pieces this big, but who knows. Really interesting. I'm glad. I was just worried, like, you know, this isn't something I normally do, so I wasn't really sure how much interest there would be for watching something like this. I feel like, you know, people would just watch actual cosplayers do cosplay crafting streams. I mean, I am an actual cosplayer, just virtual. See, nice clean cuts. I'm glad you like my nails, thank you. Yeah, that's another thing. Buying foam. So this specific kind of foam sheet came from a craft store. And let me actually show you. So like they have these little like tags that have these like plastic staples, and it totally damages the foam. And it's so frustrating because you have to work around this one spot, and it can be kind of wasteful. And they only come in sheets this big usually, but you can save a lot of money. I know there's other kinds of craft stores that sell big rolls of foam. If you can find those at a craft store, then I would recommend getting those. Even if you don't need that much foam for your project, you can always use it for another project. You can give it to somebody else who wants to make something. It's usually always a better deal than buying a shit ton of little mini sheets of foam, especially if you need a piece bigger than the sheet of foam that's available. Then you can just use a big roll of it. You don't necessarily need to buy it at a craft store. The sheet of foam that I got mine at, this is that stuff. It's been used before already. Drawn some things on it before. But I usually get my rolls of craft foam from a website called TNT Cosplay. Like TNT is dynamite. TNT. Yeah, that stuff. That's how you spell it. And they sell all kinds of foam products and cosplay supplies. And there's different thicknesses of the rolls of foam. Very inexpensive. And it usually gets shipped to you pretty quickly. They also tend to give you Sharpies to use with the foam, especially if you get black colored foam. They'll send you silver Sharpies to use with it, and it makes everything super easy. It's a very easy process to just buy foam online, and it comes in a huge roll. They give you all the dimensions for it and everything. So, actually, while I have this big piece out, I tend to jump around a lot when I'm cosplaying. I jump around a lot to different pieces. So, here's a little pro tip. Since the foam comes rolled, it usually comes in a big roll of foam like this. So there's usually a curve that is a little set in the foam. You can get rid of this curve. However, you can use the curve to our advantage because the crown is going to be in a curved shape like this. We're going to trace on the upwards curve like this. That way, since the foam is already curving in this way, it'll have less resistance for when we actually glue it together. If for whatever reason you have a flat sheet of foam, you can always use heat from a heat gun to heat up the foam, and then it will stay in shape once it's heated up and the heat cools. So I'm just gonna trace this right now because it's right here. And this big, obnoxiously awkward piece of foam. Where did I put my Sharpie? There it is. Yeah, that's something I feel like not a lot of people think about. Of course, if the crown didn't fit like this on the foam, and the crown could only fit, if your piece could only fit a certain way, if it's asymmetrical, don't waste foam just to get the curve right. I feel like that might be obvious, but if there's a piece on the foam where it fits in the right curve, then that's ideal. But you can always heat up the foam and shape it into all kinds of weird shapes anyway, no matter if it's curved or not. So don't worry too much about that. It's just a little easy tip if it's convenient, if it works for what you've got. You can also, see how there's a straight edge here? You can line up that edge so you don't actually have to cut it and you know it's already straight, but I'm extra and I don't do that. Millennius, thank you for 2 months. Thank you, thank you. All right, so let me trace this. Also, another thing, I actually might do this. What I normally do for my patterns is that donation didn't talk. Did I get a text to speech? Did I get a cheer? I don't see a cheer. Decidious Outlaw, thank you for 4 months. Thank you, thank you. It was a sub? Oh, it was a sub. I see. Thank you for the subs, by the way. Thank you, thank you. So when I make my own patterns, I'll print them out on regular paper, printer paper, of course. But if it's something big, kind of like this, or if it's something I'm going to be using several times, like for this piece, for example, we traced this one particular piece 8 separate times. If you want to make your pieces last and they're a little more durable, if you're going to be making something over and over again, or even if you just want to make things easier on you, I will cut out this piece like so, but I'll trace it again onto poster board, like a thicker paper, so it's not thin and not prone to ripping as easily. And that way, it's easier for it to hold its structure when you're tracing it down on something. Or you could tape it to the foam. You could tape it with masking tape or something like that. But the thing is that if you have a piece of tape, let me just get a piece to show you. Oh, I fucked up the tape. Oh no. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm such a mess. Here we go. Say if you want to tape this down, right? Now, when you're tracing over it, you pick up this tape and then all of a sudden that line is gone. Because the tape was in the way. So, I wouldn't recommend doing that for that reason. But if you have a piece that's big and it's more, you know, worth it to have to tape it down than not, then I would just tape it down. So what I'm going to do is tape down the straight edges because I know that these are just going to be straight cuts anyway. And it'll help hold my pattern in place a little bit. As a man, you've always wanted nails like mine? You absolutely can. Nothing should stop you. There's actually, I think it was on Shark Tank, there was this men's nail salon business. And I think it was called like Hammer and Nails. Like it had a really creative name, like a pun like that. And it was just like the salon ran by men to give men manicures and pedicures, because I feel like a lot of guys are a little hesitant to go to these beauty salons. I don't know, they might feel judged or unwelcome for some reason, but I feel like even as a guy, take care of your nails. Like, treat yourself. Get yourself pampered. Like, no shame at all. I love businesses with pun names too. Thank you for the merch order, by the way. Thank you, thank you. Alright, so it's a little tricky because it's curved and the pattern lifts a little bit. So if you're not very experienced with patterns, then absolutely tape down more of the pattern. It's also a little easier to do this while it's flat because the curve kind of messes things up a little. Now I'm gonna trace. I'm gonna trace it as flat as possible. I don't wanna fuck this up. Wombre! Thank you for 4 months! Thank you! I also hope the music is okay. I like EDM music. Just when we're kinda hanging out, chilling, having a good time. My fingers and hands are usually covered in Sharpie by the end of it, because I tend to be messy. It's also totally fine to work in little sections at a time. You don't want to accidentally lift up your paper pattern and make marks on the inside where you're going to be cutting. How good am I with sewing? The sewing got me several awards, so I'd like to say pretty decent. I've also had like friends and old coworkers ask me to like hem clothes and pants for them and stuff. So done a bit of sewing. I've taken in my own clothes, because they're usually too baggy around my waist since I have to get clothes that fit my boobs. How far are we into this? Not that far. We're just making the crown. I mostly spent a lot of time talking about the materials and tools and techniques that we're going to be using. And now I'm actually demonstrating. A little tiny edge here. There. And now, if you want to, you can take off the tape while holding down your pattern and get any spots that you might have missed that's covered up by the tape. This one's on the back side, kind of holding it down a little. Blessing and a curse, true. I just ripped this tape with my nails. I ripped it in half. There we go. It's another thing too, if you have a pattern that you're taping down, tape tends to rip printer paper very easily, but if you have something thicker like poster board, there's more layers to kind of add to the durability of your pattern. So now, just to kind of get these big chunks cut, I'm gonna cut out a rough shape. You don't want to cut too far away from your pattern because you want to be able to save as much foam as possible for the next project. Now we have all this foam left over. This was the last of my 6mm foam, so that's why I had to go buy some from the craft store. So I was like, I don't have enough to make the other pieces. We're making a super crown, like the one on my head. If you want to get like super duper accurate with your placements, this is normally what I do for something with very specific details, is that you can cut out these eyeballs and then trace them onto your pattern. You'd want to trace them on the front side so you can mark where the eyes go. If you want to, we're going to be painting over it anyway, so that'd probably have to be done after painting, but I tend to eyeball stuff anyway. Yeah, super crown! So, this is a really good excuse to use the metal ruler. It's usually easier to use it upside down because there's this little quirk backing, and so if you use it the proper way, it's got a little bit of a lip here. So the title, yeah, that's the name of this crafting segment. So I guess we'll cut out this big piece. So, like I said before, I like to do the curved portions first, because if we cut out all the zigzags first, and then we try to cut this curve, we might end up bending some of these narrow pieces, and we don't want that. We want these to have support while we're cutting the curves out. So, we're gonna do this in one big motion. You don't have to do this fast. You can take your time with it. Totally fine. Peachy! Hi everyone! Hi Raiders! Hello, hello, hello! My name is Sinder. I'm the Hellhound VTuber. Hello! I hope you had a great stream. Today we're actually working on making a super crown. It's the crown on my head from Mario. It's let me show you guys. I'm making a new one because the old one that I had already made I wasn't that happy with, and it got a little bit damaged. So this is essentially what we're making, but better. It'll look more like the one on my head. So if you're wondering, I have been cosplaying for 10 years. I compete on a master level craftsmanship cosplay thing. I'm a master level craftsmanship cosplayer, is what I'm saying. I compete on like a professional level. So if you have questions or want cosplay advice, this is the stream for it. I've been having a lot of fun with it so far. We're just cutting out some foam pieces right now. We'll get to gluing soon. Thank you for the raid, Peachy. I hope you guys had so much fun. Thank you so much for sharing your community with me. You're always so freaking sweet. I love you so much. A fellow wolf girl. I love her. And welcome in new followers. Hi guys. So we're just talking about being very careful with these cuts. It's okay to go slow. And just as a reminder, we're cutting on the inside of our thick Sharpie line. We don't want this to be too thick because then it'll either come out too big or the pieces won't line up. So we want to get these cuts as accurate as we can by hand. I have seen some people use laser cutters or like Cricut cutters for tiny little foam pieces. Those usually don't work very well after these big, thick pieces. But if you had tiny little details, like out of 2mm, the craft foam kind of foam, then I have seen people do that. Another tip I've seen people do, this is probably going to be really cool for some of you guys. What I've seen, so again, we've got a nice clean cut. We don't want to have to rip the last little bit off. Nice clean cut. Yeah, that looks pretty. So another thing that I've seen people use with the Cricut machines is, let's say if we had really fancy filigree all over the crown, what they do is they cut out little like stickers. They make these stickers and they stick the stickers on top and then they paint over it, so it looks like all these tiny little engraved details. But they're just stickers, and you can get your cosplay stuff to look super fucking expensive and detailed just with some stickers. People get so creative with this stuff. So I'm gonna use the back side of my ruler because I trust the back side more. I'm going to line it up as best as I can, and we're gonna cut. Perfect. Nice, straight, super clean cut. Now, it's okay if this bottom curved portion isn't as clean or even as you like, because when we actually connect the crown, that curved part is going to be on the bottom, and you can kind of see why it has to be curved, because the crown is going to be flared out a little bit. That's why it's not just a straight curve. If we had a straight crown, it would kind of stick up straight. Kind of like this one. How it sticks up a little straighter, but when you're actually looking at the super crown, it's kind of angled outwards just a little bit. And that's the kind of look that you can get by making this curve, you know, more of a sharp curve, like a steeper angle of a curve. So that's why it's curved. And you're like, why is it, you're not, you know, it's not like a headband that you're putting on top of your head, so why is it curved like that? That's why. This is also why pattern making like this can be a little more complicated to figure out the right angles of everything. But yeah, that's why it's helpful to work with pre-made patterns first, and then you can kind of get an idea of how to make your own later on. It's actually really fulfilling, and it's a good feeling when you make your own patterns and then it looks good and it works out. So, yeah. Well, I'm gonna finish cutting this out. Oh, also, the reason, that's the point I was getting at. The reason why it's okay, since this is gonna be on the bottom, we're also going to be adding, since once this is glued around, we're gonna have like a hole here, a little hole in the bottom. So we're just gonna cut a round piece of foam, like I did here. Move this out of the way. A round circular piece of foam, and we're gonna glue it in. So this layer here between these two, this is this piece of foam that we're cutting right here. So if this is a little bit rough around the edges, it's okay. It's only gonna sit on the top of your head, so it won't be seen by anybody. But you could fill in all these little cracks if you wanted it to look super clean and super professional. Because sometimes in cosplay crafting contests, this crown wasn't used for a contest, by the way. But if it were to be, for my standards, I would prime this. So that way the paint wouldn't scratch off. I just kind of slapped some paint on it. But ideally, you'd want a finishing coat or a base primer so the paint doesn't scratch off. These magnets are just really strong, so I have to kind of scrape the magnet off to pry it off the crown sometimes. But for cosplay contests, usually what you want to have prepared when you're presenting your work to the judges, judging is usually done before the contest. Sometimes it's done while you're on stage, but if you want a really detailed craftsmanship contest process, I suppose, you do pre-judging before the event, and you typically want to present them with print out color photos of the front and back of the character you're cosplaying, and reference photos, or no, progress photos rather. You want the reference photos and the progress photos. When I first started, I would just print out one page for the character and one page for the progress, and I just kind of make a collage of a couple different work in progress images. So you always want to be taking pictures if you know you're going to be competing with what you're making. So like take a picture of the pattern. If you made your own pattern, take a picture of the different materials you're using, you know, all your pieces cut out and your piece all glued together before painting and then showing you painting it. You can get as in-depth as you want. The more in-depth, the better your chances are. The more you explain something and the cleaner your work is. So that being said, sometimes master level cosplayers will take photos of the inside of their cosplays. Stuff that's never seen before, like the inside of your t-shirt. Like that's the kind of stuff that they would take pictures of and put in sometimes these binders. They're called build books. And they're these binders compiled of references and progress photos. And sometimes people will cut out little rectangles of the fabric that they used, and they will staple that to a page in their book. So that way the judges can go back and review the contestants later, and they can actually see what kind of fabrics you used if they want a refresher. So that being said, taking photos of things that aren't normally seen just to show the level of finishing and quality is a good thing to do if you're competing. But because we're not doing that, we don't have to finish the bottom because nobody sees it. Hi Peaches! I love you! I'm breaking immersion, so we're gonna dance a little. Yay! Peach, understand. I'm gonna love you till the very end. Sing it with me, chat! Peaches, 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 I love you. Peaches, 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 I love you. Peaches, peaches. Thank you. I hope you had a great stream. If you were just coming in now, I didn't see you earlier, but I hope it was fun. I know, I get like really caught up in talking about cosplay stuff and crafting and whatnot. Oh, you gotta be careful with those magnets. Be careful, they're very strong. You don't have to get magnets that strong, but because I knew there'd be a lot of layers between the foam, this is just so I can take off the magnet easier. So like you've got this foam layer, and then you would have the wig, and then the wig cap and your hair, and then like this would kind of go in between there. So you can really see that I've got my fingers completely between the two magnets, plus the foam, and it's still holding. It's not as strong as a hold, but I wanted it to be as strong as possible just in case somebody were to accidentally, I don't know, if I were to accidentally bump my crown, like, I don't know, on a door or something. I'm not that tall, but I don't know. It's just a good practice. You never want anything breaking off or popping off of your cosplay. I'm sure there's lots of things I can't do, but the cool thing about making stuff is that you can always learn and practice to get better at it. I do like metal. I don't know if I have a preferred type of music because I do like this, you know, EDM vibes, the more like dance music. For when I'm just hanging out and having a chill time, when I want to throw on some background music and just kind of go brain dead for a while. But if I'm like, you know, jamming out and rocking out, then I fucking love metal music. I love it so much. Stop spamming? No spamming, please. I know you guys mean well when you guys chant, but if somebody is asking a question in chat, I don't want to miss it. If I do happen to look up and see it. Okay, so here's another good cutting example. So when I was cutting this line, this cut right here, I have a lot of support on top of the foam to cut with. But then when we get to this cut here, since I'm a righty, I'm cutting on this side. We're kind of on and off the foam a little bit. So it's a little bit of an uneven cut. So you can flip it around like this. I usually like to start at the corners so that way I don't accidentally overcut and create a little dip here. But you just have to be a little careful. It's better to have a little tiny overcut here that you can fill in later than to have a completely wonky edge that you have to deal with. So you want a really strong support that you're cutting on. You don't want to have a wobbly straight edge. Just go slow. Might have to. I didn't cut quite all the way. Boop. There we go. And then I can sand that down super easily. I'm shaking? Am I? Like that. If it's not perfect, that's totally okay. We can always fix it. I need some proper blades. Bruh, this is a brand new blade. Calamari, thank you so much for the raid. Hi guys, hello. Hello. My name is Sinder. I'm the Hellhound VTuber. Welcome, welcome. We are just crafting right now. We are making a super crown from Mario. Kind of like this one. This is my old crown, but we're making a new and improved one, and I'm showing you guys how to do it at the same time. When I'm cutting, that's just because I'm going slow. You want to make sure you go nice and slow when you make cuts. I'm also hopped up on caffeine, and I naturally have very unsteady hands. So let this be a lesson that even though you might not have the steadiest hands, you can still be a professional level cosplayer. It's also because I'm applying a lot of pressure when I'm holding down this ruler. So this hand shakes a lot sometimes. Just because I'm holding it with a lot of force, because I don't want this to slide around at all. Look how it was satisfying? That's another thing. You want to make sure that the cut just opens up like this, and you don't have to rip apart the foam. An advantage to using an ultrasonic knife? You mean like a heated blade? Heated blade kind of thing? I'm not sure what you mean by an ultrasonic knife. I have seen people use heat tools to cut foam before. Oh, I want to cut this side.
Cinder,
Hi, Ninja. Thank you for 11
months. I wanted you to know that you're
months.
such a beautiful voice. I haven't been active because of university, but I'm gonna watch all the
Don't
VODs
worry.
as soon as I can. I appreciate
Don't
you three
worry
goes
about
back to
it.
lurk.
Thank you, Fallen. Thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Thank you, thank you. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm a master craftsman, yeah, I've been drinking Gamer Subs. This is the new brand Risk flavor. I love it so much. It's the peach mango one. So good. So refreshing. It vibrates, so it's easily able to cut material. Cutting resin parts, that kind of knife might be more suited for cutting harder surfaces. So I'm not sure if that would be the best thing to use. Because if you don't have a nice sharp cut when cutting foam, you can get like little fuzzies in your foam. Like an uneven cut. I was just showing it earlier, but I don't know if I have a good example of it because I've been making such pretty clean cuts lately. But it kind of is like, oh, here's a good example. You can kind of see all the lumps. It's not very focused, but you can see how this is a nice straight edge and this has a bunch of lumps. You can actually you know, get really, really gross edges. If you don't have a sharp knife, I'm not sure how ultrasonic tools work. Since it's shaky, it might not be the best method, but try it on a test piece to see if it works. And if it works, then go ham. Foam does dull blades fast. Good point. But you see, even in these little corners here, sometimes it's hard to get it perfect cut. So there's a little tiny edge here that's not completely even, but we can fix that with our rotary tool, the Dremel Leader. A foam cutter. There's lots of things that can cut foam. Aries, thank you for 11 months. Thank you, thank you. There's a bunch of different things that you can use. I went over different kinds of knives that you can use. But this is the utility knife that I prefer. I just like the way that it fits in my hand and it's just really easy to use. The extra weight to it actually helps push down more because you want to make sure you use enough force to cut through all the thickness of the foam, because you'd only want to do one clean cut. You don't want to have to go back over and over and over cutting it again. Fire Lion, thank you for 5 months. Thank you. Actually, wait, oh my goodness. I can't pick it up. My nails. Let's do this side. Boink. You see, it's hard to get it because I don't want to overcut, so I cut right here.
Almost forgot about the Sinder tax.
There's no tax.
Also, thanks for all the tips. They are very helpful.
I'm glad. I know not everybody in chat's a cosplayer or gonna be a cosplayer, but you know, even if you're just making something for fun, something completely different than cosplay stuff. Mazuga, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for 9 months. I'm making a super crown. The one that's on my head. Yeah. This is my old one, and we're making a new and improved one. If you saw my Buette cosplay at WeebCon or on Twitter, then it's that crown, but we're doing it better. Psycho Ninja, thank you for 5 months. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Fine, no tax. Just tuition for cosplaying 101 with Professor Sinder.
Tuition? Cosplay tuition? No.
Cosplay class tuition.
You can learn so much on the internet for free. But thank you. Thank you, Malfreyon. Sky Dragon, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Thank you. Just because these cuts are shorter and more manageable, I'm gonna do scissors instead of a blade. Another thing with scissors, when you're cutting foam, depending on what you're cutting, sometimes you can create a little channel
unclear.
Almost.
Ice cream tuition Cinder cheese tax.
Because the scissors pinch the foam, you get an extra cut, so it's kind of like curved inwards like this instead of a straight flat cut. So just be careful when you're using scissors to cut foam, and that it's just for little straight tiny pieces. So you want a flat,
I want to
clean
do a
edge.
Monster Hunter cosplay sometime soonish. So I'm gonna rewatch this to make sure I get all the tips.
Depending on what armor set you want to do, Kimpatsu actually did the Nergigante armor. It's the female version of the armor, but works out either way. It's still like different techniques to use. She also talks about she also has YouTube videos. So does Kamui cosplay and Kimpatsu cosplay. They both did the same armor set, but like different variations of the Nergigante armor set. And oh my god, Kamui did the dual blades that look like claws for that armor set is the coolest fucking thing ever. It's so cool. And one specific technique that they do for scaled organic looking armor is they take thick foam like this and they use a soldering iron or like a wood burning tool, and they just make squiggles and lines, or they make circles for scale shapes, and it burns crevices into the foam, so that way when it's all painted it looks like scales and or like rock, or you know, you can paint it to look like lava if you want. You can do a lot of really cool stuff with burning foam. Just make sure you wear respirator, mask protection, stuff like that. So now that we have this cut out, this edge here is what we are gluing together, and then we're gonna get a nice round crown. But first, let me finish cutting out these pieces. Haven't done that yet, but I'm gonna leave this here. This is the one piece we did cut out. And we've got all these also. We also cut out our little foam circles for the white spots on the sides. What do you use to glue foam? That is a great question, actually. What we are going to be using for today is contact cement. And I will show you how to use that when we get into the gluing portion. But essentially, the way contact cement works is that it cements on contact. Makes a lot of sense when you think about it. But what you want to do is, it's like a brush-on glue. Sometimes it comes with a little brush, but the brush kind of gets all mucky very quickly. So I like to use scrap pieces of foam to kind of coat the edges in the glue. And pretty much when you're gluing it using contact cement, you want to glue both pieces that you want to glue together. So you want to spread glue on this edge, and you want to spread glue on this edge. Very thin layers, as thin as you can get it, and then wait for it to dry completely. Completely dry. Once it's dry, you stick it together, and then upon contact, when they touch, the glue hold is so strong, if you tried to rip it apart, you would end up ripping the actual foam before you would rip the glue's hold. That's how strong contact cement is. It works super well on foam. You can also use it on a bunch of other kinds of materials. It's very versatile. It's just, it has a lot of toxic fumes. So, I'm just saying, in like a stress test, if you were to try to pull it apart, if you mess up. So, yeah, it is very, it's very easy to work with, but if you want something a little more quick, then hot glue is always a good option. Hot glue is very, very easy to work with. But the thing with hot glue is that if your build were to be exposed to heat, let's say if you need to keep it outside in the garage for storage, if you have a prop or something, if you have that all glued together with hot glue, that can remelt and it can become soft again, because you're essentially melting down this glue stick to stick it together with a hot glue gun. So all your glue would remelt, and then all your glue connections would just kind of melt and fall apart. But if you want like a nice, easy, quick hold and you don't have to worry about heat or anything, yeah, like very extreme heats. Yeah, very, very high temperature heat is what I'm talking about. But I wouldn't risk it. I wouldn't risk it. Sometimes, even with my low temperature hot glue gun, it's still very, very hot and easy to use. So again, we're doing these clean cuts. I'm just gonna finish cutting out all these pieces. You like my nails? Thank you. Oh no, a helmet came apart because it was hot glued. Another thing with hot glue is that it doesn't stick to all surfaces very well. You'll notice that on very smooth, polished surfaces, like let's say, this is actually a good example. the thing I used for this round part is like a plastic globe, like a little circle, kind of like an ornament, like a little plastic DIY ornament that I sawed in half. If you were to hot glue something like this, it would probably just peel off. You know, if you were to hot glue like these little circles here, they might just be able to peel right off because the glue doesn't have... This kind of material isn't porous for the glue to really sink into and adhere to, like foam or like fabric. That's why it's so strong on those, because it's a porous material. But for something like this, it just peels right off. And that's why contact cement works really well, because you can pretty much glue it to anything. Contact cement. Let's see, let me actually read this can here. Porous materials, non-porous materials, laminate, veneer, metal, wood, plastic, and more. Everything. Everything. It's just very toxic, so you gotta be careful. You could rough up the surface, but then you have the risk of roughing up a part that you don't want to be roughed up. And then your pieces will look kinda not looking so good. Garrett, thank you for 9 months. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, and more. But wait, there's more. This is probably the second most time-consuming part, just making sure all your cuts are clean. You really want to take your time cutting out your foam, because if you have perfect foam cuts, it makes gluing everything together so easy. It's like a breeze. There. The first most time-consuming part, just because of the type of glue I'm using, we have to wait for it to dry before attaching the pieces, but we can glue a bunch all at once and then go back to the first piece. It should be dry by then, and then we can stick it together. What are the little parts for? These right here? These are going to be glued together like this, so it's going to curve a little bit. Just because of the way this is cut, it'll automatically curve once we glue it. And then we're going to glue all of these together, and then we're going to glue these curved parts together, and it's going to make this little round plushy top in the middle of the crown, the pink part. Yeah, this will stay as a VOD. I'm listening to stream safe music, but I might need to cut up parts of the VOD if I get bonked for whatever reason. Yeah, like the mushroomy part on top, yeah. Because the first one that I made, it was just like a round dome, and I just glued the spots to it, but it doesn't look one-to-one like the actual super crown. It's very close, and you know, if you're looking at this on its own, it's like, hey, yeah, that's a super crown. But if you look at it side by side, there's some visible differences, you know, 5 points instead of 4, things like that. But I still really like this. It just got a tiny bit damaged in travel. And like I said, you could probably easily fix this with a heat gun, because the cool thing about foam and very high heat is that you can kind of reshape the foam to the state that it used to be. So foam can get little creases, or heat can get little creases out of foam sometimes. Depends on how deep the crease is, and then you can just paint over it again. I just don't know how well this will take to heat, and I really don't want to melt this plastic. So I'm a little hesitant to attempt to fix this with heat. So I figured I would just try to make a new one that looks better. Thank you, Kappa. I'm glad you like it. Did you end up seeing it in person at WeebCon? I feel like I was just kind of stuck in a corner during like an impromptu meet and greet when I was wearing my Buet cosplay. I didn't get a chance to walk around much and like show my friends. But it was a lot of fun to wear. We keep a cutting. And then, if I start to notice the foam not cutting as cleanly, then we'll change the blade. Color's dark? Yeah, the camera doesn't show it very well. This color paint in like normal light is so pretty. It's like the prettiest gold, but it looks more bronzy orange on camera. I don't know. Oh, okay. That kind of looks more like the color. It's like a bright, shiny gold. It's kind of like a true gold color. I don't want to paint it yellow because I like my stuff to look a little more realistic. I like to reimagine cosplays and props as they would look if they existed in the real world. So if you had a real crown, it wouldn't be, you know, bright banana yellow. It would be a gold color. So that's why I opted to do that. And that's the cool thing with cosplay is that you can get creative with it. It's still accurate to the source material, but you're reimagining it in a different way that makes sense in our real world. Because essentially as cosplayers, we're making stuff that's not meant to exist in the real world. But we're doing it. Use real gold plating. Actually, there's this stuff called gold leaf, and it's kind of like a real gold kind of flaky material that you can glue down on different surfaces, and it looks so pretty. It's so pretty. The more the gold is bright in the light, the more it'll look like bronze in the shadow. Oh, really? Gold leaf would look amazing. Gold leaf is just really messy, and I feel like it's kind of unforgivable. You know, it's not like, it's not easy to work with. Let's just say that. I've never worked with it before, but every time I see somebody working with it, I'm just like, oh my goodness, that looks like such a nightmare. And boop. I'm only ripping off the pieces that don't need clean cuts, like this piece in the middle here. It's so small. It's totally fine to just kind of pop out that last piece because we're going to be gluing this down together anyway, just like that. Oh my goodness, gold leaf on food. It might be a different kind of gold leaf. I don't know. Is there like... I know there's like edible gold, but I don't know if it's gold leaf specifically that is edible. I don't know actually. You're crafting something too? What are you making? Also, I was thinking maybe we could do some kind of poll or vote. If you guys do want to see another crafting stream, it would be like, what would you want to see me craft? You know, like just like different separate pieces. Like we were talking about a Bowsette cosplay. Would you want to vote for me to make a Bowser shell? Like for something like that, is there a specific VTuber that you'd want me to make a piece of? You know, things like that. Maybe for the next crafting stream, there's some friends that I've been wanting to make pieces of. Maybe you guys can vote on which one you want me to work on next. Like what piece? Or which VTuber I would make a piece of, rather. A porcelain head! Oh my goodness, I don't know if I'd do that. That might be a bit much. No, not like whole characters. I'm just talking about little pieces, like this super crown. Something that's manageable for one stream. And it has to be kind of limited. I'm probably not going to be able to do any machine sewing. I could do some hand sewing, but that would require very specific kinds of fabric. I love... This is going to sound so weird. My all-time favorite kind of fabric to hand sew is fake fur. I love it so much. It's so therapeutic. No, that does not make me a furry. I have sewn so much fur. Because the thing with fur, normally when you sew something, you get a seam, right? You get like a seam, I don't know, like down your t-shirt. Like a t-shirt seam. Like if you look on the inside of your clothes, you see where the two pieces of fabric are joined together at the seams, right? With fur, since it's so long, you can just brush the fur out of the seam and you don't see any seams at all. It's just like this nice smooth piece of fabric that's shaped like different things, like animal ears or tails or pieces of fabric garments and outfits that have like a fur collar or a fur trim around it. There's no visible seams, and it's just so nice to look at, and just sewing it together is so therapeutic because your stitches don't have to be perfect because it all gets hidden by all the fur anyway. So it's just like so stress-free and so good. It's just weird though because people don't expect it to be fur because it's such a weird, unconventional material. You know, it's not like cotton or silk or literally any other fabric. Wait a minute, I just got a Discord message. Wait, Philion's calling me. Hello? Are you there? Hold on, is my mic working? Wait a minute. It doesn't look like I'm muted. I'm sorry, I can't hear you, and I think my mic is broken. She can't hear me. Hello? Uh-oh. No, because usually, I'm not lighting up in Discord. Hold on, let me try disconnecting. Hello? Oh, no. What the hell? No, I'm not muted. We can't hear each other. What the fuck? I literally haven't changed anything, any settings. Unless something got messed up when I was doing my ASMR stream? Hold on, hold on. Give me a second, give me a second. I'm not muted! I'm trying to figure out what happened. We can't hear each other. Hold on. I'm making sure my audio is good. Oh, wait.
Hello?
Wait, oh, hi! Wait, I can hear you now. You can hear me?
Yeah!
I don't know what the fuck happened. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I resolved it. We're gonna now. All right, listen up, mother trucker. I'm calling you for a very important reason.
Okay.
I want to give you and a friend, and I want you guys to battle to the death in rock, paper, scissors. The winner gets a prize.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Okay. I also heard you're doing a hand cam stream right now.
Yeah, so I can
you
do it
flip off your
live.
chat for me?
What's that?
Can you flip off your chat for me?
I would never do that to my chat.
Okay. Is there anyone you want to
I'm
kick
flipping
their
them
butt
off
of
right now, yeah.
in rock, paper, scissors? Ellie?
Ellie, sure.
Okay. Well, let me create a message with Ellie also.
Sounds good.
Add friends, Ellie. New friend. Alright, it's gonna start the call over.
Okay. A battle.
Hello, welcome back.
Hi.
Round 2 Electric Boogaloo, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Cinder, how's your day been going? How's the hand cam stream been going?
It's been really fun. I'm actually making cosplay stuff.
You're making cosplay stuff? Like what?
Yeah, I'm making like a Mario Super Crown right now.
Okay.
I've been cosplaying for a long time and I've done it professionally for a while, so I figured I would combine my two hobbies together.
Really? Yeah, I'm a bit of a cosplayer myself, you know.
Yeah, you like
You
to
could say.
cosplay with cat ears and a tail and
No,
run around like that?
I don't have cat ears. I actually don't have cat ears today. So, but I
Aw.
am a really good cosplayer. I'm cosplaying as what's the lore? A great hero of the kingdom, you know?
Oh.
Yes, I am a great knight in pink armor, as they say.
That's so cute. We should cosplay together sometime.
Ah! Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be fun.
You're the knight, you're the hero, and I can be your fair maiden.
Sure.
We can
Alright.
roleplay.
Cool. I'll be made in an abyss. Alright. Well, we gotta find one other person because Ellie hates us. So who else do you think would be fun? Would be down?
Who else is there anybody else live? Does it matter?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. They just need to play it. Yuzu, you cool with Yuzu?
Yeah.
Alright. Alright, let me add Yuzu and let's see what happens. Yuzu. We're just spamming everyone. Let's add. Alright, I think I should be calling her, right? She should be getting added to the call, maybe? Or do you know how this junk works? Like, is she gonna get called or not?
I don't know.
I don't know how Discord works at all, I'm gonna be honest.
Oh wait, you're like a little schoolgirl right now.
Stop looking!
Oh, you're so cute.
I'm not! I'm fearsome! I'm a knight! I have a sword!
It must be hidden
Here.
somewhere.
Shing.
Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Yo, Yuzu, are you free? I'm live.
Oh yeah, same. What's up?
Yuzu, I need you to fight my friend here to the death!
Oh.
Loser gets cast into a volcano.
Oh, I'll be
Okay,
fine. I hope I lose.
What? Stop! You're so immersed, you frick. Alright, it'll be a volcano that's really hot, and in fact, if you're made out of fire, it's really cold.
Okay.
So-
Well, I actually like warm places and I like light sources, so maybe you can have this one, Cinder. I'm gonna take one for the team.
No. Okay, listen, you Canadian. Alright, you're gonna fight to the death and you're gonna like it. You understand me?
You already killed me off one time. You already made my funeral.
It's time for you to 1v1 Cinder, okay?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Alright, so here's the game, okay? It's really simple. It's a really simple game. Alright, the game is a classical game called Rock, Paper, Scissors. Alright? So what you guys do is, whoever wins gets a prize. What do you guys think? Maybe like 5 subs, 10 subs? What are you thinking?
Whatever. But it's your reward, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, Chad, how many subs should I gift?
Uh-oh. Don't ask
Wait,
chat. What the fuck?
Oh shit.
Wait,
They're gonna go a little extra. Wait.
Okay, 10 subs.
Tier 3s.
No, don't. 100 tier 3 subscriptions. Okay. Okay. No. I'm not gonna reach the list of their top 10 donators. I'm not doing that. I refuse to be Cinder's biggest whale. Alright, I'll leave that to her actual ones. Okay, Cinder, what is top 10 on your list of sub gifters for the month? Mine is 50 right now.
Oh,
Oh.
I don't know actually. Let me check.
Oh god.
Okay.
250.
What?
The bits are even crazier. I'm glad you didn't ask about bits.
Wait, did you say of all time or this month?
This month.
What? How many subs do you have right now?
I mean, it's not about numbers. It's just like, you know, as long as you're having fun and you're
How many
streaming.
subs do you have right now?
4 billion.
Oh
Your
wait.
number 10 is 250 subs.
Oh wait, my number 10.
Oh, you're number 10.
Oh, okay. I was about to say.
Me
It's at 30.
Did you know I'm my number 6 top sub gifter this month?
Oh, you're
I'm
so
pretty cool.
cute.
That's so cute.
You're
I
willing
gifted
to
myself
yourself.
56 subs. I don't know how I do it. I mean, I'm just like giving back to the
She's so
population.
generous.
I know. Alright, I know. I'll get my medal. I'll get it tomorrow. Yeah, mine is $280. Don't remind me. Alright, well, fine then. How about this? Alright, we're gonna play rock, paper, scissors. The winner gets 10 subscriptions. I'll gift them myself by hand. Alright?
Oh.
So here's
Okay.
what we're gonna do. We're gonna low down, throw down. All right. I'm gonna say 1, 2, 3, shoot, and then you will voice your opinions just like you do in politics. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Gotcha.
Okay.
All right. Now, before this, we're gonna do a best of one. All right. Sudden effing death. So here's the situation. I need you to talk to each other, to try and converse yourselves, to gain a mental edge in this battle. For example, Yuzu, what is your favorite move to throw in rock, paper, scissors? What is your go-to? Dare I say your rock?
Oh, I like to throw a little bit of rock hard.
Okay, well, that's the first penis joke. Okay.
I don't know, you two. Me personally, I'm more into scissoring.
Oh.
Oh
okay,
my
I
god,
was
I'm talking to V too bad. Oh yeah, well, I'm into paper because it's flat like meat. Frick.
Well, you said it.
Sounds good to me.
So are we scissoring or are we?
I mean,
What?
Okay, we're
What's
actually
going on?
NPCs.
depends on what we pick, right?
Oh man. Alright.
I guess we both have to pick scissor. Oh no.
Well, it's
What are
time
we
to
gonna
find out who
do?
you guys are really. Are you guys ready?
What do we do if we tie Fillion?
TIE fighter. Alright, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Alright, you guys ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, here it is. We're gonna say shoot. You guys are gonna say them out loud, okay? Cinder, you can hand cam it
Okay.
because you're cool. Alright.
Okay.
Alright, here it is. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot! Rock!
Scissors. You're
You
a whore.
betrayed Yuzu!
I'm just giving her what she wants. She likes the fist,
I
right?
thought we were supposed to scissor.
Yo, she chose the 10 subs over the epic scissors session. That's crazy.
I thought she was gonna pick Rock too.
Sad.
Oh, I thought you were gonna pick rock. Well, if you haven't picked, you were. Oh, I thought you were gonna pick paper. You haven't frig. Save it for the court. You just epic set Yuzu into the shadow realm. Yuzu, how are you feeling right now? You absolutely
Cruel
top.
world.
You got topped by a Firefox, and that's a web browser.
I'm not a fox.
I'm used to getting topped anyways.
What are you?
Where am I? I'm in your walls.
No, where are you? Yeah.
Oh.
Can you send me your IP?
Yeah,
What
yeah.
are you then?
I'm a wolf. I'm a
She's-
hellhound.
She's a wolf.
Okay.
I'm an infernal canine. Oh woo.
Okay, she's Bao's wet dream. Alright,
I mean-
that sounds good. Alright, Yuzu, thank you so much for participating. You have a fantastic day, okay?
Goodbye.
But we're voting you off the island. I'm so sorry.
No.
Goodbye.
It's okay, I'll mail you a light bulb. You'll be great.
Yuzu.
Bye.
Yuzu, let's
Okay.
kiss later.
What? Whoa! I gotta go. Oh, thank God. Okay. Alright, chat, it's time to go give Cinder 10 sub. Subby lovey. I'm Numi. Alright, let's get it.
No, don't
Sorry,
worry about it. It's
Gladys.
okay. It's okay. This was
Alright.
fun though.
Wait, so what is your Twitch name?
Cinder with an S?
What is it like? Is an S of 5 or a
Nope.
1?
Nope, just Cinder.
Alright, we're going in, boys. Start watching. I'm watching your stream right now.
Hi.
Holy frick, Inferno dog.
Hi, Philly.
Hello. Wait. It's loading. Okay, can
Oh.
you do something really nice for me? Like anything you want. Why do you have like? Whoa! No way. I'll give you 8 subs if you eat that crown right now.
Eat what? Eat it?
Eat it.
I made this though. This is my baby.
Eat it. Eat it. Alright, here we go. Alright, 10 subs coming in. Congratulations. You literally
Aw,
smashed them off
Julian.
into bits for this.
I feel so bad.
It's okay, it was funny.
Chat, make sure to give Yuzu lots of love, okay?
Okay. Alright. Cinderace, you have done amazingly. You're my favorite Pokemon. I'll pick you as my starter every time. I must go though.
Take care. It was nice hanging
Alright.
out. Nice talking to you. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Julian.
Fare thee well, milady. I'm on to the next life.
Hell yeah. Bye bye. Chat, go. Thank you for the shout out to Philly and Red. Go check out Philly and go check out Yuzu. I love them both so much. They're both so sweet. I wasn't expecting her to actually do that. What the hell? She's awesome. They're both so cool. I wasn't expecting. I thought Yuzu was gonna be like, nope, I said rock, and she was gonna like bamboozle me. And then I was like, okay, well let's tie. So I tried thinking. Thank you for the shout out to User Red. Thank you. Thank you. Kaza, thank you for the gifts on Affiliate. Thank you. And it's Jeremy. Thank you for 8 months. Hi. Thank you, thank you, thank you. User really wanted to scissor. Thank you. Thank you, guys. We will continue crafting. Also, welcome in, you guys. All the alerts are so far behind. I got a lot of new followers. Welcome, everybody. Hi everyone from Phillian or Yuzu, wherever you're here from. Welcome. I'm Sinder. We're making a super crown. The crown that's on my head. It's gonna look a little different from my old one. This is the first one I made. I cosplayed Bouette, and I posted a picture of it on Twitter. This is the part where you go desperately trying to find a picture of me on Twitter. User can wait till WeebCon. No! WeebCon's not gonna be for like a whole nother year. WeebCon just happened. Maybe like TwitchCon. I hope I can see her at TwitchCon. Yeah. Hopefully. We'll see. Actually, I think I want to cut this way. So, back to the cosplay tips. Wait, you know what? Hold on, I got an idea. What if I just go gift Yuzu 10 subs? I might just do that. Give me a second. I'm just gonna do it. I'm not gonna say anything. Anyway, back to stream. Snuck in and sniped. Friends support friends here. In my stream. Hi, Moody! Hello! Thank you. They're very short baby nails right now. Just so I can craft and do stuff without them getting too much in the way. So, another tip. Another tippy tip. Use out! No, you fucking did it! What the hell? We're just all gifting each other subs now. I love you. If she's actually still here, I love you, Yuzu. Rapid fire. Pretty much. Yeah, you get a sub. I mean, at the end of the day, it directly benefits everyone's community, which is awesome. And then we're essentially gifting each other's communities subs so that more people can enjoy our emotes and no ads on our streams. So it's really, really cool. So cosplay. I said I was gonna get this finished today, so let's go. Another tip for cutting stuff. Since we have like a point here, sometimes it's hard to start cutting on a point because it tends to be very wiggly and flexible. So I'm actually gonna cut the opposite direction. So that way this cut ends at the point and I don't have to worry about ruining my little tip here. Yeah. Same thing with this side. Boop. V. It's like a little curve actually that we're gonna be gluing together. And then we snip and snip. I'm actually gonna snip this a little bit more. There. Just because we want to make sure there's not too much of that Sharpie showing. cut that a little more. That way everything's generally the same size and it's pretty even. Because if your pieces have different angles or different sizes, they don't fit together as nicely as they could. So I'm just making sure. And we're cutting on the inside of our Sharpie line. And there's a little bit of a shadow that casts from this angle. There we go. Just gonna... There. And we can cut these tiny little straight pieces with the scissors. These are my foam scissors, by the way. Different from my paper scissors, different from my fabric scissors. I'm very particular about my scissors. They have different jobs. They're literally just regular craft scissors, but the fabric ones are specifically fabric scissors. Yeah, you guys taking notes? Yeah, they're so cute. So, I was talking before the call that if you guys are really into these crafting streams, you guys can throw out some ideas for different pieces that you want me to make. Not whole cosplays, but pieces, like a super crown, like the Bowser shell, like, I don't know, different kinds of ears. Can even be a VTubers. I actually do plan on making some things for my friends, so maybe we can do a poll on which friend I should make part of next. Like, for example, just an example, we've got like Numi's horns, Tricky's horns and ears, Yuzu's moth ears, Vienna has horns. Could probably make some of Bao's like floral accessories. I know she's got like a little hat that she wears sometimes. I know some of my friends have different props that they hold. Joel's headband, there's one. It'd have to be relatively manageable in size so that I can do it on stream, but you know, just to give you a rough idea of the kinds of things that I might want to do, that you might want to see. No wings unless they're tiny wings. Oh, there's an idea. Camila has head wings. She's got little wings on her head. I could do like those kind of wings. She also has little baby horns. I just think it'd be fun to give my friends like a little piece of themselves as little gifts. And then they could like have a little prop or wear like a headband or something. Tricky's cock, I already have that. We do have cock. But yeah, ears, horns. Like I know Shoto has a dagger. I think Vienna just has updated her model with one too. Yeah, I don't have to make cock. I already have one. Yeah, her space dagger. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 this direction. For that direction, we have our crown shape and the 2 little foam circles. So now we can get rid of our paper pattern pieces. All of the foam pieces are cut and ready to be glued together. So because I'm going to be working with a very messy glue, I have an older, kind of cruddier, dirtier cutting mat that I'm actually going to use as a surface to glue stuff on, just so that way I don't get my nice new cutting mat all dirty and gunky and gross. Oh, actually, before we glue stuff together, we can glue some of these parts together, but some of these need bevels. And I'm also going to use this little cutting mat to bevel on so I can just kind of wipe off the foam dust. Yeah, safety first. Thank you for the biddies, Fallen. Thank you. So, if we reference our pattern again. Where'd it go? You'll remember? We've got a bevel cut. So, because the pattern is in this direction, there's also a saying in the cosplay community, the sewing community, whatever you're working on. They always say measure twice, cut once, because you don't want to cut something the wrong size and then you waste materials, or you start working on it and then you realize halfway through building it that you cut something the wrong size. So measure twice, double check that your measurements are correct, and then cut. This is the same, yeah, carpentry. Literally anything that you do that has measuring and cutting. So, because this guide says that we want a top bevel, we want to make sure it's this bottom curved part. So, well, this is the top piece. So since this is the front side of our foam, we want a flat bevel right here. So to do that, I'm gonna cut with scissors just roughly the bevel. You can do this with a knife, but it's just really hard to cut curves at a 45-degree angle without a bevel cutter. So I'm going to roughly cut out the bevel shape, and then I'm going to sand it flat with my Dremel, or my rotary tool. So the easiest way to do this is to, since I'm a righty, I like to angle my scissors like this at a 45-degree angle, and then place the foam wherever I need it to be angled. So because this needs to be a flat angle here, I'm gonna put it like this in my scissors. And I'm gonna cut it just a little bit. Yeah, oh, you know what no, it's still fine. We're still good, we're still good. So I'm gonna cut this bevel. Gonna try to get it as close to 45 degrees as I can. So now you see I kind of cut it at a little bit of this top bevel, but it's not perfect. It's not completely flat. Excuse me. You can kind of see down at the bottom, it's still a little straight and it's not completely at a point. See, it's kind of like a round. We want it to be flat. So the reason we're doing this is because we want it to sit flush against other pieces that we're making. A bevel is a tool, but it's also a type of cut. So, because we have our pattern piece here, the bottom edge is what we wanted the bevel cut on. Sandpaper, I don't like sandpaper because it tends to, it's just hard to get like the right angle. The rotary tool bevel gets it done a lot faster, and it's a lot less manual sanding. You can just kind of go zip, 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 and it's all done. But I'll show you how to do that too. So I want to make sure I get all my same pieces. You also don't want to mix up your sides. Yeah, sandpaper on foam is super messy, but so is anything. If you're sanding foam, if you're using a bevel cutter, it's all gonna get messy anyways. I'm just flipping my pieces over and I'm gonna cut them all at the same bevel. Not a specific character, just making a super crown. There. The reason I'm doing this is because it's this much less foam that I have to sand and get dust particles everywhere with. Just makes the process a lot easier and a lot cleaner. Less foam dust to breathe in. I should be in construction? I don't know about that. I have helped my dad build some things in the past. Like a shed for my grandmother and a garage for our family. I've been involved in the process a little bit, but nothing too extensive. My dad's really good at building stuff though. I guess this is a type of construction. It's just not like typical construction. All right. So now that we have these pieces ready, we make sure when we flip this over, we're still cutting this bottom curved edge. So this edge down here. So again, I'm gonna flip it upside down and kind of cut in the opposite direction because it's mirrored. So that way, these bevels are still on the same edge, but they're just mirrored. And if for whatever reason you accidentally cut the bevel at the wrong angle, or you cut a bottom bevel when you're supposed to cut a top bevel, these pieces are relatively small and easy to cut out, so you can always just cut another piece. It's okay. The best way to learn is by making mistakes. I've made a lot of those while learning how to do stuff. Especially sewing. Sewing can be very tricky sometimes. I lost count of how many times I've sewn the wrong piece of fabric to the wrong thing. Awesome. I'm gonna get this out of the way just for now. Now that we have all these little mushroom pieces, I'm gonna get out the Dremel. The one I have comes in a nice little case. I love seam ripping, said no one ever. It's very tedious. You do want to avoid using scissors, but I am not good at cutting a freehand bevel. And we're also going to be cleaning up what we did with the scissors. So this is the Dremel. Comes in this nice little case. Let me just get it out of there. I think my dad used this last time. So another thing you can use a rotary tool for, this bit is used for cutting stuff. So if you want like a nice clean cut, that's what that bit's for. But I am going to be using a sanding bit. See, I don't think I have. These are kind of very rough sandpaper. So essentially the bits are sandpaper wrapped around like a little tube. And I want one that's a very fine grit, so it's not gonna tear up the foam and it'll be a lot smoother. But it's kind of a more narrow bit. Normally I like to use these thicker ones just because there's more surface area. But yeah, for now, let me attach. Let me find the little attachment. Here it is. This is cool. Hey, Shocks! I'm just trying to get my little bit on here. I need a little... Oh shoot, there's normally a screwdriver in here. Oh my goodness. My dad used this last time. Alright, you know what? There's already kind of like a rough sanding bit on here. So I think I'm just gonna use this one. It's okay if it's a little rough around the edges. Let me just throw it in here. Oh, hold on, I think this one's too big. This one might be too big. Oh, no. It's good, it's good. We're good. Okay. Sorry, I have to kind of put pressure. So you hold in this button to lock this little bit into place, and then it has the sanding drum on the end here. And you can take off this drum and replace it with another one. So, let me close this up. Plug it in. Make sure it's off before you plug it in. And I'm actually going to mute my mic. I'm going to keep the music going, but it's very loud and I don't want you guys to have to hear just like loud drilling sounds. I can show you what it sounds like, but I'm not going to leave it on the whole time because that's annoying. Okay, it's plugged in. Let's see if this extension cord works. I'm gonna turn it on. That's what it's like. Be very careful. You can rough up your skin pretty easily on this. And you also don't want to use this for an extended period of time because you can get this, it's not that loud. I feel like it's also the mic filters I have. I mean, it's not terribly loud, but when it's on pretty high settings, it can get kind of loud. And I just don't want the constant drilling sound to annoy anybody that comes in a stream. But you have to be careful because this sends out lots of vibrations and there's a little condition that makes your fingers and hands feel tingly. So you want to make sure that you stop and take breaks if you're doing a lot of dremeling or using tools with a lot of vibration. So be careful. It's not that loud. No? I don't know. Do you want to hear it? Let me do one and show you what it's like. I usually like to have it up relatively high. Oh. Wait a minute. I missed a crucial step. Goggles. Glasses. Let's see if the tracking still works while wearing these. Yeah, it does. It does, it does. You also want to wear masks too. I'm just gonna like pull my shirt over my face. But you want to wear a mask so that way the foam dust doesn't get in your nose and your lungs and everything. Oh, it's gonna mess up the tracking a little bit. So basically what I'm doing, but I'm going to explain this before I make a lot of sound that I have to yell. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to get this outer edge as pointed and flat as possible. So right now there's like a little bit of a flat surface here. So I want to angle this completely so it is perfectly flush at a 45-degree angle, or at least as 45 as I can get it. Yes, you do want to make sure your bit is secure. Yes. Yank on it. Make sure this is tightened. You press this in and then you can tighten this or loosen it. So you want to make sure. Oh, I just popped it out because I untightened it. Gotta make sure that it's nice and tight. There we go. Nice and secure. Yeah, you don't want to get your hair in the way if you have long hair. Gloves if you have them. I don't. Here we go. All right, so I only did half of this piece. And you can kind of see how this is very smooth and flat. And this one is still a little bumpy from when we cut off a little bit with the scissors. So that's why it's totally fine if you have these little marks and cuts from the scissors, because this Dremel, the rotary tool, will completely smooth all that out. It is kind of like sandpaper, and you do get a little bit of a texture. It's hard to see because this camera doesn't want to focus too well. It's like little fuzzies, little bumpies on the foam. And I can show you a way to get rid of these. Essentially with a heat gun, you can just blast it with a bunch of heat and it will melt all these fuzzies away. Doesn't always work too well, but it helps seal the foam too. So you want to hit it with a heat gun anyway. No, it's not bad. The sound isn't too bad. Okay. So another thing is that you always want to try to Dremel away from you. It's just easier that way with the way that this drum rotates. If you pull it towards you, it kind of skips a little bit and you can end up cutting notches into the foam. You can cut notches into the foam. That's totally cool too. You can do tons of really cool designs with it. And we're actually going to be doing something similar to that when we start doing magnets.
Another crafting tip, don't let your dog or wolf use the power tools.
I'm going to use it. Another tip for you guys. When you get close to a fine point, similar to when we were cutting this, if you use the Dremel here, it tends to pick up and catch on this tiny little wobbly corner. So you actually want to turn it in the opposite direction and start Dremeling away from the tip instead of towards the tip. That will help you reduce marks from the Dremel on your foam. Yeah, try to stop me. Yeah, just the tip. So now we have a nice, smooth bevel at a 45-degree angle. Wow, look at that. Look it, look it, look it. So if you compare, that one actually is a pretty clean cut. But this one is very jagged with just the scissors. Or if you try to cut manual bevels with your knife, it could also turn out like this with the way that you have to curve around it. But, yeah, pretty much. It's very easy to use, a rotary tool. These are fairly inexpensive, especially if you get a whole kit with it. And you can use these. This is super old. This is my dad's old Dremel, and we've had this ever since I can remember. So these will last you a long time if you take care of them, and you can always get new bits for it. If the sandpaper wears out on the bits, then you can just buy new bits. You can buy bits and give them to your favorite streamer. Give me a second, hold on. My keyboard's over here, let me type.
Bits less than 3.
It's like under my monitor. Just to get it out of the way.
Here's some bits for one of my top 5 favorite streamers. Y'all are tied for first place in my book.
Oh, thank you, Fallen. Thank you, Dan. Thank you for the biddies. Thank you, thank you. Alright, so I'm gonna continue sanding with my handy dandy Dremel.
Bits
So I'm
to
trying
streamer.
to figure
Got
out
it.
how this is going to... Oh, okay, I think I got it. I understand. As long as I know how it's supposed to be connected to each other, because it's not exactly... Yeah, connect to mirrored edge. But with the bevels, sometimes it can get complicated. Because sometimes you only need, let's say for example, if you want to attach a curved bevel to a surface like this, because it's curved now, you would be able to glue it down flush completely to another edge, just as an example. So sometimes you only need one side beveled, sometimes you need both sides beveled, especially if you're gonna be connecting them together like this and you want a flush seam on the inside. So there's a lot of different ways to work with bevels, and that's why it's really complicated sometimes. If you're making your own patterns. So always take bevels into consideration. If you're trying to glue together two pieces like this, edge to edge, and you realize that it's too wide, you want something like more of a sharp point, but gluing edge on edge like this looks really unfinished. Even if you glue one edge to the other, you still have a seam on the side. But if you use a bevel, let me get two of these. Use a bevel like this up here. They glue together so seamlessly, and it's one tiny little seam that you can fill in very easily. So that's why bevels are so handy. And as soon as that bevel tool comes out, you know I'm buying it, because I'll be able to cut a bevel at a 45-degree angle without having to sand it down. So if you're interested in that kind of tool, that's what it's called. I think it's on pre-orders right now. But I've been waiting for it to actually come out for me to grab one. All right, back to sanding. Since this piece is done, I'm just gonna set it to the side. And these are the rest of the pieces I have to do still. Vroom! Okay, so this one is still a little flat and not as angled, so I'm gonna go back in. So, for example, let's say you have a piece with very intricate edges that you want at an angle, or even just pieces like, let's say you cut out a normal piece of foam. Let me find one that's like really messed up. Right here. Let's say your blade skips or was dull and you have this really nasty looking wavy, like fuzzy edge. I don't know what else to describe it as fuzzy. It's very uneven. You can also use the Dremel to fix that. Boom, couple seconds and it's already just as flat as the clean cut piece. I like to avoid this whenever possible because it's just a lot less work. But, you know, worst case scenario, if your cuts aren't perfect, they can always be fixed with a tool like this. Very, very easily. And it does create some foam dust. It's not too bad because this is a higher density foam. But typically, and it's also because we use some scissors and we cut off the bulk of the foam edge at first. If we didn't do that, we'd have a bigger mess on our hands. So be careful and take that into account. Again, I'm not exactly sure if these are 45-degree angles exactly, but as long as there's some sort of angle, it makes crafting this a lot easier. You guys are sure you don't mind the sound of the Dremel? Just want to make sure. Don't mind? Okay. Now, if your foam gets caught on the bevel and it skips, you don't want to panic. It can be a little startling if it happens to you for the first time, but if it were to, jerk at all, you can end up cutting different parts of your foam, or, you don't want to drop your Dremel while it's still on. That's also kind of dangerous. So make sure you're holding it very securely. You can kind of see how it leaves a little bit of dust behind. It's very fine because of the sandpaper, but that's also why you want to wear eye protection, you want to wear a mask, and you also want to make sure you're doing it outside or in a garage. I'm doing it in my basement, the finished basement, by the way. So this isn't the best place to do this at, but I wanted to demonstrate doing it on stream for you guys. You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe it is good that you guys can hear what the Dremel sounds like, especially when it's coming in contact with foam, and also what speed I'm using, because if you're not using the rotary tool at a high enough speed, it's not going to give you the results you want. So make sure I'm using it around 8, 6 the lowest. You don't need it cranked all the way up. Then you're really going to get the vibration and the tinglies in your hand. So just be careful with it, be mindful. Always practice power tool safety. That's the most important thing. So ideally do this in a well-ventilated space where you can just kind of brush away the little foam dust particles. You can kind of see the foam pieces starting to collect. Usually, I tend to get black EVA foam. I don't know why. White's easier to paint on. I don't know why I get black EVA foam, but that's really easy to see on my pasty ass skin. I am like just covered. My whole forearms and hands are covered in this foam dust by the time I'm done sanding some of my pieces down. We're a little over halfway there though, so we're almost done. Looking good. You love seeing the process come together? I'm glad. That's why I kind of had the idea of, well, if I'm making a super crown, what if the next crafting stream I make horns and a Bowser shell, and then, you know, I don't know how I'd do sewing portions on stream because my sewing machine is a big clunky old thing, and I probably shouldn't hand sew it together because I want it to be stronger, but it'd be cool to build like a whole cosplay together, you know. Maybe I will do Bowsette, who knows. We'll just have to see. It'd just be cool to watch you guys, or to have you guys watch me make something on stream and then I bring it to a convention and you guys can see it in person. That just seems like such a cool concept to me. But maybe I can do that with things for my friends. Ideally, I'd like to make headbands or like some little accessory for everybody, and then when we're at conventions, we can like all wear them together because I'm gonna have my cosplay done. I commissioned a friend to make my cosplay for me just because it's very labor intensive and time consuming. And I kind of want it to be a surprise for you guys for when I wear it for the first time. But yeah, maybe we can do a vote. We'll see if you guys like these streams and you want more of them. I'd be happy to do so. I'm having a lot of fun. Yeah, my dad taught me how to handle power tools like this. I tend to pick up crafting things, building stuff really fast. Comfy and informative? Oh, I'm glad. Looking good. Yeah, the thing with making other things for my friends is that I kind of... This is gonna sound so weird, but the cosplayer in me, whenever I look at like a character reference sheet, especially when it comes to VTubers, like if I see their whole full body design, I pick it apart in my head and I think, how would that be constructed in real life? And maybe that's just my cosplay brain working, but I love seeing like stitching and seams and stuff in artwork and clothing because it looks so real. And it's like, that's how it would actually be made if it were to exist in real life. That's why I like having, like personally, a design that makes sense. It doesn't have like any weird, like elaborate, out of this world pieces, minus the fire, of course. But like my outfit is generally pretty simple, and it does have like stitching, kind of, with the lacing of my bows and the sleeves, the top of my sleeves. So I really like that. And there is little seams in the artwork if you can get close enough to see those. But if I were to make things for my friends, I would use different techniques that I'm doing now. So instead of working with foam, for example, if we do types of horns, instead of making them out of foam, I'd make them out of like resin or something more solid of a material, maybe Warbler, because Warbler is a thermoplastic, by the way. If I do give it to my friends, I'd want it to withstand travel, because this super crown was made out of foam, and you can see where it got a little damaged and wrinkled and the paint's cracking a little bit. And that's just because foam is flexible. That's why. But I'd want to make things for my friends out of more durable materials, just in case anything were to happen in the luggage, because luggage people are very rough on bags, especially when you're flying with airplanes. So maybe I'll work with resin and mold making. That's something I'd love to do. When it comes to like ears, if I make like trickier users' ears or stuff like that, I'd use fur and show you how to airbrush things. So there's like a lot of really cool ideas and different crafting techniques that I know how to do, that I'd like to learn how to do, and we could like learn together on a stream. Okay. Last piece. When you Dremel, sometimes you get these little fuzzy bits on the end. If you're trying to Dremel this very narrow corner piece, I tend to just rip it off. We can also melt this away with a heat gun. So, don't put the Dremel too far away. We are gonna need to use it later on, but I'm still gonna unplug it just for now. Oh, sorry. That was me knocking over my heat gun. Just gonna set it to the side. I'm a little dusty. Oh yeah, there's little foam bits all over my glasses. So you definitely want to make sure you have safety in mind. My hands are a little dusty. Alrighty, next, we're gonna heat seal the foam before we glue it. This is just to get rid of any fuzzies here, and I'm gonna show you how to do that. It's actually really cool to watch. Another loud power tool, by the way, so brace yourselves. We're busting out the heat gun. Let me uncoil my heat gun. It's a little dirty because I've had it for a long time. I'm really proud of this thing because this was the first power tool I bought on my own, and I didn't have to borrow from my dad because I need it specifically for crafting stuff. And sometimes he actually uses it for things too, so that makes me happy that, you know, I borrow stuff from my dad and he can also borrow stuff from me. Because like the Dremel is his, like the drill is his, like other power tools, but the heat gun is mine. And I got this for like 15 bucks. I got it like on sale. It was awesome. I got a little bit of foam on my clothes. A little foam dust. You bought a heat gun for your crafts too? Alright, so it has two different settings. A high setting and a low setting, depending on what side you set it to. I always like using the highest setting just because it seems to work the best for me. This makes you want to start cosplay? Actually, Kimpetsu, the one who this pattern is from, she also works with her, I think it's her boyfriend, and they're like a team together. And she actually has male armor patterns. I think she also actually made a whole Goblin Slayer armor set, helmet, and outfit and everything. And she has patterns for all these things. So it's not just like a girl making like girl cosplay stuff. You guys in chat, you can also... Oh wait, did I send it to you, Zodi? Yeah. They are for sale. They are very affordable. Whole books with like dozens and dozens of pages of pictures and information and step-by-step how to make everything. And then it comes with the patterns too. So you can just print them out, cut them out, trace it onto the foam, glue it together, and then she shows you how to do the rest of the stuff. It's so cool. It's awesome. I love how accessible cosplay has become in the recent years, because like now it's not as difficult. Wait, let me thank you guys. Thank you for the subs. Fire Scorpion, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you. Life Belmont, thank you for 3 months. Thank you. Pee on me. Oh. Thank you for the gift sub. Thank you. Alright, so this is gonna be loud. This is what the heat gun sounds like. You want to be very careful with this. After using your heat gun, you want to make sure it stands up like this and the tip is in the air, so this metal tip isn't touching anything, because you will melt stuff. This gets super fucking hot. So hot. So please be careful. Yeah, it is quieter than the Dremel, but it is more dangerous, I would say, than a sanding bit on the Dremel, because this can burn you very badly. So make sure you stand it up like this and then don't touch it for a while. Wait for it to cool. Yeah, if you burned yourself on one of these, I'm so sorry. Okay. Let's go. So I'm going to try to show you live. There's a little bit of fuzziness from the Dremel, just because it's sanding and you're kind of ripping up the foam a little bit. So... when you heat it up a little bit, it kind of melts the foam. You can also press it down against a flat edge to flatten it out even more. But this also seals the foam because foam is very porous. There's little pores on it. And when you heat it up, it seals, it like melts the foam together a little bit. So really cool. You can see it more with darker foam. It kind of turns a little shiny when it's heating up. I guess it's essentially burning, but it's really cool. So you want to make sure to coat all your pieces in the heat so that way it's all sealed up. It also makes it a lot easier to paint it, and it looks better. It looks like smoother. So we're gonna do that. Front and back sides. Press it down. It's very, very hard to see, but yeah, you probably can't really see that on camera. It melts the foam surface together, so it's like a smoother, easily paintable surface. It's not as porous. So we're just gonna keep continuing on with these. Also make sure the surface that you're using isn't flammable. Make sure you don't put anything flammable near the tip of your heat gun. And again, make sure it's standing up when you're not using it, and you're not gonna knock it over. What time is it? It's 9:30 p.m. I'm used to using this, so I can kind of handle a little bit of heat on my fingers when I hold these pieces, but I would recommend you using gloves, heat-resistant gloves. I guess a little bit shiny, but it is much better for painting. The night is young, but I was hoping to start this earlier because I knew it would take a bit of time, as crafting does. Allowed to ask a question about costume making? Yeah, that's like... I was hoping that this kind of stream would encourage people to ask for questions or advice. Ooh, I'm kind of melting this a little. I usually use the heat gun on a glass surface. I'm just warping this mat a little bit. It's a little hot. I can always reheat it up and put something heavy on top to smooth it out. Smooth hot glue with my fingertips. You can do that. I wouldn't recommend it just because high temp hot glue guns are not to be messed with. Not at all. Just gonna hold it. How much material for one costume? That completely depends on what you're making, what you want to make. And also how big you want to make it. Also depends on your size. If you're taller, shorter, like a bigger person, you would need more material for that. Depending on the pieces too. The heat gun seals the foam and burns away any foam fuzzies that we don't want. A little more. I'm not planning on making any specific cosplay right now. The next cosplay that I'm going to be doing is of myself. So hopefully in time for Off-Kai. Two more. All done. I accidentally warped my cutting mat just a little bit. So I'm gonna have to reheat it up and press it down again. So now that I'm done with the heat gun for now, we're gonna bring it back to heat seal other pieces. And I'm gonna put it far away where I'm not gonna bump it and knock it over and where it's not gonna burn anything. So let me just unplug it really quick. I usually use this heat gun on a glass table, so I'm just used to kind of going ham on a surface. Meanwhile, I'm like, make sure to use it on a non-burnable surface. That'll be okay. It's not like melted or anything, it just warped it a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna get up really quick and put this on another table so I don't accidentally knock it over. Yeah, do as I say, not as I do. Exactly. You know what's up. Okie dokes. Next. So I have the secondary cutting mat because, glue. I don't want to get any glue on my nicer cutting mat. So now, materials? Do you mean like a specific material? Because there's all different kinds of places to get materials from. Okay. Let me get my little screwdriver. Pop this open. This is the real stinky stuff, so you want to make sure that you're outside or you got a window open, you got a respirator on, because it's nasty. Foam and fabrics, Foam you can get at craft stores. I like to get mine online. You can get it in big rolls. I like using this website called TNT COSPLAY for my foam. And you can get fabric. I prefer to go to fabric stores in person because I like to look at it. But you can also order fabric online. And what you want to do is order a swatch of the fabric. That will give you an idea of what it looks like in person. A swatch is just a little tiny piece. It's just like a little piece of the fabric that's cut off, and they can send that to you so that way you can look at it in person, feel it, see the color in person, which is really, really helpful. Because when you buy stuff online, sometimes it can look a little bit different than what you're expecting it to be. Okay, so I have a little scrap piece of foam here. And what I'm gonna do... You know what? Let's get this little pattern guide back out. So number 2s are on these little inner corner pieces here. So we can start off by gluing all of these little corner pieces together first. And keep that to the side. We take our contact cement. I think it just got stuck again. This can is so dented with how many times I've opened and then hammered it back closed again. Alrighty. This stuff smells so bad. You can smell it like throughout the whole house. We'll start with one of these pieces. Don't want to get too messy. So, like I was saying earlier, we want to coat both sides of the pieces we want to glue together and wait for it to dry completely. So you can use a brush for this. The brush will get totally ruined. So if you use a scrap piece of foam and just kind of dip it in a little bit, you just brush it right on. You want to get it relatively thin. So pretty thin layers. I'm also gonna bend it like this to get really into these corners. And I'm gonna keep it like this because we don't want the cement to touch itself yet, to touch each other. The two cemented pieces. That sounded really weird. We don't want it to touch. Don't touch yourself.
Oh, yeah.
We can always add more glue later on if there's not enough. But that is essentially what you want to do for right now. Sometimes you might need to hold the pieces apart so that way they don't end up sticking to itself too soon. But I think these pieces are relatively... Yeah. This is also what happens when you heat up foam and you shape it before it completely cools. It'll actually stay in the shape that you want it to be in. So if you wanted some kind of wacky shape like this with these curves, you can do that by heating up your foam and it will stay when it completely cools. So I'm gonna set this piece aside to dry and I'm going to do another one while we wait. No, this is definitely not edible. This is probably some of the most toxic substance that you could breathe in. It's very, very bad for you, so I would not recommend. Also, this is where our registration marks are going to come in handy when we glue this together. orange juice. It kind of looks like caramel. At least in person. Looks a little more orangey on camera. Make sure we get in these tight little corners. You can also clean up the extra glue on the edges with the different sides of the foam. Just kind of scrape it off a little. Fortress! Thank you! Thank you for 7 months! Thank you, thank you, thank you! And Dapsy, thank you for the prime sub! Thank you, thank you! Oh, we're making a super crown, the thing that's on my head. You'll see, I know it looks like a lot of weird angular pieces right now, but this is where it really starts to come together. And then we can also glue together our actual crown piece. So I'm gonna slap some cement on this too, so we can also glue this piece together. Kitty, thank you for 10 gift subs. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So you might be saying, if you've been paying attention, Sinder, what are you doing? You didn't heat up this piece of foam yet. Are you not gonna heat seal the main crown piece? The answer is not yet. What we want to do is, I like to heat seal it after I've glued this piece together, but if you need to heat shape the foam, you should do it at this stage before applying glue. That way it conforms to this curve a little bit easier. There. So we've applied glue on our main crown piece. And let's go back and check the first piece we glued together. We didn't glue it together yet, but we put glue on. So I'm touching the glued pieces and it is completely dry. The glue is all dry now. So this is where the magic happens. Making sure that we are lining up our registration marks. You want to glue and press these down. So you see where these two marks are on either side? You want to make sure that those are touching. So now, this piece is glued together. We can also fill in the seam. That's probably what I'm gonna do. But some of these seams actually might be hidden by the little mushroom circles. It's all coming together now, is it really? At this point, you can also add more contact cement if you didn't quite get it in all the cracks evenly. If you were to press it open a little bit, it pops open just a tiny bit. So what we can do is get another piece of foam, but cut it super thin, like a thin little tip. like this, so it's super thin and tiny. And you can go back in with just a little bit of glue and fill in this crack here. Anywhere else that might need some extra glue. It's all tips here. Only tips. We'll wait for that to dry. And now this glue is dry, so we can connect the pieces. Sometimes it's more helpful to start with the end, so that way you can get these two end pieces to line up perfectly. Like so. And then you can just kind of press these together, making sure the registration marks are lining up. You can also trace the registration marks on the front side of the foam if that's easier for you, but I just want to make sure I have a really nice clean surface to paint on. And because of the nature of the way that this little V is cut, it's going to make a little bit of a curve when you glue it together. And that's what we want. Marvelous. So now, just for the sake of showing you guys this process, I'm gonna glue together one of the opposite pieces next. This is why craft foam is handy, because you can see how this is like gross and sticky now. If you were using a paintbrush or something like that, it'd be totally ruined and stiff and gross. But with craft foam, we can just cut off a section, like the gross section, and we have a nice, clean, fresh foam piece. What brand of glue? I think this is Weldwood. Yeah, DAP Weldwood contact cement. It doesn't have to be the same brand as long as it's contact cement. That is the important part. You don't want like hot glue, because hot glue is also very lumpy and bumpy. But this stuff is like magic. I love this glue so much. The only downside is that it's just so toxic. And it smells so bad. I mean, I've kind of gotten used to the smell. There's kind of a funny story of me using contact cement. This was still back in my parents' house when I was crafting there. And I liked to watch TV while I was working on stuff. So I would tend to bring all my supplies into like this spare bedroom that they had, and I would just sit on the floor and craft and watch TV. Well, one day I was contact cementing on the carpet while I was sitting down, just chilling out, and I had accidentally knocked it over with my leg. I was sitting like under my legs and they were starting to fall asleep. So I moved my legs, accidentally kicking over this tub. It was like the same exact tub of contact cement. And I normally have some kind of mat down, so that way if it were to spill or drip a little bit, it would just kind of get this dirty and not like the nice surface. But because I completely fucking kicked it over, that didn't happen, and it got all over the carpet, and I think like half, it was a brand new can, and about half of it had spilled out and gotten onto the carpet. And before touching it, I ran out into the living room where my dad was, and I was like, hey Dad, how do I get contact cement out of a carpet? And he's like, I don't think you do actually. And I was like, oh well, shit. So I ended up cleaning up most of it, and it just left this really hard, gross, crusty surface in the carpet. But it wasn't too big of a deal because they remodeled that room shortly after. They were planning on remodeling it anyway, but it was just like, it was a valuable lesson. So now that this little edge has the dry glue, I'm going to press it together just to make more of a flush seam. Because we want these to be as smooth as possible. This one isn't very smooth. It's not as smooth as the second one I did. The more you do it, the more practice you get. But it's okay if it's not perfect because we can always fill it in with caulk. So I'll wait for this piece to dry. Keep going more of these. Yeah, just like Tricky's caulk. Very handy, very dandy, very trustworthy. Some good old reliable caulk. Yeah, these are the pink parts. The mushroom bit on top. And once this piece right here dries, you'll start to see more of how it's going to come together. Why'd that make you laugh? The cock? Let that dry. You also want to be careful not to let anything else with glue touch another piece with glue because then it'll stick. That being said, I think it's time to glue together our main base crown piece. We'll line up the bottom.
Just got back from Ren Fair.
Hell
So
yeah.
glad I was able to catch the stream.
I'm glad you're here too. So just like that, it's a nice, very smooth edge. Sticks together like magic. Completely. Also, thank you for the biddies, Jay. Thank you. Going to bed? Take care. Have a good night. So because I already had a pre-existing curve to this crown, it holds its shape pretty well. And then we can kind of decide which point we want as the front. And that's gonna be the main part of our crown. You can kind of see it coming together a little bit. So cute. So I'll leave that over there. Does it work on skin? Yes. I mean, it rubs off the skin relatively easily, but just be careful not to get too much on your fingers. Okay, we're gonna glue down this piece now. Oh, that's so beautiful. That nice smooth seam. Registration marks are good. Just lick it off. Probably wouldn't recommend that either, but you know, that's just me. Okay. Now that that's glued, these are two of our little rounded mushroom pieces, and we're going to glue them together at this little bevel here. Trying to get you to see it. Oh, mushroom. Because if you read the template here, it says connect to the mirrored edge. This one says it too, connect to the mirrored edge. So we kind of want these to alternate. So then this piece is gonna go here. Maybe this one's easier for you to see, because this one's on the indentation of the little mushroom pieces. So maybe we'll glue these together first, and you'll kind of see it come together. And you kind of see it? Glue, glue, glue. Again, you want it to be a relatively thin coat of glue. You don't want to smear a ton of this stuff on because then it'll take longer to dry. And the key to this kind of glue is to get it dry, because that's how it sticks. So yeah. Bit of a learning curve, but it's relatively pretty easy to use. Okay. We wait for these pieces to dry. And now we can stick this one together. It's kind of like what I said about how the gluing process takes quite some time because we have to wait for all these pieces to dry. But at least we can jump around back and forth. These pieces line up so perfectly. It's so satisfying. Time for bed. Have a good night. Super Mario Bros. Movie? I did, yeah. Again, we can always touch up more glued seams if we need to. I'm gonna grab a new piece of foam for our little glue brush. That's why you should keep your foam scraps around, even if it's just some kind of weird, funky looking piece. You can always cut strips to glue with. Oh, we want to make sure these pieces aren't touching. Informative and cozy? You want more crafting streams? That makes me happy to hear that you guys are also enjoying the crafting. So I wanted to start out with a super crown because it's relatively simple. Although I'm kind of doing it a little more complex with the more structured mushroom shape instead of just a dome. Like last time I made this. You're at a con right now? Are you actually cosplaying? I love cosplayers. Whenever I'm just like at a con, at least lately, because lately I've just been going to meet you guys, just being, you know, invited to these cons, hanging out with my friends. Cosplaying is really hard to do because I'm so busy running around doing a bunch of other stuff. And just like going to these cons, I like to look at all the cosplayers and just kind of like fawn over all their costumes and stuff. Okay, we'll leave that one there. Still a little tacky, so I'm gonna let those dry for a bit longer. Just trying to wipe off the cement on this. Probably don't use your hands for that, but I have no self-control. Don't eat it? That's okay. I'm not a caramel fan anyway. Believe it or not. It looks yummy, but you can't eat it. Trust me, if you could smell this stuff, you'd be like gagging. Not the good kind of gagging. Butterscotch? No, it's definitely not. Alright. Oh, oh. Those pieces stuck together just a little bit. Okay. Let's line these up. So there's registration marks on these pieces too. See how they're all lining up? This is where it gets a little tricky. You kind of have to bend and maneuver the foam because it is such a sharp curve at this point. It's kind of curving quite a bit. Also, why using contact cement is a great option, because with hot glue it'd be sliding around and you'd have to hold it in place for it to dry. So, at least in my opinion, contact cement is amazing. How'd you guys like my nails? I was a little self-conscious about them because they're so tiny. Again, always take your time with this stuff. And Gorilla Glue, you usually have to wait for it to dry while you're holding it together. We're almost there. Once you get to the last couple sections, I like to glue the end first. That way everything lines up perfectly at the tip, and then you can just kind of press the middle together. My pretty hands got contact cement all over them, but thank you. So now, if you guys are good at imagining things, this is 1/4 of the crown. So this is where, let me get it. I made some foam clay pieces earlier. I can talk more about foam clay. Hi, Sugi! I hope you're doing well. So, I made this little topper. You can see the little middle piece on the crown. So essentially, this goes like right here. So this is gonna hide all the pointy seams, and our little crown cushion will sit inside like this. You can kind of see that. Yeah? Our little mushroom. And then this little topper will go on top. And in addition to that, these little foam clay balls that I sculpted are gonna go on the tops like that. So that's what all these pieces are for. It's finally starting to come together now. Or at least in a way that'll probably make a little more sense to you guys. I'm doing awesome, Suki. Thank you. I'm just having fun gushing over cosplay right now. Yeah, so I'll talk more about foam clay when we're actually adding all the pieces on. But essentially, it's exactly what it sounds like. It's foam that has the properties of clay and can be sculpted into all different kinds of shapes. I made this little dome shape just out of sculpting the clay foam. And once it dries, it turns into regular squishy, like EVA foam. It's so cool. Will I be able to finish today? It depends on how long I go for. I probably shouldn't stream for too late because I have to be up at a reasonable hour. But I'll at least be able to get it all glued together and show you guys that. And then I could always finish the painting on another stream. It actually might be a good idea too, because since there's so many seams, I would probably want to use caulk to fill in these seams here. So that way it's less noticeable and it looks more like a smooth round mushroom. And this caulk takes some time to dry. I'm reading the instructions, give me a second. It's like covered in its own caulk. I can finish it today? Not if I want to caulk it. Let's see. Oh. Allow caulk to dry at least 2 hours before painting. Oh, wait a minute. With latex or oil-based paints, wait 36 hours before exposing to water. I'm using water-based paint. We can test that out. We can always test it out, right? No, it wouldn't be a 36-hour stream. I'm just saying I could end the stream by filling in all of these seams, and then I can come back to it and stream again once it's all dried, and we can all paint it. We can paint together. It's always really exciting seeing this stuff come together. Yeah, the magnet? I can show you that. So there's a little card here just separating it because it's very difficult to get this off. But essentially there's another magnet on the inside here. So I'm going to be embedding a magnet into the foam on the inside of the crown. And then I can just put another magnet on that side. And then when I wear it with a cosplay, normally you wear wigs. You don't have to. But I personally tend to wear wigs when I cosplay. And I can just put it between my head and the wig. I usually like to stick it inside the wig cap so it holds in place a little bit better. Yes, even if you have short hair, you should still wear a wig cap. It's very helpful. The start of a series? We'll see. Looking good. I'll glue this one too while I'm at it. I'd love to watch my streams like this. That makes me really happy. All these pieces started gluing together a little too soon. But I think that's okay. Sometimes they stick where you don't want them to stick, but you can kind of shape and stretch the foam if you have to. Make stuff for other VTubers, like I said, yeah? Yeah, I did get this camera for specifically for hand cam streams. It's an Elgato. It's actually asking me to update it right now. Later. When will the next cosplay stream be? Well, if we do decide to wait for a second painting stream, then it would probably be Monday. I can make Monday work. So we're gonna glue another one of these like flower petal looking pieces together. Now you think this is unique? I feel like I've seen some cosplayers stream crafting, but I haven't seen a VTuber stream cosplay crafting before. I'd watch this stuff. I love this stuff. I love watching people make stuff. Maybe that's just the cosplayer in me though. Yeah, you like that idea? Monday? It'll just be mostly a chill painting stream, but that's when we really start seeing it come together. Because then I'll also be adding the foam clay balls on top and the eyes, because the Super Crown has little eyes. And maybe we can glue on the little round bottom edge piece also today. But we'll see, we'll see. Cosplay Mondays has a nice ring to it. We'll see, we'll see. Maybe next stream, if it is Monday, on Monday, maybe we'll have a vote for what I make next on stream. If at that point you guys still think that watching paint dry live on twitch.tv is still a good stream idea, when we get to that part. Yes.
Gotta go, it's already 4:20 AM here.
Oh my goodness.
Keep up the great work.
Don't
Looking
worry.
forward to more crafting streams.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Chat goes wild for the paint drawing stream. Looking good. Only with me. Okay, we've got two more little pieces here to glue. And then we can start actually assembling the mushroom. Better than watching grass grow? Then we can do that. Probably better to split up the stream anyway because my housemates are probably gonna go to bed within the next hour or so, and I will have to use the heat gun and Dremel at some point, so I definitely don't want to be making noise when they're trying to sleep.
Hello,
Hi.
Sinder. How's progress on the cosplaying going?
It's good.
I hope you're having a good time zone right now.
I'm actually really happy. I'm in such a good mood. I love doing this stuff. It's just so cool that I can share my interests with you guys, and I can combine all my favorite things and my hobbies. It's just kind of like a chill stream. And just hang out to music. I can give you guys tips and advice if you're thinking about making something yourself.
Glad you felt comfortable doing it.
I felt totally fine doing it. It's just a matter of if you guys would like it. Because I don't want to stream anything that you guys wouldn't really be super into. Even though I'm passionate about it. You know, if you guys are like, Cinder, this is so boring. I'd be like, that's totally fine. I can do something else that I still enjoy. I mean, I don't have to make this super crown. It's not like it's necessary. So I would be fine not making it. But I'm happy that I can still make it with you guys. Alright. I'll go back and check on these. They're still like the tiniest bit tacky. So I'm gonna wait. I can't glue these pieces together yet because these go the same direction. So I can't really glue those pieces together. We need two opposite pieces to glue together. You enjoy seeing stuff being made as much as making stuff. I'm glad. And it'd be fun, like, I don't know, maybe we can make stuff together. If it's something a little simpler, maybe. Get a bonsai to put the super crown on. Aww. That sounds so cute. I guess I can still do a different step in the process while we wait for this to dry. In the meantime, I'm just gonna put this lid on because breathing this in for too long can give you headaches just because it's so strong and so toxic. So what we can do in the meantime is prepare this part of the crown. There's this little rounded edge. You can see it on my head too, the way that it looks on this super crown. So to make that, ideally you want a half foam dowel like this. I only have full foam dowels, just like a normal foam dowel. They do make these cut in half. This is just what I had laying around, so I'm just gonna cut this in half. I'm not necessarily making this crown for a specific character. I'm just making it to improve my current super crown that I have for my Bouette cosplay. But at least I'll have a more updated designed version of the super crown if I decide to cosplay Bouette again, or I don't know, another super crown lady. So I'm just gonna do my best to kind of cut this as close to the center as I can. Again, it's okay if it's not perfect. We can always fix it up with our Dremel, our rotary tool. It would be cute to make a version of this that's just on a headband. You know, if I want to give it to somebody. Or if somebody were to want to wear it for like a photo or something. Waluigiette? Wow. I wouldn't recommend doing it like this. I would recommend just finding a half foam dowel. But I am not about to go out and buy something that I could just make. And I think TNT Cosplay Supply might also sell these. I got this at a craft store in person, but check around online. There's a lot of different foam supplier stores that also have foam dowels, foam half dowels. They also make foam bevels, which are like little foam triangles instead of like rounded shapes. They make little triangles. So I'm just looking over and seeing which one looks the most even for my crown. So then, you can see it's kind of rough around the edges, but I can always Dremel that smooth to clean it up. But we don't necessarily need that. I'm not going to glue this on just yet because I want to refine it a little more and I don't want to bump anything that's already drying right now. But when you glue this on, you want to make sure that you start gluing it on the same seam because you don't want to just start gluing this on the front and then when you wrap it around, you have just like a random seam on a random part of the crown. I like to line up my seams if they need a seam. If there has to be a seam somewhere, I like to put it on the back where it's going to be as less visible as possible. And if they're all lined up, then it kind of looks like it's intentional. Like it was just made that way, which it was, but it just looks a little bit better. Make all seams match? Yeah, then you could fill them with caulk. Exactly. So then you're just going to want to glue this little half bevel that we made, or you could just buy one. It's a lot easier if you just buy one. And then our crown has this nice little rounded edge, like how it is in the references. It's really cute. Look at it. So I just wanted to make that cut that way. It was still something that I could work on while my glue is drying. That being said, it should be all set. How big is my clock? I should just leave it out, huh? It's like 2 hands big. 2 Sinder hands big. Time to glue these pieces. So we're gluing it to be like this one. Maybe even 3 if you count the tip. You guys. Oh, this is looking really pretty. Super flush seam. I love it. Registration marks lining up. We keep a gluing. What's happening? I just showed caulk on stream. No big deal. Yeah, for free. There, nice and pretty. Everything lines up. So now that we have 2 of these rounded mushroom pieces, this is where this beveled cut comes into play. So these are all the sides that we dremeled into a little bevel. And because we did that, when we glue these 2 pieces together, it's going to sit flush as the little indentation for the mushroom. So I'm gonna put some glue on that piece so I can actually show you. Let's see, we'll do these 2 sides. It is all coming together. It's always so exciting when you start seeing what you're making really take shape. Because at first it's all just foam pieces scattered about. What do you use to fill the gaps? Caulk! I just call it Quick Seal. That's the brand that I use, the specific kind of caulk. But, yeah. Quick Seal is what I normally call it. I'm just using caulk because it's haha funny stream content. Looking good. Make sure that you're putting glue on the right pieces. Yeah, every single, cosplay you see has started from just the tiniest bits of raw materials, even if it's foam or 3D printing, because 3D prints start as this roll of filament, and then all of the 3D models have to be sculpted digitally. So it's like all that work finally coming together. It's such a cool feeling. Now again, just a reminder, if you do want to get into cosplay and you want to be like me and enter in cosplay craftsmanship competitions, don't forget to take progress photos. You can take as many as you want. The more the better. 3D printed resin, yeah. Most cosplay from foam? Not exactly. It's very common to make stuff out of foam because it's very affordable. It's very forgiving, very easy to work with. But it really depends on what exactly you want it for. If you want to make something that's more durable, if you know that it might be a fragile piece of a costume and you want to make it out of something a little more structured, then foam might not be the best option. Especially if it's something like like shoe armor, right? You can absolutely make shoe armor out of foam, but you're walking around on it, you might scuff it a little bit, you might accidentally kick something, just like shoes are very, very tricky. So it might be a good idea to reinforce the foam on the back side, or even just cover it completely in Warbla, which is a thermoplastic. The only downside to that is that Warbla is very expensive and there's a bit of a learning curve. You also need specific tools like the heat gun to work with it. Mandalorian with actual steel. It's really cool to see like super, historically lore accurate builds. But one, they're usually really expensive, and two, they're usually really heavy.
I just had a thought. You
Yeah.
know how Jiri has Jiri's kitchen?
Yeah.
Well, what about Cinder's workbench?
It's
A
arts
show
and
where you
crafts.
get to show us how to put together little pieces of a cosplay, maybe not the whole thing, while giving us handy tips on cosplay.
That's kind of what this
That,
is.
I think, would be really cool.
I'm showing you guys how to make stuff. I'm giving you guys advice. Is that not kind of like what this is already? That was my intention. Another thing that people use real metal for is chainmail armor. I was gonna say that's what this is. I was hoping it came across that way. Use the mats to measure? Yeah. All of these squares are an inch big, an inch tall, and an inch wide. They're inch squares. Yeah. It's easy if you don't have like a ruler handy, or if your ruler is only 12 inches long and you want to do a measurement that's maybe 14 inches long, then the cutting mat's good for that. However, I do have meter-long rulers that are metal. That's just way overkill for this small project, but if I'm doing something really, really big on a very large scale, then those meter-long metal rulers are awesome. Yeah, I'm not sure how often I'll do these just because it is very time consuming, you know, because cooking takes 20 to 40 minutes depending on what you're making, but crafting is a little bit of a different story depending on how extensive the process is. Yeah. Yeah, scale mail. Yeah, scale mail looks fucking awesome. It's so badass. Reminding you it was called Warbler? Yeah, if there's like, you know, materials that you're looking for, I might be able to help you with that too. I am totally cool with that. No, not a specific character, just a super crown. The cool thing with making a super crown though is that you can use it for a bunch of different characters. Like let's say I use the super crown on my Bouette cosplay. I already cosplay Bouette. Maybe I also want to cosplay Bowsette. I can just pop on the same crown for both cosplays, and it saves time, money, and energy just by reusing pieces, which is 100% valid. Imagine Bowser with a super crown. Wow. That would be some nice art to see on the internet. I should try looking that up. Try to make a katana. Ooh. There are actually a lot of really, really well done YouTube tutorials on how to make katanas. All different kinds of swords. Actually, there's Demon Slayer katana crafting tutorials that are very, very informative and helpful. Even if it's not exactly what you're looking for, if you find a character or something very similar to what you need, you can always modify it to make it work for you. Like if you see a, I don't know, Tanjiro Demon Slayer sword, okay, maybe you're not gonna be making a Tanjiro cosplay, maybe you're gonna be making some other character with a samurai sword that's not even in Demon Slayer. You can still use those same techniques to make it your own and kind of customize it however you want it to be. Mitsuri sword would be difficult to make. Yeah, imagine if you made one of those. That'd be a crazy concept. Also, especially if you're extra and you want to make it the really cool bendy version, and you experiment with different ways to try to make sure it can bend without paint cracking. Drop everything. Hey, Joel. Oh, I just dripped. Let me just scoop that up. That's why I'm using this cruddy
I'm
cutting
planning on a
mat.
project. It's a leather jacket with chainmail layer underneath the leather and a gambus inlayer underneath the chain, and with my family crest displayed on my chest.
Damn. That sounds like a big project. I've always wanted to try leather working. And like staining the leather and using leather tools, like leather making tools and stuff. Like all the carving stuff for it. The porcelain police! Yeah, if I don't publish a VOD, it's either because there's copyrighted content, if I'm reacting to videos and stuff like that, or if there's copyrighted music in it. There's a couple different factors, but I upload as many VODs as possible onto my VOD YouTube channel. Leather smell. Hey Joel, are you still here, by the way? I have a question for you. Alright, so I was thinking, I was like, what if I have like this little bit where I make different cosplay pieces for my friends. Let's just say, theoretically, if I had happened to make, like, I don't know, a cute little frilly headband for, you know, somebody, would you ever wear something like that? Like, on your head? On your IRL man doll head? Just asking for a friend. Theoretically. Sure, wow. He seems very enthusiastic about that thought. I don't know. I don't know. Some people are like, I don't know about wearing this. Make him a Mario Party star so he finally has one. Aw, that's sweet, Joel. I'd love to eventually make something for all my friends. And I feel like this kind of stream theme would be fun. Because, like, yeah, making a super crown, like, everybody knows Mario, so it was kind of a nice, safe thing to do as my first crafting project. But then if it's like, making this insert VTuber names, whatever, then it's like, oh, VTuber. You have my attention. So these two pieces are dry now. We're gonna start forming finally one half of the mushroom on top of the super crown. So again, we want to make sure we line up. Everything as best as we can. So like I said before, this is why we wanted to add a little bevel onto our foam. What is that material? It's just EVA foam. Get like a big roll of it for 10 bucks maybe? Around there. Trying to get this tip. There! Now we have like a little lumpy do. It's a cute little lump. And then this goes inside of our crown. So this is half of the little mushroom part of the super crown. Now it looks a little more like, let me angle it a little bit better. There. You can kind of see it coming together. It does look like a little butt. So this is half of it now. It is coming together. And like I said, you can use the quick seal or any other kind of caulk to fill in all of these seams. And it's important to have these seams because it holds the curved shape, and it's a very strange, unique shape. Yeah, fill in the butt with caulk, exactly. And again, I have my little topper that will go on top. And I made it a little bit thicker than I needed to so I can cut the bottom of this off and put it at exactly the height that I need. It looks like a little bit too tall right now, but we'll see. Oh, I think I have the angle wrong. It should be like this. So this is like the front. Yeah, there we go. That's what it's gonna look like. Yeah. Yeah, that looks nice. So now, I'm gonna leave this off the side. Look at our little. It looks like titties. Look it. Oh no, it does look like a butt now. It looks like a. What do you think? Ass or titties? It's a butt. Okay. Still just a little bit tacky. You want to make sure it is all dry. It's a butt! Yay! Hmm. More brand risk gamer subs. It's so yummy. Think these should be good to glue now? Personality? You know what? Valid. Good rule of thumb is that the cleaner and as flush as these seams as you can get possible, the easier it is to fill them in later. You don't have to use as much filler. But you can also use a spray primer. Those also have like filling properties to them. But I'm not able to spray on stream. Sorry. No spraying here. "2016 background music." This is just stream beats. So I can keep the VOD up so I don't get copyright bonked by my music. Of course you can enjoy arts and crafts as an adult. Any age. It's like technically all these, you know, old ladies who knit and stuff. They're still crafting. Hell, you know what? If you want to color in a coloring book, you're an adult with money, go buy a coloring book. Go buy crayons. Nobody can tell you no, you're an adult. I'm telling you yes. Yeah, make macaroni art. Fuck it. Painting miniatures. That's another great idea. Restoring stuff. Yeah. That's really cool. I love seeing videos of like restoration projects where they clean up like old rusty knives and whatever. It's gonna come together so well. I'm so excited. You were able to do art at your work, your job? My old job let us do that too. It was like a volunteer kind of thing that we were doing. During the height of the panini, actually, the bank was still open because we were essential employees, essential workers. But even so, we didn't get a whole lot of people there because everybody was just kind of staying inside and doing stuff online, you know, online banking. So I had a lot of downtime at the bank during the panini. So my coworkers and I, we all decided to start putting together like this really big puzzle. So we had this puzzle just going. It was so much fun.
Oh my god, you're so fucking cute!
Thank you! Making sure these line up. Mm. So I glued these two pieces together first. So normally you probably think, well, we'll glue these two together and then glue them together like this. That might be the way to do it, but I wonder if it'll be easier just because of all of this like little intricate gluing together. It might be easier to line up these little tips one at a time. So that's what I'm gonna do. I can still glue everything together right now. You like the pun? You guys are always talking about my hands. I've always been self-conscious about my hands. You know, I'm glad you like them since you technically have to look at them for this stream. Alright. Make sure these pieces line up. You want to make arts and crafts official? Aww. I mean, I guess it technically kind of is official. I had this one customer come up to me when I was working, and she was like, "Do you play piano?" I was like, "No." She says, "You have such nice, long, slender fingers. You could be a pianist." I was like, "Lady, I play tuba." I definitely do not play piano. An official logo and everything. Graphic design is my passion. We'll see. You've been told that as a cellist? Yeah. We're almost done with the assembling. Pianist versus honk instrument. True. I could have said baritone or euphonium, but then they go, huh? What's that? And then you gotta like explain that it's like a small tuba. So I just say tuba, because everybody knows what a tuba is. It's the big honker. The big honkers. It all makes sense. Shoom. Shoom. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Might as well add glue to these pieces too. I was gonna wait, but I don't want to wait. No more waiting. If you fight because you have cuts on your hands? Oh no. Yeah, kitchen work. That'll beat up your hands. I mean, even just being a cosplayer, all the burns and cuts and glue have gotten stuck to my hands. You know, we just casually beating ourselves up. No big deal. Okay, so I'm going to glue only this side, and I'm gonna save this middle piece for last because I don't want all these pieces sticking together all at once, because it's very hard to pry these apart, if not impossible. Like I said earlier, you will rip the foam itself before you are able to rip apart the seam that you cement together. That's how strong this stuff is. You don't have to worry about this coming apart ever. The feeling of super glue on skin? Ooh, yeah, that's so unpleasant. Especially if you accidentally glue your fingers together. I feel like a lot of us have been there before. There. Oh, another thing with hot glue that I absolutely hate when I use
Sinder,
hot glue.
did you hear about the zombie poker game? It was
Huh?
a disaster. One threw in his hand, another laughed his head off, and the last cried his eyes out.
Oh no, that sounds messy. Another thing with hot glue is all the little glue webs. If you've ever used hot glue before, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's like tiny little clear strings that come off of the glued portions, and that shit gets everywhere. Then you have to clean it all up and fix it, because sometimes those strings can stick pretty well to the surfaces. It sucks, yeah. They do look like spider webs, yeah. I call them hot glue webs. But you know what? It's okay. We can use contact cement now. It's fun to watch, I'm glad. We're just watching glue dry right now, but it doesn't take that long for it to dry. Glitter? Oh my goodness. I've never used glitter in cosplay, and I don't think I ever will. I have used glitter spray paint. Not necessarily glitter, but it's like a very metallic, sparkly kind of spray paint that shines a little bit. Not necessarily glitter spray paint. Never used glitter spray paint. Actual, like, labeled glitter spray paint never works well because the glitter particles clog up the spray paint nozzle and it just either won't spray or it will spray unevenly and it'll just look really gross. So just use like metallics or hand paint on a glitter paint. Don't use spray on glitter.
Is it just me or does Twitch want me to go buy some food from Taco Bell?
I don't know. Maybe they're partnered. You want a Twitch taco? I have no idea. Rust-Oleum metallic spray paint? Yeah. It might have been that brand. I don't know, but yeah, usually metallic spray paint is the good kind of shiny. Anything advertised with glitter usually is not. Yeah, you can seal in the glitter. If anything, you know, if you are using glitter, 100% please seal your glitter. You do not want to get that everywhere. I think this should be good to go now. Dry enough. And connect. More pieces to our little butt here. I tend to work by holding pieces close to me, but I'm also trying to show you guys. And I have to look really close just to get it started. And we press it together. Get all our fun little registration marks in there. Yeah, short little baby nails. I know, I'm a little self-conscious about them. I had to cut them really short because I didn't want them getting in the way of any crafting. The shapes are satisfying? Hey, Kappa! You made a little bit of progress since then. Or since the last time you were here. But now, like, all these weird, shapey looking pieces are turning into this. And it's coming together, and it's starting to look like the pink super crown mushroom. Again, make sure you're lining up your registration marks, because if you aren't, then one piece of your foam is going to be longer than the other piece, and then they're not going to connect evenly together. So, be mindful. Now, again, when we get closer to our end goal, our end point here, you want to touch down on that area first, and then line everything up from there. I'll get a little bit closer. Thank you for the raid! Hold on, hold on! Hold on, hold on. I'm just gluing right now. Hold on, hold on. Okay. All but nothing! Thank you so much for the raid! Hi everyone! Hi raiders! Hello, hello, hello! My name is Sinder. I'm the Hellhound VTuber, and today we're making a super crown! This is the progress we're at right now. See? It's like the little mushroomy piece. And then we've got the little spots that we're also gonna glue on. It's coming together pretty well. Thank you again for the raid. I hope you guys had a fun stream. Thank you for sharing your community with me. I hope you guys like crafting. Everybody's so creative. There. I'm trying to press these seams together really well. Boop, 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 right there. Look how satisfying these all line up. That's why registration marks are so important. You make sure all these little lines, more or less, line up with each other. Seeing this glue together, contact cement is literally a fucking godsend. This piece is actually also dry and ready to glue together. So we're gonna glue this piece together first, and then we're gonna kind of pry open the final piece and glue together our last seam. I'm glad you like this process. I was really nervous because I didn't think it'd be too interesting being a VTuber, but you know, I'm glad you guys like it. I guess it's also the person too. Just being a cosplayer for a decade now is something I'm really passionate about. You can see the registration marks on the inside. I keep accidentally covering up my camera for my tracking, so I'm sorry if I look a little weird. I am really passionate about it. There. And the more pieces you have added on, the little more difficult it is to glue them together. Some pieces kind of get in the way of each other. You really have to maneuver it a little bit. It's easy to pinch it on the inside because we do have that bevel, and you can see how this angle is starting to line up because we beveled it. And that's what gets us this extra little curve in our little mushroom. Boop, boop. So yeah, pinching from the inside is very helpful, especially with an open bottom. Keep your bottoms open. Bottoms up. I'm just checking the registration marks. Making sure it's all good. Also trying to make sure I keep things in frame for you guys to see. Okay. This might not be completely dry all the way. Seems like it kind of wants to pop open a little, which is okay. We can add more glue. Or wait for it to dry longer, rather. You miss cosplaying? I don't have time anymore either. That's why I have to do it on
As soon as
stream.
I get paid, I'm going to get the pre-order for her signing, and as soon as I
Aw.
get the wolf plush, I'm going to post it on Twitter with
That
her
would
the
make me
signed
so
picture. And I wish
happy.
you luck in the future, Cinder,
Thank
and remember
you.
the PP gang loves you always.
Thank you so much. Thank you. The Streamily prints and acrylic standees will be available up until June 4th. Trying to really get this in there. Again, this little centerpiece doesn't need to be perfect because we're going to be covering that with another piece of foam. I'm trying to get a better hold on this. Okay, I'm thinking we add some more cement. And because we have a smaller space that we're working with, we're gonna use this angled tip here. You're so cool. Yeah, with my star, we're gonna rule. Peach, understand. I'm gonna love you till the very end. Peaches, 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 I love you. Peaches, 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 I love you. Peaches, peaches, rah! Thank you. That's a Little B Mills' cover of it. The Metal Peaches cover. We get a new foam scrap piece to glue.
Cosplay crafting, let's go.
Yeah.
Although, what's that part gonna be for? Cinder
So,
6
not completely assembled yet, but we're working on a super crown. The same crown that's on my head. So this is the crown portion. And then this is the little mushroom part that fits on the inside, like that. And once it's all glued down completely, it'll sit better in there. But essentially, that's what that part's for. It is all coming together, huh? So, while we wait for that to dry, let's glue something else together. Actually, you know what we can do? We can bust out the heat gun again, because I still have to heat seal this part of the foam, and then we can glue on our little foam half dowel around the bottom of the crown for the little roundy doo detail. Yeah! Wait, what? What, Red? What did Red do? Red, what are you doing?
No, Mommy! Don't do it again! Don't do it again! I'll be a good boy! I'll be a good boy! I promise! No, Mommy, don't hit me! Why'd you have to hit me like that, Mommy? Don't do it! You're hurting me! Why'd you have to be such a bitch? Why don't you fuck off and die? Why can't you just fuck off and die? Why can't you just leave here and die? Never stick your hand in my face again, bitch! Fuck you!
I don't need this shit! You stupid, sadistic, abusive fucking whore!
How would you like to see how it feels, Mommy?
Here it comes, get ready to die! Holy shit! Now I have to explain that to everybody! It's the whole thing! It's not just the one little tiny clip anymore! It's the whole thing with no background music! Oh my god.
Nanny TF.
I'm sorry you had to hear that, Ash. There's a song called Down with the Sickness by Disturbed, and there's an uncensored, unclean version where he says that part of the song, and I sang it for karaoke yesterday. Red, I fucking hate you. I hate you so much. Why is it the whole version?
No, mommy, don't do it again. Don't do it
Did your
again.
parents
I'll be a
catch your
good
stream
boy. I'll
yesterday,
be a
and what
good
did they
boy.
think of
I
it?
promise. No, mommy, don't hit me. Why'd you have to hit me like that, mommy? Don't do it. You're hurting me. Ah! Why'd you have to be such a bitch? Why don't you fuck up and die? Why can't you just fuck up and die? Why can't you just leave here and die? Never stick your hand in my face again, bitch. Fuck you. I don't need this shit. You stupid, sadistic, abusive fucking whore. Would you like to see how it feels, mommy? Here it comes. Get ready to die.
And then it goes, ooh, ah. Hope your mom doesn't hear this. Oh, my mom probably heard it during my karaoke stream last night. Holy shit.
Don't hit me like that, mommy. Yeah!
Both of them are there?
I need a
Don't
fun
hit me
game
like
to
that,
play.
mommy. Yeah!
Please don't. Oh my god. I'm just gonna try to finish this. Just gonna do my best. Ignore any potential distractions that come my way. Shadow Muramoso, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you so much. There you go.
Ties punk rock is fuck. Heroes working hard.
You're breaking immersion. Just press my dance punk.
Or you like it really rough. Ties punk rock is fuck. Ties punk rock is fuck. Give me more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alright. This is such a sharp curve that I'm trying to go around. It's putting a little bit of stress on the foam and glue. But that's okay, because the caulk can make it very, very strong. You're getting back to cosplay crafting too? Good luck! I hope your build goes well.
Pee pee poo poo.
Hi, Bao. So, let's see. I think I'll do this side here. It'll be hard picking. I guess it'll depend when I fill in all the seams.
First time I ever scrolled down on your stream, I found a new toy.
What? What do you mean, new toy? What does that mean? I'm scared. Thank you for the Betty's Droid. Psycho Ninja, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you so much. I'm a little scared, chat. I still have one more seam to glue down, but... pretty much. This is what we got. Oh! Thank you for the victory, Howljoy! Thank you! Oh, you discovered sound alerts. That's what it is. Uh-oh. Alright, let me glue this in so it kind of sits a little more flush. Another piece of foam to glue with. Cut up another scrap because we don't want to use good foam. We want these little tiny scrap pieces that we're probably not going to find a use for, but we can use it to glue with. Hi, Shucks! I like the crown. This is the one that I made before. This is my first version, but I didn't think it looked very accurate to the one on my head, like an actual super crown. So we're remaking it with like the little pillow mushroomy part. Yeah, crown 2.0, exactly. So it's gonna look like that. And, hold on. And I have these little balls that are gonna go on top. I might wanna make these a little bit bigger. I made them the same size as my existing crown, but I think I'm gonna make them a little bit bigger. And this little piece goes in the middle so it hides all of our shame. Yay, bigger balls!
I love Sinder. She's so hot and sexy. I want to get a 3rd-degree burn on my pussy.
Hi, Bow. And then after we glue on that last part, we're gonna glue on the little bevel. So now, just kind of like holding all these pieces in place here before they're even glued down and attached, you can kind of see how our super crown is coming together. Look it! So cool seeing it come together. Nix Nova, thank you for 7 months. Thank you so much.
No, Mommy, don't do it again.
No!
Don't do it again. I'll be a good boy.
No!
I'll be a good boy. I promise. No, Mommy, don't hit me. Why'd you have to hit me like that, Mommy? Don't do it. You're hurting me. Ah! Why'd you have to be such a bitch?
Look at you. Would you just fuck up and die? Look at you just sleep here and die. Look at you just sleep here and die. Never stick your hand in my face again, bitch. Fuck you! I don't need this shit, you stupid, sadistic, abusive fucking whore!
How would you like to see how it feels, Mommy?
Here it comes, get ready to die! Yeah, you never heard that alert before because Red just added it now. What a great idea. That was from my karaoke stream last night. Shaking. It's so stupid! Oh my goodness. My shame. Just all out there. DK rap? Oh, true. At least it's not my... I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say that. It's a very dangerous game. Red, don't you fucking... Are you doing that right now? Too late. Is it there already? Oh my goodness. He's gonna put on the fucking DK rap that I sang during the karaoke stream as a fucking sound alert. And then it's gonna be like, DK, Donkey Kong, every fucking 5 minutes. It's okay. Go to my happy place. Just gonna go to my happy place. You liked it? Well, I guess I'm glad. I'm glad. What'd I do during the stream? I've been making the super crown. My happy place gonna be full of monkeys soon. Oh no. Say it isn't so. Maybe I'll end the stream soon and we can pick up where we left off on Monday. Yeah, yeah. Thanks for coming today. I'll see you guys later. I gotta leave before it's too late. Hawkeye, thank you for 3 months. Amazing streams back to back. I'm glad you've been enjoying the streams. I know it's been like a lot of different things that I've been doing, but I want to do more unique streams like this. I want to do more collabs with my friends. I want to do all kinds of cool stuff. Okay, so for this piece, I kind of have to hold this open so that way the glue doesn't touch before it's dry. Because with contact cement, we want to make sure it's completely dry. I'm also going to cover this up a little bit so I'm not breathing that in the whole time. So, how's it going? ASMR karaoke and crafting? I'm glad you liked it. We also did collabs. It's been a lot of fun.
Mommy, don't do it again. Don't
been a
do
lot
it
of fun.
again. I'll be a good
It's been
boy.
so much fun.
Boy, I promise.
It's been a lot of fun
No, Mommy, don't hit
collabing
me.
with my friends
Why'd you
and
have
doing
to
a lot
hit
of
me
really
like
cool,
that, Mom?
unique
Don't
stream
do it.
content
You're hurting
and,
me.
you know, just
Why
hanging
do you
out,
have to be such
hanging out
a
with chat
bitch? Why don't
and,
you-
and,
why
and
don't you fuck off
having a
and
good
die?
time.
Why can't you
Just having a
fuck off
great,
and die?
great
Why
time
can't you
together.
just leave her
I
and
love
die?
streaming
Never stick your hand
and
on
I
my
love my
face
community
again, bitch.
so much. Thank you for the level 8 hype train, by the way. Thank you. Thank you very much. You a wonderful, wonderful chat.
Would you like to see
I
how
would
it
love to
feels,
see you guys
Mommy?
come back
Here
for
it
that
comes.
stream.
Get ready to
Yeah, that's great. Joy discovering sound alerts.
Real cosplay Sinder said, "It be fun." Sinder said.
This could have happened during any stream. Monkey cosplay. DK. Thank you for all the cheers, though, Troy. Thank you. Oh my god. My Cindy Kong, no! No, somebody's gonna make fan art of that. Smashy! Thank you for 17 months. Thank you so much. Thank you. Too late, no. Oh my goodness.
BK cosplay when?
Never. Red sent me a happy peepo in DMs, what the hell? He's up to something. He's up to fucking
Valorant
mischief.
or Raft?
What? What does that mean? I haven't played Valorant before. Konget! Don't give me ideas. Science has gone too far. You've heard of cat girls. Now get ready for this cute little monkey girl. That would actually kind of make sense. Because aren't we... I don't know. Are humans relatively close in species to like primates? Return to monkey? Yeah. Different families. Oh. Interesting. I'm a wolf, I wouldn't know. Anyway. This can dry faster. It can. Please fucking hurry up and dry. Just a little bit of glue chunk on here. It's a little chunky. Yeah, cosplay is a very expensive hobby. Very, very expensive. A can of compressed air, I don't know. Yeah, let's dance while we wait for this to dry. I still have to hold this open. Cause you got that. Cause you got that. Cause you got that. Cause you got that. Okay, hopefully it's dry now. If it's not, oh well. I'm just gonna see if it is. I did listen to Little B's new cover. A banger as always. Yeah, with my star we're gonna rule. Understand, I'm gonna love you till the very end. Peaches, 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 I love you. Peaches, 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 I love you. Peaches, peaches. Pafuxin, thank you for 2 months. Thank you, thank you. Almost there. Just about. You got my date night poster! Thank you so much! Thank you for all the Streamly orders. I appreciate it so much. I can't wait to sign them all! I will be doing a hand cam for the Streamly signings too. I'm very excited. It was a lot of fun last time. Have to touch up some of the glue, but that's okay. Can always fill it in with more caulk also. Very nice caulk. Gotta make sure this is also lined up evenly. What do you think? Does it kind of look like the crown on my head? Make sure the seam lines up with the point there. You like it? That's good so far! Awesome! Nice caulk. This is the caulk. We'll be caulking our holes soon. Yeah. It's a little uneven because I still have to fix the glue, and I also have to fill in all these lines. Also, gotta rotate it more. No, a little less. A little less. I want the tip to line up. Yeah, like that, kind of. Does that look better?
Where do you source your phone?
If I can't find it in person at the local craft stores, then I go to tntcosplaysupply.com, I think is what it is. TNT Cosplay. They sell like the big rolls of foam sheets. Look at it come together! And then all the little balls and stuff. I love just like holding things up and just seeing how it's like looking. So like I said before, I think I'm gonna want to make these balls bigger because this is turning out bigger than I expected it to be. So I want the balls to be bigger. Again, these are made out of foam clay, so these need some extra time to dry. So I won't be able to attach them today if I make new ones. But I did also make the eyes. Just gonna see if the eyes are maybe too small. So these little nubs are the eyes. I made them a little thicker than I needed to just so I can cut these down, and then that way there's a flat surface. Oh no, those look like about the right size, because then we have the strip of foam that's gonna be at the bottom. Yeah, I think those will be cute eyes. Those look like a good size. I'd say so, yeah. What do you think? Yes, yes, bigger balls. Don't worry. So, another step. I'm gonna go back in and add some more contact cement here. But before we glue in the mushroom, there's a very important step that we have to do in order to finish assembling our crown. I think I still have enough room on this leftover piece here. Yeah. We need a base, a circular base, so that way our crown has a bottom to it. So, let's make that. Let's actually trace it on this side. You know what? I have a flat piece of foam. It'll make my life a lot easier. There we go. Mm-hmm. So, the purpose of doing this like this is so we can trace the inside. Roughly. We don't want to do it around the outside because it's 6mm foam, so it would be way too thick and we'd have to just trim it down anyway for it to fit inside this hole. So we're just gonna cut it out. And this should be the last foam piece we have to cut out. Minus the foam clay, but that's a little different. Laugh at cock jokes too much. Haha, funny pee-pee joke. I do have human hands. If you watch my lore video, I was transformed into a half hellhound, half human monstrosity and banished to the mortal realm. So it's just a curse. Now we have a circle. And now we will glue like this. So we have a little base now. I think I cut a little bit too much off. It's not a perfect circle, but you know what? We're not here for perfection. We're here for... I mean, I'm a perfectionist, but you know what? Let me try this again. Putting it in there. You can also put more cock.
It's confirmed, boys.
What?
Sinder was actually cursed with the boober.
I was cursed to be a busty anime girl. I'm gonna try this again. I'm just gonna try it, but better. See if I can angle this a little bit differently. Make it a little more round. Damn, this low-key a bob. Let's try that. The mistake I made last time was that I cut on the inside of the Sharpie when rather I should be cutting on the outside of the Sharpie. And that foam won't go to waste. I can always use it for something else, cut it into something else, use it as scrap foam to glue with. Stuff like that. So we're gonna cut outside of our Sharpie line. And again, this edge doesn't have to be perfect, so we can just cut it out with scissors instead of a knife or blade. Boop. Like so. And then we glue this in there. Like that. And then we can always put filler in here too if we want to make it look extra pretty. But that way we have a base, and then we can also have something to glue our little mushroom part to at the bottom here. That way it's all nice and straight once we have that in there. Although I put it in the wrong spot, but you get the idea. Scorcia, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you so much. Alrighty, so I think it will be easier to glue on our little bevel first because we'll be able to hold the inside of the crown a little bit easier while we glue this on, like this. So we'll put the bottom piece in after we glue on the bevel, but to do that I need to go get my heat gun, so I'm gonna go grab that. I'll be right back. I set it aside very far away so it wouldn't burn anything and it wouldn't knock it over. There. It's been some time since we used the heat gun last, but it still could be hot, so we still want to be careful. It's all plugged in. So now we are going to heat seal this part of the crown. It'll also melt away any imperfections that we might have. And we can also use the Dremel tool if we maybe made some messier cuts. You have the same heat gun? Hell yeah! Okay, it's gonna be a little noisy. Okay. Be very careful. Trust me, I've used this thing since before I was an adult, pretty much. I've been using this as a little kid. I'm always very safe. And I can take the heat. Alright, so there's like a tiny little bit of imperfections where the crown was cut. So I am just going to turn on my Dremel really quick and fix those up. But first, I'm going to put my heat gun back across the room on a different table so I don't accidentally bump it and knock it over and burn everything. I would never do anything like that. So I'll be right back. Vodka and gamer subs? Yo! You're having a great time. What flavor though? That's the question. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. Now I'm gonna bring back out the Dremel. This one's a teeny bit louder. Wear eye protection, wear a mask. There's a lot of fumes when you're sanding the foam like this. Also, when you use the heat gun, you can shape the foam if it's not in a shape that you want it to be. So we can actually, you know, like bend these outward the tiniest little bit to make it look more like the super crown. Like that. I'm gonna fix up some of these little rough edges. Actually, hold on. You guys see how... Take this out. There's a little bolt at the top here. We don't want that. So I am going to... my little kit back out. Boop. Let me see. I should be able to slide it up a little. Oh yeah, I think I looked earlier and there wasn't really a screw. But you know what? I can grab Wait, where's the fat sanding bit? I wonder if my dad might have taken it out because he was using this. This Dremel. Okay, I'm just gonna try to pull it a little. I don't think I can do that. So, what I would want to do, maybe I can unscrew it with my hands. I'll find a little screwdriver here, but we want the bit to be higher than the screw here, and I'll show you why. I'll show you why. It is coming unscrewed actually, with my hands. Oh, I got it. Okay. Just trying to push it up. Push. 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 It's hard to do on this small one. No, we're just gonna try to make it work. Yeah, I am trying to pull it out further than the rubber, but it doesn't want to pull out because it's such a small bit. It's giving me a little bit of a hard time. We're just gonna try making it work. Okay. This bit is getting old. It really is. I'm just screwing it back on right now. Tippy! Thank you so much for the raid. I'm just screwing right now. Sorry. With my bare hands. Hi everyone. Hi raiders. I'm Sinder, the Hellhound VTuber. And right now I'm playing with power tools. We're actually making a super crown, the same crown that's on my head. I'm a cosplayer, so I decided to combine my favorite things. Okay, we have established that this Dremel bit does not want to cooperate, but that's okay, because we can still use it anyway. So I'm gonna put this back in here. And tighten it. Come on. Tighten for me. There we go. Nice and tight so it doesn't come out.
I
Hello!
got off of work early and am going to be here for the rest of stream.
Hell yeah.
Hopefully it hasn't been too chaotic.
No, of course not. I'm gonna be dremeling again. I'm also going to be dremeling into this little base piece of foam, and I'm going to show you why. So I think I want... I'm going to establish what I want as the top and the bottom. So I'm thinking...
Mommy, don't do it again! Don't do it again! I'll be a good boy! I'll be a good boy!
Droid!
I promise! No, Mommy, don't hit me!
Droid!
Why'd you have to hit me like that, Mommy? Don't do it! You're hurting me! Ow! Why'd you have to be such a bitch? Why don't you fuck up and die? Why can't you just fuck up and die? Why can't
Anyway. That's the lyrics to Down with the Sickness, and I was singing it on my karaoke stream last night. Thank you for the bits. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna fix this up a little.
Don't hit me like that, mommy! Yeah!
Oh my god.
Jump scare!
I was gonna ask, should I even ask
Look
where
out!
the new
Watch out
sound
for the
alert
cock!
came from? But you did it for me. So,
It's the cock! Jump scare! Cock jump scare! Gotta watch out for those. They'll just jump out at you. A little bit better. Think my housemates heard it? Oh shit, they're probably asleep. It's almost midnight. They usually don't ask me about things, so... They're like, yeah, that's just Sinder. Nice. Looking good. We'll probably have this as the front side, and then we will drill a hole. Hi, Yuzu! Hi, cutie pie! Hi, everybody! Hi,
probably still think
Raiders!
you're making prom.
Hello! My name is Sinder. I'm the Hellhound VTuber, and today we're working on making a super crown, the same crown that's on my head. We've got like the little mushroom part, we've got the crown part, we've got, we're just about to glue on the little trim here. Yeah, it's coming together, my little super crown. We've been very distracted by suspicious sound alerts. I hope you don't mind a little sus. But thank you so much. Thank you, Yuzu. I love you.
So
I hope you had a good stream.
I want to get a 3rd-degree burn on my.
We should hang out soon. I miss you so much. Anyway, before I put my Dremel away, we're gonna drill this piece. We wanna drill it somewhere in the middle.
Just making
No, Mommy,
tomorrow
don't do it
and one of
again.
your
Don't do it
roommates
again.
us,
I'll be a good
you've got
boy.
jump
I'll be
scare
a good boy.
Huh?
I promise. No, Mommy, don't hit me. No. Why'd you have to hit me like that, Mommy? Don't do it. You're hurting me. Stop. Why'd you have to be such a bitch? Why don't you? Why don't you fuck up and die? Why can't you just fuck up and die? Why can't you just leave here and die? Never stick your hand in my face again.
I don't feel this way about no.
I don't need this shit. You stupid, sadistic, abusive fucking whore. How would you like to see how it feels, Mommy? Here it comes. Get ready to die. Don't hit me like that, Mommy. No!
Endless fucking suffering. Holy shit. You guys know the song Down with the Sickness? The song that's like, ooh, ah, 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 and then people meme on it a lot. Yeah, that part is in the, like, uncut, unclean version. It's really... I had a karaoke stream last night. This is like, what, the 4th, 5th time that's been fucking played? Holy shit. Anyway, like I was saying, the reason why I wanted to...
Don't hit me like
I wanted to try moving this Dremel bit up higher past the screw is because the thicker sanding drum is actually the perfect circumference for our magnets that I'm going to be using for embedding the magnet. Let me show you my first version of the Super Crown. This has a magnet attachment. It goes underneath my wig, and there is another magnet on the inside here. So it magnets together to hold it on. They're very strong magnets, so we gotta be careful. But it is the pretty much exact same circumference. But because I'm not able to attach the big attachment right now, we're just gonna make do with the little one. So we want to just kind of This is not working very well with just like the screw. It's like jumping around a lot. But just know, if I was able to attach the bigger sanding bit, it like perfectly goes like right exactly what you need it to do. But we're gonna try to make do with this. You also want to be careful not to drill through to the bottom. You just want to drill out a little bit of this thick piece of foam. It doesn't have to be pretty. I'm just gonna try that. Let me get my magnet out. Magnet. Right here. And we made kind of like this tiny little divot for our magnet. It doesn't have to be exactly centered, but just centered enough. And then we're going to contact cement the magnet in place. And ideally what I would do is glue like a piece of fabric on top to help secure it in, but we can just use some more 2mm foam. I have some more of that here. So we can just cut a little patch, glue it down so it's really secure, because we don't want to risk anything popping this magnet out. It shouldn't, because it's only going to be pulled from this side. You also want to check the poles. Make sure that, this is why I keep them in little fabric pockets, because they're very, very strong when they're touching directly. So you want to make sure that you're not gonna put them on opposite sides and that it will stick. Yes, it does help ensure its enclosure. That's why I like to do it. Foam, fabric, either one helps. I'm also gonna try to just press this in a little bit more. Gonna really get it in there. It's time. Time for what? Time for what? I'm gonna glue this in now, by the way. I'll cut out a little bit more.
This stream is the equivalent
It's
of
fucking
students
Donkey
taking
Kong.
notes during class because the teacher's hot.
What
In
is this?
case, the teacher's cute.
Oh, it's the rap.
For you.
No!
If you know the way,
No!
you can join in too. Put your hands together if you wanna clap. As we
I'm
take
gonna
you
fucking
through
perish.
this monkey rap.
DK.
Donkey Kong, the leader of the bunch.
Is this
You
the
know
whole
him
fucking
well.
song?
He's finally back to kick some tail. His coconut gun can fire in sparks. If he shoots ya, it's gonna hurt. He's bigger, he's faster, and stronger too. He's the first member
I hate
of
this.
the DK crew. Huh.
I hate this so much.
Donkey Kong.
I'm just gonna work.
DK.
Just let me work. Leave me alone.
Donkey Kong.
Oh, okay. Okay, it's not the whole song. Holy shit. What a nightmare. Oh my god, I hated that. Pokey Rap. I can flawlessly recite the Pokey Rap.
Electro, Diglett, Nidoran, Mankey, Venusaur, Rattata, Pharaoh, Pidgey, Seeking, Jolteon, Dragonite, Ghastly, Ponyta, Vaporeon, Poliwrath, Butterfree, catch 'em, gotta catch 'em all, gotta catch 'em all, Pokemon! Zubat, Primate, Meowth, Onix, Geodude, Rapidash, Magneton, Snorlax, Gengar, Tangela, Goldeen, Spearow! One thing, I don't know why, it doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind, I designed this rhyme to explain in due time. Watch it fly by as the pendulum swings. Watch it count down till the end of the day. The clock ticks life away, it's so unreal. Didn't look out below. Watch the time go right out the window. Trying to hold on, didn't even know I wasted it all just to watch you go. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I love it. So we're gonna set that aside to dry. For those of you who are new here, I'm working with contact cement. It's very smelly. You should be using this stuff in a well-ventilated area. I am not doing that, so I'm probably gonna get high.
There's a po crap. Play it.
Am I gonna get bonked? I might get copyright bonked for playing it. I don't know. Probably. Yeah. And I want to keep this stream up. I want to keep the VOD up. Let me get a thicker scrap piece of foam to use to glue. Just because the... the edging... Wait a minute. The edge. The foam edge that we're using to put on the crown is thick, and I want it to cover the whole surface. That's what I mean. Yeah, the outer trim. Exactly, the trim. The trim! So, that's what we're gonna work on now. Just making sure that the way I cut this dowel is even. Like I said before, ideally you want to just buy a foam half dowel, but I had to cut mine myself because I only had whole dowels. Just gonna make a little tiny cut so it's a little more manageable. And we are going to put contact cement on one side. I don't want to glue it too high up because I don't want the glue to show for when we paint it. I could make a line and just kind of draw on a guide. But those are for professionals, and that's definitely what I am. Actually, I am a professional. If you call a master level craftsman professional, technically is, which is what I am. But you know what? Sometimes we can do things the lazy way. This isn't for a competition, but you know, I always like to make my best work. So I'm gonna make this as good as I can. When you realize you are a professional. Oops. Sorry if you can't see anything.
Also, a quick side note, but I'm pretty sure someone got a clip of you singing the DK rap from yesterday.
That would be unfortunate. It's always awkward when karaoke streams are clipped because there's no audio. Like, no background music. Boop, 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 boom. Why clip it when there's a sound alert we can play every stream? No. You guys like to watch the world burn. At my expense. He has a point. Oh no. Oh boy. What am I gonna do with you, chat? We wait for this to dry. Make sure it's all smooth. And then we put some on the other piece we're gluing. And then once this glue is dry, it will stick and it will never ever come apart. You can pull on it as hard as you want, but it is not going anywhere. Have the pups neutered. I mean, I don't think they like that very much. You are a pyro pup, though. Self-neutering? You into that? Oops. Ah. I'm trying to work around my mic and all my other stuff on my desk. I keep accidentally getting my...
like that, mommy! Yeah!
Accidentally getting my hand stuck. Oh no, help me, chat. I'm stuck. This is the glue trap. I'm probably gonna die. Contact cement would be such a brutal way to go. And it stinks.
I can't unhear that.
It's really smelly. There's a bit of an overlap, so you don't have to glue all the way to this end. Oh, that smells.
Raises hat teacher, I have a question. What are some of your best and favorite cosplays so far?
I couldn't answer that question without doxing myself, but if we're very vague about it, Danganronpa, yeah! I've cosplayed like a dozen Danganronpa characters, so I love Danganronpa. The Shizoi! Thank you for 4 months! Thank you so much, thank you! Pixel! Thank you for 3 months, thank you. Eye in the Sky, thank you for 7 months, thank you so much, thank you. Schmitty, thank you for 3 months, thank you! I really appreciate it. I might have missed some. I'm sorry if I did. I'm trying to do my best. Keeping up with it all. Still a little tacky. Still a little bit tacky. I am doing a cosplay crafting stream. Yeah, we're just waiting for some contact cement to dry. I'm just kind of rubbing off the glue on my fingers. So what we can do in the meantime is cut a little patch out of some 2mm foam. Doesn't have to be perfect.
I cosplayed Kakashi and 2 people asked me to do the 1,000 years of death to them.
The what? Is that a sex joke? I know who Kakashi is, but I don't understand. The mold EVA foam? Like, foam clay? Is that what you mean? This stuff? Oh, the finger to the ass. Oh, so it is a sex joke. Yeah, this is foam clay. I will be working with it again relatively soon. My magnets are sticking to themselves. I'm gonna pry it off. Gotta wake up early tomorrow? Yeah, me too. It's currently midnight. I have so much off screen that you can't see that's just like piled up on my desk, all my materials. Okay. Let's try gluing this down now. Again, this doesn't have to be pretty because this is going to be completely encased on the inside of our crown. Wakes up early on a Sunday. I have a meeting. Nice. So, our other magnet will stick to the outside. Just like that. But we want to make sure that it's still secure in there. So I'm going to glue down this piece of foam as an extra little safety measure. Normal to have a messy desk? Well, it's just like cluttered with a bunch of cosplay supplies right now. It's usually not like that. Got a bunch of foam scraps and my paints are out. The caulk is out. My caulk's on screen, actually. He's taking his caulk out. Like that. We glue the other side. A little too much on there, so I'm just trying to scrape the excess off. Should be good. We're gonna set that aside to dry. And in the meantime, let's attach our trim. Like I said before, we want to start gluing this on the seam. So that way our seams line up and then it looks extra pretty and intentional. Let me make sure this is lined up like that. And we're just gonna glue around the bottom edge there. Try to keep it as flush as possible. Thank you for the compliments on my nails. I appreciate them.
Whenever WeebCon happens next year, I'll cosplay as a Pokemon trainer. It will give me an excuse to show you my emotional support plushie, my adorable sleeping Charmander.
Aww.
Cinder 6 hearts, Cinder 6
I love those
heart.
sleeping plushies. They're so cute. Yeah, the contact cement only adheres to other contact cement. It's sticky, fresh out of the can, but when it's dry, it's just tacky. It's not sticky at all. It only sticks to itself. Make sure it all lines up around the edge. Not tired? I've pulled countless all-nighters making cosplay before, so this is like nothing to me. If anything, it's kind of nostalgic. Feels like I'm back in my element again. I'm glad you're having a good time vibing, Jeremy. Good. So that's glued on now. Yeah. We'll finish it off. You want to do this in small increments. So you don't want to cut off too much. But you can always stretch it to fit. Make sure your cut is as straight as possible. It's okay if your cut's a little gay. And then we'll put a little glue on those sides and they will line up like that. Because there's a bit of an angle, I'm gonna cut a bit of an angle. That should be good. That's one way of saying it. Bust out our glue again. We can use a smaller piece of foam. We want one with like a pointy tip where you can just cut it like that. And we're gonna stick it in here. Jeremy, are you being sus in my chat? What the hell, man? Like that. What? How did you do that? Hand placement. Huh, is that the new excuse people are using nowadays? That's interesting. Just a lid. I'm gluing this little patch on now, so this is totally dry. This isn't sticky at all. But then, once we attach it to this, that's not going anywhere. Jeremy's coping. Alright. Now that that magnet is in there, I'll probably add some more contact cement in these little corners here. It's starting to like come apart just a little bit, just because I don't think I waited long enough for the glue to dry. But you can see all our registration marks, everything's all lined up. But we don't want this showing. Just like a gross kind of bottom. All bottoms are beautiful, but you know, sometimes we just don't want them to show. So you want to make sure that this little magnet portion is on the inside. And then we're going to glue this little disc in like that. So it's keeps its nice round shape, and we have something for an attachment now. Yeah. Is there a crown? This just gets like pushed up in there. Crown base with a little foam edge now. It's coming together! It's so exciting! Yee! So, let me see if this is dry. Connect these pieces together. We've got our seam that's all lined up, and we can still fill it in with Quick Seal, the caulk. Flat surface on the inside for the bottom to glue to. So essentially what we're doing is we're gluing this edge in here to this edge on the side of the disc. So how we're gonna glue this on is just, we're gonna start on one edge like that, and we're just gonna work our way around until it's all glued on. So I'm gonna do this in sections.
I have a small challenge for you.
Uh-oh.
Basically, I have this gut skull mask that I was gonna use for a super cool Ghost Rider cosplay, but my mom says that it looks like a cult mask. I still have it, but now I'm thinking about turning it into a dragon mask.
Ooh.
Any suggestions? What would you do in my situation?
Well, just because my parents said it looked like something else hasn't stopped me before in the past. I say, do what you want to do, because it's your costume, and that's not what it is, even though it looks like it. Just because I cosplayed Yuno Gasai in her black dress, and my mom said I look like a dominatrix, does not mean that that's what I was. So if you want to cosplay Ghost Rider, and your mom thinks you look like a cult member, then so be it! But I like the dragon. I like the dragon idea too. I think that's also really cool. Get creative with it. Just have fun with it. Based Mama Wolf. It was a fun cosplay. Wasn't supposed to be sus. Did my stream die a little bit? Am I still here? Hello? We're good? Still here, okay. My OBS screen kind of flashed a little bit, so I was just a little concerned. I'm glad you're still here. Now, just putting the cement here. No, it was, if you're familiar with Future Diary and Yuno Gasai, there's a part in the anime where she wears a black dress and she's got like a machine gun and stuff. Yeah, that's what I was cosplaying, but because I'm kind of curvy and she has like tall boots and she's got the garters connecting her lacy thigh highs. I don't know if they were lacy, mine were lacy. Cause I was like, I'm gonna be hot as fuck. My mom was like, are you supposed to be a dominatrix? I was like, no mom, I'm an anime girl. It was really fun to wear, and I played around with fake blood, because Yuno is a yandere, so I had like a photo shoot, like a really cool photo shoot with fake blood. I've gone to a lot of really cool photo shoot locations and have had a lot of cool photo shoot concepts and stuff. Okay, the inside has contact cement, so now we're gonna go around the outside of this. No pics. I'm not looking to dox myself. I'm comfortable talking about it because Yuno is a very popular character who is cosplayed a lot. So I'm okay with talking about that one. It's when they get to like the more obscure characters where I'm like, maybe not. As much as I'd love to gush about those characters because I love them so much, it's just not in my best interest. Yeah, Mirai Nikki, Feature Diary. Yuno Gasai. Yeah. She's got like 2 different outfits, I think. I don't remember, it was a while ago. There! Oh, nice and covered and sticky. Don't really have anywhere to put this. I'm just gonna have to hold it till it dries. Dry, 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 dry. Dry, 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 dry. Dry, 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 dry. Dry, 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 dry. Dry, 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 dry. She isn't yandere, she's just psycho. What do you think yandere is? If I scream at it, ah! 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 I can probably just put it down like that. So, I suppose I will also put a little more contact cement in these seams here, and then I can start filling them with caulk. I wanted to get this build done in one stream, but because caulk is looking more and more like a good option, I wasn't going to at first. I didn't think I'd need it, but with all the seams, I think it would benefit from filler, with some quick seal filler. And since that takes up to 38 hours to 36 hours to fully cure and dry, what I'm going to do is wait till my next stream, and then we will finish the super crown. We'll do all the painting and all the little detail work then on Monday. Also gives me some time to remake the foam clay pieces, the little balls on top. You could just use like a bead, or they make little wooden marble kind of things. I like to keep things as lightweight as possible, especially if it's going to be on my head. You don't want to get headaches. I've had heavy headpieces before, and it is not a fun time. So I'm using foam clay. Making a super crown, the thing that's on my head right now. Fill those in a little more. Looks good. Where's the lid? Yoink! Okay, wait for that to dry. Take a sip of my brand risk gamer sups, the new peach mango flavor. So yummy. That's good stuff. I did say gamer subs. You thought it was easier, but it's difficult? It's not. There's just a lot of steps, I feel. And you don't have to make it this fancy. The mushroom piece took up a lot of our time, but in the first version I made, It's just like a plastic dome that I used. Kind of like one of those DIY ornaments. It's just like a plastic globe. You can usually find them cut in half or full circles, and you can just cut them yourself. So we can go through patterning and cutting out all the foam and gluing all these tiny little pieces together. If you want something more simple, it's not an accurate shape to what the Super Crown looks like, but it is an option. If you want something a little simpler, a little less work, less labor. Want to get into cosplay but don't know how or where to start? Well, the first step is often argued to be the hardest step, and that is picking what to make, what character to cosplay, what franchise to cosplay from, and narrowing that down sometimes can be very difficult. Because, like, me personally, I have a list a mile long of stuff I want to make. Especially back in the day, at the height of my cosplay days, I had so much that I wanted to do. So that's the first step. Picking what you want to make. And then from there, Google stuff. Cosplay is so easily, and not easily, but more accessible. It's so much more accessible than it was 10 years ago when I first started. There's tutorials on just about everything that you can think of. There's printable patterns now that you can download and make yourself. Sorry, the contact cement's getting to my nose. Even store-bought cosplays. There are so many cosplay websites where you can just buy pre-made cosplays. You don't even have to make it yourself. If you want to cosplay, I don't know, Naruto, you can just buy that stuff. It's so easy. So easy. Ned, thank you for the 2 gift subs. Thank you so much. Thank you, chat. Thank you. So, I suppose I can show you guys how foam clay works. We can do a little bit of sculpting while we're still here, while we're waiting for our glue to dry. So, foam clay is exactly what it sounds like. It is clay, or it's foam with clay-like properties. So, we scoop a little out. Put the lid back on, because you don't want this whole bucket to dry out. And you can sculpt it like clay. This is how I made the little balls on top of my crown. This is fucking massive, but essentially this is how it works. And then you leave it to dry. Recommended 48 hours for it to fully cure. And then it turns into foam. Squishy foam. See the difference between the clay and the foam? So you can sand this, you can paint it, you can carve it, whatever you need to do when it fully cures into foam. Yeah! It's a lot of fun. So I want to make sure that my balls are big enough. Because what I did is I sculpted these balls after the ones for my original Super Crown. But these look a little too small for this one. So let's sculpt some new ones. Knowing how knowledgeable I am. The thing is that this was my life. This was my everything. Before I started making audios, before I became a VTuber, like, this is how I made money. I would compete and win, and I'd get all these prizes and cash and materials and gift cards to buy more materials, and I would do photo shoots and all kinds of stuff. It got to the point that I actually wanted to start making things and selling, like, if I were to make a ton of these, I would sell them, or I could do resin castings. I could make a sculpt and then cast it out of resin and just make a bunch of casts and sell those. I thought about selling cosplay prints. I was very, very close to selling cosplay prints. And right before I made my ASMR channel, 3 years ago, right before then, I was like days away from making an OnlyFans for my cosplay stuff. So do what you will with that information. I almost became an OnlyFans cosplay girl if I wasn't an online anime girl virtually behind a screen. The more you know. So who knows? Maybe in an alternate universe, that's how I'm making a living instead of streaming. Yeah, fans only. My dad suggested I make a fans only account for my VTuber model and get risque outfits. It's like, oh my god, Dad. What a businessman. Like a tiny bit smaller. Why not both? Because I don't have the time. Like, making a whole cosplay. Getting into cosplay. Getting the makeup on. Finding a location shoot. Or setting up an at-home photo studio. Or going to a photo studio. Renting out the space. And taking photos. And then editing the photos. Like, it's a lengthy process. It's a lot of work. It's also very stressful on the mind because cosplay has become very much about appearances and the way you look, and people judge you for the way you look. Like, first glance, it'll be like, oh, that's a good cosplayer. Oh, that's a bad cosplayer. Because people are so judgmental based off of appearances. And there's just, the beauty standards are so high sometimes in certain areas of the cosplay community, and it's just like really overwhelming, and it's just not a fun time when people are always comparing others based on how they look, and who's the prettiest and who has the most canon looking cosplay. And it's just like, that's not what this is about. And I feel like cosplay has lost a lot of its meaning over time. We're supposed to have fun with it. Like, it's supposed to be fun. We're all nerds dressing up as fictional anime characters. So don't let anybody else deter you from doing what you want. I've had so many people come to me for advice, and they're like, hey, I want to cosplay so-and-so character. Let's just say for an example, right? For an example, I want to cosplay Inosuke from Demon Slayer. Inosuke is a very buff man, or kid, or whatever he is. Very buff. He doesn't wear a shirt. And I've had people come up to me being like, I love this character so much. He's my favorite character and I'd love to cosplay him. But I don't look like him. I don't have the same body type to be him. And I said, what do you mean? Everybody has a cosplay body type. You put a cosplay in your body and all of a sudden you have a cosplay body type. Like, it's that simple. If you have the confidence to rock no shirt, then you fucking do that. Confidence is so fucking hot, bro. Like, just do it. Majin Buu. I mean, people play into their strengths a lot. Pink, Jeremy Pink, like that example. A lot of older cosplayers cosplay older characters, and it suits them very, very well. But you shouldn't limit yourself to what you cosplay just because somebody else thinks that's the right way to do it. About that size? I don't want it to be too big. It's what Inosuke would want. Exactly. Inosuke wouldn't fucking care. Inosuke just wants to beat everybody up. He wants to be stronger. So don't let that deter you. Don't let your skill level or your body type or your gender or your ethnicity or anything deter you from dressing up as a literal fictional anime character for fun. It does add uniqueness. I've seen so many creative cosplays that are, you know, so unique, and they play up to their existing traits already. It's so cool to see. Like, people gender bend cosplay all the time. You can do that. You can crossplay. It's like cross-dressing crossplay. It's not online gaming crossplay. It's a different kind of crossplay. Genderbend cosplays are good.
Oh my god, you're so fucking
There was this one girl who cosplayed All Might, and she made like a whole muscle suit that went underneath the All Might bodysuit, and she fucking slayed it. It looked so cute. It was adorable. It's like, damn, she looked good. I think that looks pretty good. I think the size is better. Let's see it with the mushroom. We also have this one that goes in the center. So then we would also have this little ball. I think that's good. And like it's just, I feel like it's common sense. Like, people get so invested in appearances, especially in the cosplay community, and that's what drives me up the fucking wall.
Thank you, Sinder. I love your positive can-do attitude.
Thank
Less
you.
than 3. You also help to cheer me up. Thank you
Aw.
for everything and streaming. Less
Thank
than 3,
you.
less than 3.
Thank you for your kind words and for the bits. Thank you. Because another thing, especially with like the competition scene can be really nasty, really catty, really competitive for all the wrong reasons. It's another reason why I kind of strayed away from cosplay contests. It just wasn't being fun anymore. When something stops being fun, you don't have to keep doing it if you don't want to. I found a new hobby, but I still really like crafting, so I'm glad that I can combine things.
One of my favorite cosplay was I cosplay my Shiranui from King of Fighter and had the whole
Nice.
facile boobs and butt fooled a
Yo!
lot of people, and I'm a dude tricky.
Let's
oh,
go!
galleon.
One of my friends in the cosplay community, I haven't talked to him much lately, but he actually makes like bodysuits like that. He has a whole like naked woman silicone body, like from the neck to the ankles, like
Professor
it's
Sinder
boobs
is
and
teaching us
ass.
the basics of cosplay, but also giving us important life lessons.
Yeah,
Do what makes you happy, chat.
hell yeah.
Sinder 6 noted.
Yeah, but this friend, he wears like a lot of latex and like superhero bodysuit type things, but he puts on this like full body silicone woman figure, and he just like paints his face to the heavens like drag queen style makeup, and he looks so fucking good. He looks scarily convincing, and it's like, I am all here for it. It is so good. Oh yeah, very sweaty. But they also make man muscle suits. That's another good point to bring up. Back on the Inosuke topic, if you feel like you don't have the body type for Inosuke, you can get silicone muscle suits, and it's usually from the neck to it's like a t-shirt length sleeve. So it goes up to about there on your arm, and it stops at your hips, and it's a full stretchy silicone fake muscular abs male body, and you can put that on and you can rock this fake muscle suit. Not a whole suit. They are relatively expensive, but if it's something that makes you happy, if it's something that you're gonna want to wear for a while, then go for it. It's just another option in case you are feeling a little uncomfortable about it. Just making these little balls as perfect and round as I can. This material is foam clay. It's wonderful. Also, I've had this sitting around for a while. Some water you can use to wet the foam clay to extend its, not shelf life, but its working time. Extend the working time of it by rehydrating it a little bit. That way it doesn't dry out completely. And you can smooth it out with water too. Heavy or lightweight? The silicone chest or the foam clay? Foam clay is lightweight, but I imagine the silicone chest has a bit of weight to it just because it's made out of silicone. Foam clay? Foam clay is very light. It's foam, essentially. It's foam with clay-like properties. So, this is what it's like when it's fully dry. It's just like a normal piece of squishy foam, but when you're working with it, it's just like clay, and you can sculpt it into whatever you want. Sample size? I think they sell a container that's a little bit smaller than this, but this container was like 10 bucks. I buy this off of Lumen's Workshop. It is an Australian-based cosplay store, cosplay company. You can get it from other places. I just don't know how reliable they are because I know that other types of foam clay type products aren't as high quality as the one from Lumen's Workshop. So I'd recommend them. It just takes a little while to ship, and that's about it. Yeah, this is 300 grams. I think they make one that's half this size, so it's probably about half the price. Plus shipping is probably about 15-20 bucks for a tub of this stuff. It's good as joined for foam. What do you mean? Is this good as a join, like attaching pieces together? A joiner for foam, like attaching foam clay to EVA foam, or attaching like foam clay to itself. Both work. Ball, 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 ball. I'm just trying to get these, like, you can kind of see there's little wrinkles and stuff. 300 what? You don't know grams? No. This much. This much. This big ass tub. And they also give you like little instructions and tips when you're working with it. No, we do not want wrinkly balls. It is a lot of stuff. I figured I will be using this for a lot of other things that I will potentially be making on stream. Like I said, Yuzu's not here anymore, right? Like I said, I want to make different pieces of my friends' cosplays, or my friends' VTuber models like in cosplay. So, for example, Numi's horns, Yuzu's moth ears, Tricky's horns and ears, like Joel's little maid headpiece, Vienna's horns. There's like a bunch of friends that I want to make little cosplay pieces for. Like just a little something, little headband or little prop. Vienna's knife. Vienna has a knife too. That'd be really cool also. But yeah, I just think it'd be awesome to make stuff that's VTuber related that I can also do as cosplay streams and give to my friends when I see them in person. Okay, this doesn't want to cooperate very well. I'm just going to try to grab another piece of this. Well, oh wait, maybe I just need more water. How do I hear anything with flame in my ears? You just kind of learn to drown out the sounds of your past mistakes. Haruka antlers! Oh, that's a great idea. The only thing is that I'd want to be able to give these to my friends, and I don't know if I'd ever see Haruka in person. I see like all my other indie friends all the time at conventions, but I'd love to make Haruka's antlers. That would be such a fun project. I could do both. I could do the little ones and the really big fun ones. Mail them to her. Maybe she's got like a P.O. box.
I will always
see.
find it fascinating how truly everything follows kind of the same formula now that I hear about cosplay from you. Don't gatekeep yourself. Start with something, keep it simple, it
Yes.
doesn't have to be perfect.
Yes.
Fail your way through cosplays until you are good at it, and keep learning. Would love to cosplay one day when I can commit to it. Saitama, Hitman, Kratos, I am bald and starting to go to the gym,
Hell
so
yeah.
I feel I would have a lot of fun.
That's another thing too, because when people try to cosplay characters like that, they gotta fiddle with bald caps and try to get that to stay down, and it can be a little tricky if they want to look more like the character. But you go all for it. You play up to your strengths with characters that you love. Cosplay is also a huge motivator for getting into shape, getting healthy. I was the same way. There was one character I cosplayed and her midriff was out, and I said, you know what? I am going to look good and get abs and feel good about myself. So that's what I fucking did. Make sure these are relatively the same size. It is commitment, but you know what? It was worth it. And it's also like the pressure to look good in public at a convention surrounded by a ton of people. Oop. 2 more balls. I'm glad that this is also encouraging you. Even if it's not cosplay, just don't be afraid to try new things. Don't be afraid to step out of your comfort zone. I'm not making a cosplay, I'm making a super crown. Effort is worth it. It is. Depending on what exactly your goals are, because everybody has different goals for what they want or what they want to accomplish or what kind of person they want to be. Oop. It's the thing on my head. That it's on my VTuber model's head. Boop. You can kind of tell. What are my goals? I'm gonna get emotional. I feel like I've already accomplished nearly all my cosplay goals. I was just talking about my whole competition journey. I finally was able to win at my last contest that I competed in. I won the highest award I've ever received, and it was the highest possible award that I could have ever received as a master level cosplayer. So that was really cool. And my mom was there cheering me on, and Red was there, and Zodi was there. They all came to the convention because it was a really big event, and it was awesome. And then another goal, well, I don't know if it's necessarily a goal, but more like validation, something that happened a couple months ago now. Because because of the clout that I have as a VTuber now, my #1 cosplay idol, the cosplayer that I have looked up to the most for the past 10 years, has been interacting with me on Twitter, and she followed me back. Her name is Jessica Negri. And I love her so much, and it still doesn't fucking feel real. You remember that? Oh my god, when it happened on stream too. It happened live on stream, and I literally was fucking sobbing. I still get emotional thinking about it because Jess is so amazing, and she is like the kindest, most beautiful soul, like on the inside and outside. She's so fucking amazing, and she works so hard, and she's always like doing cool things, and she's so funny. She doesn't take things seriously like me. Even when she posts behind the scenes videos of her cosplay photo shoots, she's just like kind of weird and wild and makes goofy faces, and I'm like, that's what I do in my photo shoots. And I was really excited when I was able to go to KatsuCon a couple years ago, because that's one of the biggest cons that like a lot of popular cosplayers go to, just because it's really pretty for pictures and the venue is awesome. And unfortunately, it was the year right after everything had started opening up again, and that was like the 1 year she didn't go. So it's like I'm on the East Coast and she's out west, and I feel like we never go to cons, like the same cons, except that one. And she ended up going like the year after the year I went, and it's just so hard to go to Katsucon because the hotels fill up so quickly, and it's really, really hard to get a room in the area because it's such a popular convention. Yeah, the Gaylord is beautiful. Actually, funnily enough, WeaveCon was also at one of the Gaylord hotels, the resorts. So it's just as beautiful. Gaylord is such a great place to be. I'll meet her for sure. I hope so. That would literally be like everything. Like, I remember watching her like crafting videos on YouTube and just like seeing her work on the internet. I remember it's not always about like the money to me, but I remember there was this one point in time where she had like numbers, like views, or like how many people you could view, how many people were patrons on her Patreon. And I was showing it to my mom, and she had like so many, and I was like, Mom, this is like the lowest tier that people can pledge to. So at minimum, like this is how much she makes every month. And like this is how popular and how successful you can be being a cosplayer. Because she was like, you can't do that as a job. Like, you're never gonna make a living off of doing that kind of thing. And I'm like, no, it's possible. Like, this is the kind of stuff that the really, really popular people are doing. And my mom's like, you know, don't get your hopes up. You know, you're not gonna be as popular as these people who got lucky. And then my mom, like nowadays, says, I remember when you showed me Jessica Nigri's page and how popular she was. And I thought, like, that doesn't, like, that happens to like a handful of people. That can't happen to just anybody. You know, it's like, what are the chances, right? I'm just like, it's so crazy to see how much has changed and to see how much you can do. Like, a lot of it is luck. A lot of it's just the algorithm, to be honest. Like, that's completely honest. Like, people blow up out of nowhere. Even Jessica Nigri, the way she started, she cosplayed a sexy Pikachu as a joke, and then she got so much attention for it. She blew up on the internet, and then she kept making stuff, and she kept getting all these opportunities. So it's literally, it boils down to the algorithm a lot of times. You remember her sexy Pikachu? She is so iconic. I love her so much. But she's also down to earth. She's not like, she's the kind of person that doesn't let that stuff get to her head, and she's still like such a genuine person.
You've really accomplished a lot. Like a ridiculous amount of stuff.
I know.
Understand that we're all proud of you and that we're all here to see you do more incredible things.
Thank you so
To be
much.
completely honest, you bring smiles to all of us, and I can confidently say that some of us really needed to smile.
Aww.
You've done such a great job, and we all hope that you keep it up.
Thank you. There's a cosplay contest with her today? No, I didn't see that. I'm kind of out of the cosplay loop, unfortunately. But, yeah, I remember she was the kind of person that I aspired to be as a cosplayer. And just, like, the mentality that she has, and she works hard. It's like, I want to be just like Jessica Nigri. And even when she makes stuff, she's perfectly fine with admitting that, you know, the inside doesn't look good. Just kind of glob a bunch of hot glue in there and hope for the best. And I was like, yo, I can relate to that. You just purchased one of my posters? Thank you so much. Thank you. They will be personalized and signed live on stream. I will have a hand cam for the Streamly prints too. Yeah, so when you asked me about my goals and achieving my goals, I guess, Yeah, being able to meet Jessica Negri in person. That'd be fucking amazing. Oh my god, it'd be so wild if I was also cosplaying myself. Oh my god. That'd be so crazy. If she cosplayed me! Holy shit! That would be fucking wild! What a dream. I'm sorry I'm like taking so long on these balls. I'm just trying to get them as smooth as possible. It'll happen. She did cosplay Iron Mouse. That was awesome to see. Yeah, only smooth balls. No lumpy balls. That sounds very unhealthy. Whoop. Hey, I keep dropping it. Is that unhealthy? I mean, like abnormal growths. those like are probably unhealthy. Oh no, I worked so hard making that ball smooth and it's not even the right size. God damn. This one's a little oblong. That's okay. This is fine. Oh my god.
Alright guys, I'm gonna head to bed.
Take
Hanging
care,
out
have a good
with
night.
the guys tomorrow, or today I should say. Hope you guys have a great stream, and Cinder, please get some rest after stream.
Hell yeah.
You really need it for the day ahead.
It's okay. Hopefully the meeting won't be too long. I can always take a nap after. Although, I do have plans to hang out with my parents. I want to go see Mama and Papa Wolf tomorrow too. Sunday, you know, they don't have work. Normal people with normal jobs don't have work on Sundays. I'm a VTuber. That's up in the air for me. Yeah, the clay dries into foam, exactly. Foam clay. Technically it's not clay, but you know. Okay, I need to see this at an eye level. That should be good. Sisters, not twins. Did I eat? I ate before stream. I had a sandwich. It was ham and cheese with lettuce and barbecue sauce. And I also had a cup of mixed berries. Blueberries and raspberries and blackberries. Yeah, it was yummy. You had pizza? Yummy! I had pizza yesterday. 7 hours ago? Yeah. Sometimes I forget to eat when I'm crafting because I get so in the zone and I get so excited and I just want to keep making stuff. I'm a little slow at crafting, I feel, compared to other people, but that's okay. We all go at our own pace, and you don't want to rush yourself or go too fast, because then you're more prone to mistakes. Is there anyone I'd want to cosplay as if I had the time? Like anime, video game specific, or just like in general? I feel like everything I've wanted to cosplay, I just cosplay. Like, I'll just make it then and there. Anyone besides me? I think it'd be really fun to cosplay my friends, to be honest. And, like, more people in the VTuber scene, because now being a VTuber myself, I can appreciate how cool and how special it is to see somebody else cosplaying me. That's like a dream come true. Like, my own character other people also like and they also want to dress up as. Like, that's so cool. So I think I'd want to cosplay somebody in the VTuber community. Cosplay each other. And I do know that some of my friends are cosplayers in the community. Like Hannah is a cosplayer, Yaki is a cosplayer. Like, I'd love to cosplay with them. I think that'd be so much fun. Even if it's not as our like VTuber characters. Like, just in general. We could cosplay completely different things. Just like dressing up together. Cosplay Joel? I could probably pull off Joel. Personally, if we're thinking about like very first VTuber inspirations, for me personally, I'd probably want to cosplay Fruit the most. Because I remember I was working on my design when I saw Fruit, and I said, wow, she has one of the most beautiful designs I had ever seen. And I was so obsessed with her theming and her concept. It was so cool and original and unique. And I just thought she was amazing. So amazing. So creative and talented. And she just instantly became a favorite. Like, even before she started streaming, when she was still just like getting her model ready and doing art for it.
Actually,
That's so cool.
Cindy, there is a cosplay I'd like to talk to you about for TwitchCon. If I do end up going, I'd like to try if that's okay.
Yeah, what'd you have in mind? Yeah, her OG look. Like, way back in the day. And, I actually gave Hayana my model, designer, the one who made my reference sheet. I gave her Fruit's reference sheet as inspiration because I was like, I want something like this cool and detailed, and I want it to be like hell themed because I want it to be a hellhound, and I wanted like skulls and chains and stuff on my outfit, and I used Fruit as an inspiration just because I loved her character sheet so much. Definitely one of the biggest inspos. I was inspired by a lot of other things, of course, but metal music, symphonic metal, Okami. Okami was the biggest thing, but cosplay Papa Wolf. That would be so fun to see. Oh my goodness. DM you the idea? Yeah, I'm probably not gonna be able to respond to it right now, but go for it, yeah. My balls are still wrinkly. Can you see the what? Enamel black? How did you know I'm using black enamel paint to paint the black parts of this crown? Enamel black? How did you know that? I literally fucking have black enamel paint. Are you in my walls? Who are you? Throwback to the time I used red enamel paint to paint the bottoms of my shoes just to make it accurate for a cosplay. I wouldn't recommend that because painted shoes are very slippery. But I said, fuck it. It's my cosplay. I do what I want. Okay, so we've got the balls made. Just kind of making sure they have a rounder shape. Dry sticky? No. Not this paint. Okay, I'm actually gonna put these off to the side to let them dry. Don't want them to get squished because they're still soft. But by Monday, when we come back to finishing the crown, they should be ready to glue on. And I should probably mention this now. When we glue the balls on the edges of the crown here, we're going to cut this flat. So that way there's more of a surface for them to be glued onto, because we don't want them to just kind of get knocked off very easily. I'm not cosplaying anything, I'm just making a super crown. Yeah, they air harden and they turn into foam. This is a finished foam clay piece. So this was also once clay-like, but now it is just squishy foam. Little foam piece. Okie dokes. Let's pop this back out so it's easier to glue everything together. Contact cement should be dry now. The hotel hat? Not today. That's starting to look much better. Sinder. That's kind of what I am right now, huh? These. Try to push all four corners in together. Make sure they get a nice strong hold. It's funny you mentioned Hu Tao because at ALA actually, I was walking through the dealer's room, artist alley area, and I saw this giant Guoba plushie. If you guys were on my Twitter around that time, I actually tweeted out a picture because I had to carry him on the plane because I had no space in my luggage. And I'm like, I need that Guoba. It looked like it was the last one they had. So I'm like, I need to buy him. He's amazing. And as I'm buying him, I look over to the other side of their booth and there's a Hu Tao ghost, like a fucking massive plushie with the Hu Tao hat on his head. And I was like, how much is that? I want it. And he's like, it's this much for just the ghost, this much if you also want the hat. And I was like, yes, I also want the hat. That's an option. It looked like a display piece. So now I have a cute little Hu Tao ghost with Hu Tao's hat and a giant Guoba. And yes, I ran out of space in my luggage, so that's the con that I had to buy an extra suitcase for. There we go. Now the seams are glued together more on these little inward ass crack pieces. Exactly. Why would I leave the hat? Alright, now we're going to glue in this disc again. Don't forget to make sure the magnet part is on the inside. Inside. I actually don't know which side I'm going to make the front. I guess it'll depend on what looks the best. Oh wait, I'm gluing the wrong fucking thing. I'm so stupid. This has the contact cement on it. The front will be whatever looks the best after we have the cock on it. What are you guys doing with your magnets? I feel like you're not properly using your magnets, chat. Please don't stick them up your ass. Did you guys hear about the butt plug MRI story? For those of you who don't know, there was a guy who wore a butt plug to an MRI appointment. What he didn't realize is that there was metal inside of it. He thought it was all just like silicone and rubber. But the funny thing with MRIs is that they don't react well with metal. And the butt plug ended up getting shot all the way up, like near his lungs. And it just like ripped him a new one from the inside. So he was like, let this be a lesson not to wear butt plugs to your MRI appointment. Yeah, literal magnet. Yeah, he was okay. Yeah, they called it the anal railgun. If you look up on Twitter, anal railgun, you can find the actual like X-ray of the butt plug that's like up in his chest. Tore up the old one. Oh my god. True. I know. That's gotta be genuinely really scary. Okay. We have our base on now. And then we'll be able to glue this
Good
in.
lord. That could have gone badly.
It really could
That
have,
could have
yeah.
almost been a doujin with the tag all the way through.
A doujin. This is gonna look so cute. And then, hold on.
The more you know from Cinder.
Oh my god. You guys. These are gonna be the eyeballs. I'm going to cut them to the right thickness. Wub 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 wub. Wub 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 wub. I made these a little thicker because I knew I would want to cut them flat so that way they can lie flat against the foam. So that's why they're a little funny looking. There we go. We got our crown, and then these are gonna be the eyes.
The military has been trying to develop a railgun for years. Who knew you only needed a butt plug and a MRI machine?
True. Oh my goodness, they keep like sticking in my hands. Spaced out a little farther. It's a little crooked, but that's generally what the eyes are gonna look like. So cute. So now let's move on to the cock. Yeah, so what we're gonna do is paint everything separately when we get to the painting portion. So really all that's left to do is fill in the gaps, wait for the rest of the foam clay to dry, paint, and then glue on the pieces. So because there's so many different parts that have different paint colors, what I'm going to do is when all of the quick seal is dry and sanded down and everything, I'm going to paint this all gold, paint this all pink, paint the eyes black with a little white shine in them, and then I'm going to glue the painted pieces to each other. That way I'm not trying to, you know, get paints in these tiny little areas and then gold's getting on the pink part and pink's getting on the gold part. So in order to avoid that problem, we're just gonna paint them separately. But we can't paint them yet. Cock first. came out. So let me grab my cup of water again. It's right next to my stream deck. That's kind of nerve-wracking.
This has nothing to do with what you're doing. It a little random, but I just watched season 3 episode 1 of Dr. Stone and the ending song is so good.
Aww. So this is Quick Seal. Type of caulk. And you can use water to smooth it out. Essentially, what this does is it fills in cracks. I had got a little too much water on it, so I'm just gonna kind of wipe it away. A little too wet for my tastes. It's a little clogged from the last time I used this, but it's still coming out. Oh yeah, I go to a salon to get my nails done. My hands are way too shaky to paint them myself. But my nail guy is so amazing. He's like, you like them pointy, huh? And I'm like, yeah. So sometimes he'll file them to make them extra pointy. Come on, little cock. Come out of there. There we go. This is gonna look really satisfying, especially on white foam. You'll see these cracks just disappear. Nails aren't just for streams. They are just for streams. For streams and conventions, I'm a very low maintenance kind of person. So I usually don't have my nails like I don't go back to the salon every 2 weeks to get them filled in. I feel like that's just not worth my money.
No, Mommy! Don't do it again! Don't do it again! I'll be a good boy!
Droid!
I promise! No, Mommy, don't hit me!
Inspired by the chess
Why'd you
player
have to hit me
cheating
like that,
tournament
Mommy?
for
Don't
Chan
do
live
it!
Sorry,
You're
visual
hurting me.
sanity.
You have to be such a bitch! Why don't you fuck up and die? Why can't you just fuck up and die? Why can't you just
There's
leave
so
me
much
and
happening
die?
right now.
Never stick your hand in my face again, bitch!
I'm not gonna
Fuck
lie.
you!
I am tempted to
I don't
try
need
to
this
copy
shit.
it,
You
but
stupid,
plug tech must
sadistic,
advance.
abusive fucking whore!
How would you like to see how it feels, Mommy? Here it comes. Get ready to die!
Those are the lyrics to Down with the Sickness chat. If you don't believe me, Google it. It's the dirty version. Butt plug story? Oh yeah! Yeah, I heard about the chess tournament Morse code butt plug thing. Toaster actually told me about that. Live on stream while we were playing Apex one time. Yeah, pretty cool. Imagine my mom hearing it. She probably heard it during the karaoke stream. That's where that sound alert comes from. I think it needs a little more. Let me actually get my other scissors. These are technically my paper scissors, but they also double as anything else that I need to cut. So let's just cut this hole bigger. Doesn't make it that much easier, but we're still getting somewhere. That was totally in the wrong spot. Maybe cutting a bigger hole isn't gonna be a bad idea. Morse code butt plug thing is... Yeah. It's a pretty wild idea, huh? I'm gonna try to cut more off of this. I know it's real! Toaster would never lie to me. Okay, now I got a fresh tip. Freshly cut tip.
Squeeze that out. Yeah, there we go. Lots of cock.
Ooh. Wiggly cock. There we go. That's better. Yeah, I usually do stab a needle, but I don't
Jump scare!
have one.
Warning! Look out! Watch out for the cock!
She's taking her cock out. Oh no, I got cock on my mouse.
Random unrelated nerd fact: MCU and comic Thanos had different goals. MCU wanted balance, comic wanted to get laid.
What? Same comic. There we go. So you want to get this really good in the seams. And then this smooths it out where it's virtually invisible. Yeah, I use, wait, phone or webcam? People prefer the app than the Steam version. Well, you need it, oh my goodness. Give me a second, I'll answer that. I'll answer that in just a little bit. You're so cool. Yeah, it's my style, we're gonna fool. Yeah, it's both versions, but I'll explain better. I'm gonna love you till the very end. Peaches, 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 I love you. Peaches, 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 I love you. Bye, Chess. Hey, Chess. Hooray! Okay, so VTube Studio and tracking. I use an iPhone for my face tracking, and you need the app on the phone to run it, but you also need the app on your computer. So you do need it through Steam, in addition to downloading it onto your phone. I like the phone because the iPhone has better facial recognition, facial tracking in general, so that's why I prefer it over a webcam, just to get a better facial tracking. Yeah. So technically both, but it's up to you, really. If you already have a webcam and you don't want to go out and buy a whole ass iPhone, because that's what I did. Because I'm extra, I'm an Android girl. But if you already have an iPhone, then that's great. But I also wanted a separate phone because just in case I have to use my personal phone, I can still access it without like fiddling with the phone on my screen and making VTube Studio all weird. It's also technically a business expense because it's for a business. So I have a business phone and a personal phone. You can just get a cheap Apple phone. Yeah, you can get I just got a used phone. Yeah, this is EVA foam. But like this is foam clay. This is gonna be our little topper. I'm using both. Zoom. Filling in the cracks. Would a better camera work better than the iPhone? No, yeah, it's just the software. It's not necessarily the camera. It's just the facial recognition. Hopefully the VOD of the stream will be up. I've been avoiding copyrighted music. So, we should be good. Again, just using water to smooth this out. Get your caulk wet for the best results. Giving out professional advice here. Professional cosplay advice. DMCA'd for the mommy sound? I hope not. If I do, then that's Red's fault. And then you can yell at Red. Also might need to do more than one layer. It's filling it in a little bit, but then I might also use a Dremel to smooth it out a little bit more. That's another technique that you can use. Let's keep filling. Cook. Very nice. Boop. You can separate the audio tracks. But I still don't want it to get, like... I still don't want to play DMCA stuff live if I don't have to. Because then that also doesn't look too good on me. Whee! It's looking good. I've never heard the song before in my life. I'm just vibing. So it said on the instructions, it is paintable with oil and latex paints after 2 hours. But then it can only be exposed to water after 36 hours. And the paint I'm using is a water-based paint, so I'm probably gonna have to wait the full 36 hours. But I think I can do a second coat after 2 hours. Yeah. Probably what I'll do. Take care. Have a good night if you guys are heading out. Thank you for hanging out with me, spending time with me today. This little crafty stream. No, I'm not going to do any base layers before painting. Just because I already heat sealed the foam. So it doesn't necessarily need it. But if you were to use some sort of primer, I would recommend Plasti Dip. It's a rubber spray. Nice VOD to watch later? I hope so. Yeah, this is a super crown. I should probably start painting. Plastic dip comes in cans for larger projects. Large cans? Like paintable? Paintbrush style. The appeal for Plasti Dip to me is that it is the like only spray on flexible primer. There's a bunch of other flexible primers out there, but they're brush on, and I like a nice smooth primed finish without brush strokes. So that's why I like using Plasti Dip specifically. Heading out, have a good night! Thank you for spending some time with me today. My hands are all full of cock. Okay, so I'm gonna be strategic about this. You know what I'm gonna do, chat? We're gonna put a pause on the cock. And we are going to paint at the same time. Because we're gonna have to wait between layers for the paint to dry. Oh, you know what? I can't, because I should put the balls on first. I could always just paint the balls later. You want the cock? Okay, we can keep cocking. Just thinking the best way to do that. You want caca? I'm gonna try going over the first line I did. Or you know what? I can try. I'll try drumming it after it's completely cured. I think that's what I'll do. Paint separate then attached? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. But the thing is that I have the little foam balls that are going on the tops of the crown here. And I think it would just be easier if those are glued on first. But I can't glue those on yet because they need to dry. Because I use the foam clay for that. I thought I was being so good and so smart by making the balls in advance that I needed. But these ended up being too small. These balls are too small. Maybe just average. Average size. Because these are the same size I used for my first crown. But this crown ended up being a little bit bigger than the first crown I made. But that's okay. Attached to a magnet hairpiece? It actually just attaches to another magnet. Like this one. There's a magnet on the inside. The magnet on the inside is right here. And this one at the bottom. So this magnet
in terms of
will
visuals,
attach.
a great fun, relaxing, informative stream about
like this one.
cosplay crafting, featuring our lovely host Sinder. In terms of audio, wrinkly balls, smooth balls, big balls, small balls, cock, more cock, and butt plugs.
What? Yeah. Exactly. It does look thicker. But it'll be cute. It'll like fit nicely on the head. It won't just be like a tiny little thing on my head. It'll fill up more in my head. Yeah. True. This isn't new for my stream, that's for sure. Cock and balls. The huge. Also, let's say if you were to use hot glue to attach this with instead of contact cement, for whatever reason, if you just really love using hot glue and you want to use hot glue, what I would recommend anytime you glue something together with hot glue, since it doesn't have as strong of a hold as contact cement, what you can do to reinforce your seams is to put glue on the inside seams in here. That'll help reinforce your connection. I've seen some people use fabric and glue to attach fabric on the inside of these seams, so that way there's like no chance of them ever popping open. Just another technique that I've seen people use. Any cock and ball torture? No. We're not torturing them. We're
Cock jump scare!
gently
Warning!
rubbing
Look out! Watch out
the
for
cock.
the
Off to
cock!
bed. Thank you for spreading such a positive message
Have a
about
good
cosplay.
night. Of
Really
course.
enjoyed the cosplay stream, and I hope you do more.
Thank you. I'm glad. I'm glad you guys are vibing and having a good time with this. More water. Yeah, it is DIY with Sinder, huh? It's arts and crafts. There's still little bits of contact cement that are kind of showing on the outside of the seam here. But I'll just Dremel that away. You know what? I wonder if I should Dremel it first. No, because there's a hole there now. We'll see. I might need to go back and forth just to get it as smooth as possible. I've never made something with this many darts, like foam darts before. That's what these are called. A cut in a curved surface is called a dart. There's darts in clothing to fit around boobies, so I'm very familiar with darts in sewing. But I've never worked with them in foam very much before. So, we'll see how it works. I'm used to filling straight seams with this stuff, like this kind of seam. But not curved seams like this. So, we'll see how it turns out in the end. Fit around where? My bust. Like boobies. Boobies. Your bust is your chest. Big round boobies. That's what it's for. Yeah, tig old bitties. Smooth, smooth. Nice and smooth and wet. We love smoothing cock.
You what?
It's not my fault. It's actually really annoying to make clothes for my body type. I can't just sew straight lines. I gotta sew all these complicated curves. It's awful. I'm suffering over here. The balls on the crown tips? I just made those. I can show you again. They're still drying. I made these foam clay balls. So once these are fully cured, we're going to cut the tips here flat so there's more of a surface area to glue them onto, and then that's what they're gonna look like. I have 4 of those all sculpted out, but they need at least 24 hours to cure. Does my chest feel uncomfortable? It From wearing what? Just from existing? Yeah, you can sand the seams down. And then I'll probably go back and forth with the sanding and the filler. But we'll see. We will see how it goes. I'm good at this. I've been doing this for a while, so I've had a lot of experience. Not with filling seams with caulk specifically. I am usually very strategic with what I make and where my seams are so that other pieces can cover the seams. But yeah, I don't have to fill in this middle hole here. But why not? We'll make that pretty even though it'll be covered up. Big fan of cock. Doing this with claws? True, I actually haven't crafted with nails like this before. But I like to, you know, keep the immersion where I can. Let's smooth this out. Didn't notice my nails. Hi. Oh, they're covered in caulk. Sorry. Just casually caulking, don't mind me. This brings cockfight to a whole nother level. Hiya! Wah! Wah! Ba! 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 Yeah. I'm good, how are you? Handle the cock like a pro? Thank you. I am technically a pro. The thing with that too, I was talking about my cosplay competition story and how quickly I was advanced to the master craftsman level in cosplay competitions. And I feel like because I was bumped up like way sooner than I was ready for, I kind of had to learn how to do really complicated things really quickly. And I always had to like try to one-up myself because I was competing against literal professionals as a teenager. Crazy. Crazy stuff. Yeah, I was just retelling the story earlier in the stream. Trial by fire? Yeah, you could say I was quite literally thrown to the wolves, huh? Anyway. Smooth, smooth. Maybe I will start painting after I'm done with the caulk. Just to get like a couple base layers on. Because I can always paint the balls separately after they're glued on. Fire? Wolves? Is that on brand? November Raven, thank you for 7 months. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I also want to eliminate as much texture as possible, because there can be little streaks when you're using quick seal, caulk, this kind of material, this kind of product. I'm just trying to minimize that as much as possible. So I'm smoothing it out a lot and wiping away the excess. Can always add another layer. Neffities! Neftifities! Feeties! Thank you for 2 months! Thank you so much. I'm glad you're impressed. That makes me feel like I'm cool. Squeeze. Also, another thing to keep in mind are the little circles on the sides of the mushroom. These little things. So this will cover, and this is where the heat comes in. Because this is a flat piece of foam and this is curved, we can actually heat this up, and we can even mold it around something. Like, I don't know, I've got like a little bottle cap here. We can, you know, heat it up and shape it around it like this so it has a little bit more of a curve. And then that way we can kind of stretch it around so that way it sits more flush against the curved portion of this crown. The more you know. I'm cool except for all the fire on my body. I'll take it. I gotta keep wiping off my hands. They get a little messy. Who knew handling cock would be messy? Got nice nails, thank you. They're getting a little dirty though. Yeah, all the messy white stuff that comes out of the cock. Wait, no, the messy white stuff is the cock. What am I saying? I'm getting my cocks mixed up. Bedtime, have a good night. Swish, 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 swish. Very nice. Nice nails counter. It's been a very common compliment during this stream, but I appreciate it. Okay, we got one more to do. And then I'm probably gonna go in and fill some of the inner pieces here. Just a little bit. Nice wrists. Damn, thank you.
It's a good thing you don't have someone making out of context videos for you, right?
Of course I do.
Sinder 6 laugh.
Kaiser does. Although he should be asleep, but he tends to stay up late. I've seen him pop in. Speaking of Kaiser and highlight videos, I just uploaded a new video on my YouTube channel today. Or I guess technically yesterday now. If you want to check it out, it's the video, or it's the stream from where I played Mario Party with Bao, Haruka, and Joel. It was a lot of fun. It was very funny. If you missed the stream, definitely check out the highlight video on my channel, edited by Kaiser, of course. So funny. You watched it? I'm glad. I hope you liked it. Joel did his best. That's what matters. Yeah, Haruka did do a Toad voice. Joel got mad? Joel's always yelling though. But it's funny when he yells. It's just for the content. It's just a game. It's not just a game, Sinder. This is our friendship. No, the VOD, the whole VOD couldn't be up because I think we're also reacting to memes or doing something that had copyrighted stuff in it. Usually if the VODs aren't up, that's the reason why. I don't remember though. I don't remember. Which VOD? The Mario Party VOD. Is that what I did during that stream? Maybe I'm thinking of Mario Kart. I don't know. I do so many streams, it's so hard to keep them all straight. Mario Party VOD up on YouTube tomorrow! Yippee! So you guys can go watch it on my VOD channel tomorrow. Oh, Monday tomorrow. Oh, Monday. Monday. Keep that in mind. A little bit more of a wait than you were probably anticipating at first, but... we got an answer.
You have gotten so good at this, especially since your first time using cork in a dark cemetery.
Huh?
Keep up the good work.
Wasn't my first time using it, but... Anyway. We're almost done. Filling in these holes. Boop. And then maybe at that point... we can call the stream. We'll see, we'll see. I could start pre-painting. You want to watch paint dry, chat? Gotta go to sleep. Have a good night. Thank you for being here.
Apologies for the long message, but I just want to say, sincerely, thank you for having this stream tonight.
Aw.
After a stressful semester of college, I lost a lot of motivation to work on my big costume project that I was really passionate about.
I can relate
But getting
so
to
much.
craft with you motivated me again tonight, and I made a lot of progress on it for the first time in months.
That's awesome!
I genuinely have had fun tonight, and I hope you did too. Cinder 6 heart.
That makes me so happy. Oh, I'm so glad. Yeah, really, it's so hard to work on something if you're not passionate about it. But you want to be passionate about it because, you know, you were passionate at one point about it. Oh my goodness, look at my hands. But that's okay. Especially if I'm going to be painting a little bit. We will let that dry for some time. Then, yeah, that water's kind of mucky. Oh, you know what?
Mr. Squidward! We heart can't take this! Oh.
Wake up! Jump scare! Good morning! We can paint the eyes! We can start painting the eyes now. Let me just kind of rub off some of this cock. Let me rub. Hold on, wait. It's not my hands. So I'm trying to.
Gears turning, and out of curiosity, any games you're looking forward to?
Yes. Raincoat is the game that I'm most excited for, but I'm pretty sure it comes out when I'm gonna be away at conventions. So that kind of sucks. But I was just talking about Danganronpa earlier. It's like a Danganronpa style game. It's like a murder mystery kind of like detective agency vibe, and it's in the Danganronpa art style, so of course I'm gonna absolutely fall in love with it. There's a little like mascot character, and it looks so cool, and it looks really good, and I love that kind of game. So good. So good, so good, so good. Okay, so let me get my paint. We're gonna start with the black paint for the base of the eye, and then once the black paint's dry, we'll paint the little white in the eyeball. Yeah. Shiro, thank you for 2 months. And you guys started a hype train. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 8-hour hype train. Let's go. Yeah. I'm gonna get some brushes out, or a brush. Let me find a good brush to use. This one will work. There's a brush. And I'm a little weird. What I like to do with my paint... Oh, I just hit my headphones. What I like to do with my paint is shake it up and then open up the cap. And then just, like, dip in the cap. If I don't need that much paint. I have some fresh, clean water. And then this is gonna be my dirty water. I love this paint. Now you could just get away with the black foam if you really don't want to paint it. But I like the way it's shiny. It's like kind of glossy. And this is a very thick paint. So we might just need only 1 coat. However, since these are like little tiny beans, they're kind of hard to get to sit still. Just fucking beans. Built like a baked bean. Isn't that nice and shimmery and shiny? Very pretty. You can't really see it from where you guys are. I'll probably do 1 more coat on these. And rinse off my brush. Rinse, rinse. Rinse, rinse, rinse. Do-do-do. My paper towel. Like that. And I'm gonna set these aside for them to dry. Now, when did it hit 2 a.m.? Same. Again, we can add some clock in here, but this seam is pretty good, pretty flush, and the paint might also serve as a little bit of a filler. We could also add some in here too if you wanted this to look extra nice and pretty, but I don't think we'll need that. I'm also gonna get a bigger brush. This bad boy. And we gonna paint. Yeah. Salty! Thank you for 2 months. Thank you so much. Gonna get out probably my all-time favorite paint.
Since we are
Should get another
at
paper
it,
towel.
today I am fully booked, as I have a graduation project summary report that I am writing now, job
luck.
interview that I need to check on, operating
Ooh.
systems final, and an assignment to write 2 C programs on a Linux virtual machine
Damn.
using the concepts we studied, all deadline today. And yesterday was a networking fundamentals final, so literally there was no past time to do anything.
That's
but
crazy.
I enjoying my stay on stream and
Aw.
helped me relax to face the day. So
glad.
thank you.
Thank you for hanging out. I'm gonna start at the seam. Oh, so satisfying. This is why white foam is a good option. I also like to go over the paint a lot to minimize the amount of brush strokes that I'm getting. And of course, we're gonna do several layers to get it as thick as possible. Y'all are literally just here watching paint essentially dry. I hope it's still a comfy time though. Low energy, crafting. I'm probably gonna have to finish this on Monday just because of things drying. Break the silence, why don't ya? This paint does dry relatively quickly, though. I should get a palette for this, because I need more paint at a time. Yeah, arts and crafts. It's arts and crafts with Sinder. And I like puns. Gonna move this a little bit so you guys can see more of what I'm painting. Enjoying myself by how long I've been live. True. But also, when you're making stuff like this, you just get so in the zone. And it's like you just want to get it done. Because the longer you're making something or working on something, the more progress you see being made on it, and the more and more and more you see it start to come together. And it's just such a cool feeling. I am going to be painting the inside, but I like to go back and forth in layers. Just in case you're wondering, yes, the inside will be painted. Oh, I think I grabbed a little too much paint there. That's okay. We'll use it. Tired? That's okay. I still hope this is a comfy stream. Hell, sleep on stream. Sleep with the stream open. And just hope nobody uses any jump scare sound alerts. I feel like I've pretty much already covered everything that I was gonna say for tips and crafting advice, at least related to the Super Crown and filmmaking. But literally, some of my favorite convention interactions as a cosplayer was people walking up to me and being like, "Did you make this?" And I say, "Yes." And then they ask me questions. "How did you make that part? What did you use to make this with?" And I can just go on and on and on and on. Sometimes I use pretty unconventional materials to make things with, which is really fun too. Where do you get the gold paint? Pretty much any craft store. It's a very common craft store brand. The paint color is called Glorious Gold. Painting? How do you make smooth plastic look metallic if you can't use spray paint? That's a really tricky question. In my case, painting on a porous material like foam, it's very easy to eliminate the brush strokes just kind of by smoothing it out and adding more and more layers. But if you're painting on a smooth surface, that's tricky. You're probably gonna get a lot of streaking. It's not possible to go outside and spray paint, or maybe a certain number of layers of paint would help too, even if it's like the thinnest layer. You could sand it, but then I'm not sure if it would be smooth anymore. Then you could just sand it again and again and again. That is a tough one. A smooth surface. I usually have a hard time spray painting things too. True, an airbrush, but I suppose if you can't use spray paint, then an airbrush might also be out of the question. And then there's also the factor of needing an airbrush if you don't already have one, because then you'd have to buy an airbrush, you'd have to buy an air compressor, you'd have to buy airbrush cleaner, airbrush paints, very specific things for the airbrush. So that might also complicate things a little bit. Stinking up a tiny apartment where there's no outside space to spray. I gotcha. What you can do, Ash, if you have the ability and resources to, is make your own spray booth. Not necessarily for spray paint, but for an airbrush, for airbrush paint. What you can do is get like a cardboard box, put it near a window, and open up the window. Make a little hole in the back of the cardboard box with a tube running from the back of the box out the window. So that way it kind of gives a place for the airbrush particles and like the fumes to go. Yeah, like a fume hood, exactly. And that way any overspray will just go inside the box and it won't get all over the stuff in your apartment. I have actually used an airbrush in my parents' kitchen once, and it got all the cabinets glittery, and I had to wipe down all their cabinets. Yeah, if you have a fan blowing like blowing outside, so that way all the fumes and particles get blown out the window instead of inside your apartment. That can also help. It doesn't have to be fancy. It can be like, you know, makeshift little spray booth. Even if you just look up online, you know, DIY spray booth or how to make a spray booth. You can use very inexpensive materials, even just things you might have lying around, to make it with. But I love my airbrush. Yeah, just a small fan, exactly. Oh, it can get pretty warm. Oh, no AC. That sounds awful. I hope it hasn't been too hot lately. But yeah, I actually used an airbrush to paint this with. This is my first version of my Super Crown. And just like what you're doing, it's a very smooth surface. Not able to hand paint something like this. So I used an airbrush. I used an airbrush initially instead of spray paint because there was a time where I wanted to make this light up. So I used a semi-translucent airbrush paint to put a light in here, but then I opted not to do that. But yeah, this was airbrushed. If you use an opaque paint, it won't be as transparent as it is here, but it's totally doable, especially depending on how big the piece is that you're trying to paint. Is it like something easily handheld, or is it a bit bigger? Yeah, the first crown is made of pretty much exactly the same materials. So here we've got the 6mm EVA foam, the half foam dowel, the foam clay balls, the 2mm craft foam circles. The only thing that's different is this mushroom piece. This is just a plastic ball that I cut in half. And the ice that we just painted earlier are also foam clay. So the same materials, same magnet attachment at the bottom. The damaged part is this here. It's like wrinkled, and the paint's chipping a little bit. You can easily fix cracking and wrinkled paint, or not paint, but like foam with a heat gun, and the heat will kind of bounce back the foam a bit. But I was just too nervous to use the heat gun with that acrylic ball there because I didn't know if that would completely melt or not. But yeah. It's essentially the same materials, just a little bit different. No, the karaoke stream won't be a VOD because of all the copyrighted music in it. Oh, fully smashed? No. Just like, a little imperfections, I should say. Just tiny little bits of damage. Nothing too bad. But it was perfect timing because Kinpetsu came out with a brand new Super Crown pattern, and I said, you know what? Let's try it out. Let's test out her new pattern. Might as well make a new Super Crown, and I figured I would make it into a stream. Again, since this bottom's kind of ugly, you could fill it in. You could also put like another thin layer of foam to cover all these rings, and that way it's just one little seam on the edge. I'm not too concerned about it because nobody sees it, and I'm not using this for any kind of competition. So it's okay if your stuff looks a little bit ugly on the inside. Nobody's gonna see it. Yeah, any streams with anything copyrighted unfortunately can't be VODs. I really don't want my channel to get bonked. I hope you understand. I'm glad you guys like this paint color. It looks totally different on this camera. In person, it is like the prettiest, shiniest gold. It looks like copper on... Maybe if I hold it closer? Oh, that's kind of more what it looks like in person. It's like a bright gold kind of color. This is a little more accurate to what it really looks like in person. But see, when it comes down here, it looks really orangey, bronzy. I promise it's like a really pretty, like bright gold color. Yeah, I do audio splitting, but even so. Yeah, some of the gold flakes. It's really, really pretty. This is the paint I'm using. It's called Glorious Gold. It's the DecoArt brand. It's their metallic paint line. So now, by the time I come back around to my first layer, it's pretty much dry, and now I can touch it without getting paint all over my hands. Although I'm a pretty messy crafter, so I tend to get paint everywhere. It's like an ember gold. It just looks a little different from this angle on the camera. DecoArt's good stuff. Yeah, I love this paint brand. It's pretty much the only brand of paint that I use now. The pink that I'm going to be using is also DecoArt. It's the Carousel Pink. This is also my favorite shade of pink. I live and die by this shade of pink. I've used it for anything I need to paint pink. It's like the perfect pink color. Maybe I can paint a little test piece of the mushroom just to see what a couple hours after applying the quick seal looks like with water-based paint. Looks nice. Alright, so I am gonna go in and paint the inside now. Oh, I got a little transfer on my fingers. This will be a VOD, yes. I'm using stream-friendly music. Let me move my hand over a little bit so I don't keep getting my fingers in the paint. I can feel my voice starting to get a little hoarse just from how much I've been talking today, but I'm just so passionate about this. So I'm sorry if I'm a little quiet. I've just been doing a lot of talking on this stream, but it makes me so happy. I am so damn passionate. Ooh, that looks like really gross on camera. Let me move that off to the side so you don't have to see the dirty paint water. But yeah, I'm really glad that you guys are really enjoying this stream. It just means so much to me. Cosplay in general, as a hobby, as a craft, as an art form, means so much to me. So I'm really glad that we can hang out while I just kind of mindlessly paint. You want to drink the paint water? Ew. Definitely not bringing it back then. So yeah, like I said, next, well, I'm not gonna be live tomorrow. Sunday tomorrow. Even though today's technically Sunday. Anyway. The next stream will be Monday, probably around the same time that I started the stream today. I'm gonna finish this crown. I'm probably not gonna finish it tonight just because I have to wait for some other things to dry a little bit longer. But maybe we can decide on what the next cosplay arts and crafts stream will be. Like what I'll be making, I should say. Like I said, I've been wanting to make pieces of my friends' VTuber models. So maybe I'll get you guys involved and you guys can decide. We'll see. We'll see. I have to make sure I have the materials for it too. But I will be doing different techniques, different things. And it'll also be VTuber related, which will be super fun. Because I know you guys are definitely going to recognize the pieces of the VTubers I will be making. Thank you for the Streamily ad, Red. Thank you for the plug. Aside from the crafting streams, my next hand cam will be the Streamily signing. Numi's cocker? That's me. What about me? Gunpla? I actually do have Lego building streams in mind. So I'd like to do something like that. Crown looks good? Thank you. Let's just say I've been making stuff for a while. And this is nowhere near done right now. At least in terms of the paint. So still needs many more coats. This is just the first coat of paint. Yeah, Vienna's Bowser Lego stream. It looked like so much fun. There is a Lego set that I've been looking at wanting to build, but I want to keep it a surprise. But I have to wait, and you'll see why I need to wait before I do that stream. But just know that I do want to do Lego building streams. I have been wanting to do it for a while, but I didn't know what Lego set. But I think I found a good one. Yeah, I have built Legos before. Actually, I used to have these little Lego Pokeballs with these tiny little starters on the inside that you could build out of Legos. And I still have the Mudkip one. And Claro actually found a Piplup one for me. And he gave it to me at WeebCon. So I am going to be making at least a Piplup on stream. I feel like more Pokemon Legos would be so much fun. Whose pattern was this? Kinpetsu. Kinpetsu. This is the her logo. Kinpetsu Cosplay. Her patterns are very affordable, very inexpensive. She also has tutorial books. So if you want to cosplay Bouette, yeah, totally. I also would recommend other patterns from her store. If you want Bouette, or not Bouette, but Bowsette. Bowsette specifically, she did a whole head to toe full costume tutorial on that character specifically. So if you want to expand your Super Crown cosplay arsenal, she did a whole pattern set, the horns, the crown, the shell. I think she has a pattern for the shell too, if I'm not mistaken. Your girlfriend wants to do Bowsette? Oh my goodness, that's gonna be awesome. Yeah, so maybe we'll see. Pikachu Lego with 1,000 pieces? Damn! That sounds like fun though. Pikachu Lego. I'm gonna wait for this to dry a little. Let me clean off this brush a bit. I'm dipping it in this nasty water. Just to clean off my brush. Is it Bowser set you want to do? The Lego? The Bowser Lego? It looks really cool. No, I'm not going to drink from it. I have my delicious gamer sucks that I can drink from. Okay. I want to just see how this paint is going to take on this part of the crown. See how much like sanding I might have to do. Just get like a little bit of an idea. And also because I'm a little impatient and I want to see what it looks like pink. Be very careful with open cups of water near your streaming setup. Look at this pink. It's so pretty. Although the colors probably aren't super accurate, but let me see. There's a good place to start. I think right here. Oh my goodness. It looks more of like a pastel pink on camera, but I swear it's like a nice, like deep, pretty... Hold on. It's not changing color. It does not look like that. It does not look like that in person. It looks a little bit different. Okay, you can still see the seams a little bit. They're a little less visible, but I think I can go for another layer of caulk. Maybe I can sand it too. Hit it with the Dremel. What with this setup? What are you doing? What are you bashing? What are you... Mischief? Causing mischief? Hi Joel, why are you still awake? Yeah, what's kit bashing? Combining model kits. Oh. Oh, like with a top-down hand cam? I can send you the camera I'm using. It's one of the Elgato ones. If you want some help with a setup. The chew toy? Are you talking about Joel? Yum, 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 yum. It's really cool. Is it kind of like the Bionicle that somebody made that had boobies on it? And they just like combine different pieces to make it look like it had boobies? No? Oh, like making other things with pieces that it's not meant to be made out of. Yeah? Anyway, you can kind of see where the caulk is working. Permission to link in chat? You should be able to. I think as a VIP you can. So you can see how like right here in the middle, the seam is a lot less visible than it is on the more harsher curve. So I just have to sand it down a little bit more and fill it in. Let it slide. I can't look at it right now, but thank you, Jill. Thank you for sharing with the Pyro Pups. Thank you. Pups. The shade of pink, it's a little different. Oh, I can't. It doesn't want to like focus on the exact color. I can take a picture of the crown, of course, when it's all done. But, yeah. I think it'll be pretty nice. Block a bit of the light? I can't. I have 2 giant key lights in front of me, lighting up everything. I can't just block it. I'm gonna go through and just put on a light layer of paint around the rest of it, just to make everything even. Especially when I go back to fill some things in. Shum 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 shum. Just finished work. I hope you had a good day at work. Yeah, this worked really good at smoothing some of the parts out. I just think I need to put more on. Get flashbang for giant ass lights. I usually only have 1 on, depending on what I'm doing or what time of day it is, or you know, depends on some different factors. But yeah, I usually do have the light on. Usually, if I just want like a comfy stream and I don't mind if I don't have as good tracking, I won't have them on. But yeah, the key to having good tracking is to also have good lighting. I'm gonna be in a well-lit area. It was tiring. Aw. Get lots of rest now. Been here since the start? Holy, you're not bored? Same. Well, red kind of has to be here. Damn, look at all you guys that have been here for 9 hours. Ew, I'm so sorry. My hands are so gross. They're covered in caulk. I'm sorry. Oh, we get a little messy when we're crafting. Mm-hmm. The same cap my VTuber is wearing. It's a super crown from Mario. Yes. The answer is yes. Painting the models like Warhammer 40k. Oh, those look so cool. I don't know if I could ever do model painting just because I don't have a very steady hand. And sometimes, like, there's such fine details. You fell asleep to my voice earlier? That's kind of cute. Yeah, I'm using caulk to fill in holes. Cosplay tips? Starting to get into cosplay? The best advice I could give you is to just do what makes you happy. Don't let anything hold you back from wanting to embody your favorite characters. Nothing at all. It doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter where you come from. As long as you are having fun, that's all what cosplay is about. Cosplay, literally by definition, is wearing a costume and having fun. Costume play is what the word cosplay came from. So, if you want more specific tips, like on where to get stuff, I I'd be able to better answer questions that just like, how do you get started in cosplay? Is just such a broad question, and I never really know how to answer that. So if you had any like specific questions, like how would you make this, or where could I find this to buy, then I'd be happy to give you more specific answers. But generally, do what makes you happy. Just have fun with it. Good EVA foam. Good question. TNTCosplaySupply.com, I think is the full name of the website. TNT, like the dynamite. TNT Cosplay. They sell rolls of foam for very, very affordable prices. And they also have other different kinds of materials for cosplay and foam making. You can also get some at craft stores, local craft stores. But with the online store, you can get pretty much any thickness you want. You can get 2mm, 6mm, 4mm, 8mm, 10mm, depending on how thick you want the foam to be. You can get black or white colored foam. I think they even sell silver Sharpies for the black foam to make it easier to outline your patterns with. Okay, so this is a good test. I can see where spots need more filler, more caulk. The spots that can all be sanded down, I think. I think I'll try sanding once this paint dries and see how that looks. 1 centimeter foam. Yeah, it is relatively thick. Might need it, yeah. Any kind of advice you need for cosplay, I am 100% willing to answer. Because I didn't have anybody to answer my questions when I started cosplaying. I watched Face Off on Sci-Fi back in the day, and I asked my dad for help. And even so, he doesn't know much about like cosplay crafting. He just knows like hardware tools. Like he taught me how to use the Dremel and a drill, and he taught me how to use my sewing machine. My dad's so awesome. When did I start? I started about 10 years ago now. So a decade of cosplaying. I am basically self-taught, yeah, aside from learning how to use tools. Like my dad taught me how to use the sewing machine, but I taught myself how to make patterns and sew different kinds of stitches and what different types of seams look like and all that kind of stuff. But I'll give him credit where credit's due. He taught me how to use a sewing machine. He taught me how to thread it. He taught me how to replace the bobbin, which is the thread that's underneath the sewing machine. Yeah, he's awesome. There's like nothing he can't do, I swear. Gonna set that aside. Let that dry. Take back this one. I'll move the water because I'm worried that I'll bump it all over my stream setup. Can move this out of the way for now. My other gross, dingy cutting mat. On the floor. Oh god, LEDs. Don't get me started on LEDs. Oh, LEDs are an adventure. You have to take into consideration so many different factors. And soldering, oh my goodness. Soldering LEDs. Oh. And then when the solder connection doesn't hold and it pops off the little tiny copper pieces of the LED strips and... almost 3 AM, you gotta sleep. Totally get it, Zodi. Have a good night. Family coming over in the morning. I hope you enjoy a time with your family. Crown's looking amazing. Thank you. It'll be really cool once this is dry, question mark. It's not completely dry yet. It's a little tacky. It dries relatively quick though. Just welded at that point. Yeah. It's not gonna be fun. Oh no. Yikes. I'm just gonna wait a little bit for the pink part to dry because I kind of want to see how this pink color looks against this gold. It's my first time seeing these two colors together. Gonna finish my gamer sups. Didn't connect right and burned you? Oh no. I tend to use strip LEDs. They come in a roll. Those. You probably don't know what I'm talking about. For like the average person, you know? But have you seen them? Usually like the LEDs that you buy when you want to like put lights around the ceiling of your room. It comes in like a big roll. It's a big strip and there's like dots every couple centimeters or so. Yeah, the adhesive backed ones. They're kind of like that. They don't need adhesive on the back of them necessarily, but yeah. I have worked with those before. And they're a huge pain in the ass. Anything with LEDs is. I remember the first time I ever worked with LEDs. It was... I built a portal gun. And... naturally, lights up. So what I did was... I had it light up blue. I wasn't able to make it switch colors. But I made it light up blue. And I ended up using a flashlight that I like sawed off. And then it was like or no. Yeah, I sawed off one flashlight, I think, because it had a blue lens to it, and then I glued the blue lens on top of a smaller, like a little tiny, those little baby cylindrical flashlights. I attached it to one of those, and it had a little push button on the back. So when I would hold the portal gun, you know, one hand kind of goes inside of the gun and the other hand just sits on the bottom for support. So when I had my hand on the inside of the portal gun, I would just press the button, the little push button, in when I wanted to make it look like I was shooting the portal gun. So I could just push the button in and out and it would go like pew, 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 pew with the light. And since it had the blue filter on it from the other flashlight, it shone blue. And it was really cool. I actually ended up using, if you look at a portal gun, there's like this cylindrical tube of light that lights up. And I ended up using, this is where it comes in, where I use like the weirdest unconventional materials to build stuff with. I used a plunger with a clear handle and I sanded it so it would diffuse the light. And that's what I used. And since the flashlight shone through the clear diffused plunger handle, it looks like a tube of blue light glowing. A fucking plunger! And the plunger had like a little round plastic clear tip. So I actually cut off the like end of the handle and I put it on the top because there's like a little button, like a little clear light up button, I think, on top of the portal gun. So I just kind of used the plunger in a couple different places on my portal gun. I made the mistake of building it out of PVC pipe though. That can get very, very heavy very quickly depending on how much of it you use. So, yeah. That was my first adventure with LEDs. I just used a flashlight. Sometimes that's all you need. I'm just trying to make this dry a little faster. I think that should be fine. Oh, it's just got like one very rough base layer of paint, and I have to smooth out these seams some more also. But look it, it's coming together. Oh, and these should be dry by now too. I'm just peeling them off, they're kind of stuck. Stop sticking to me. Stop sticking to me! I'm trying to envision this. I do this all the time, and that's why it takes me forever to make stuff, because I'm always like double checking what it looks like step by step in the process. Look at the little eyes. It's gonna be so freaking cute. And then I'll also be able to cut this out and put that on top. Yay! We get like an exact downward angle for you to see. Yeah, of course I'm gonna add the white circles. I have those. They're not white right now because I cut them out of black foam, but those go on the sides here. It's hard to see. I have to heat up the foam and shape it for it to stay properly, but yeah. Got all the pieces. Just gotta assemble it all. And paint the rest of it. These colors look so good together. Maybe if the gold gets the more accurate color, the pink will? No, the pink's just really washed out. We're good. Another layer of gold paint. Gonna look great. Thank you. But even so, like, yeah, we've been streaming for a while, but this doesn't necessarily have to be a project that you do in one sitting. You can cut out all the foam pieces one day. You can glue all the foam pieces together another day. You know, like, cosplay isn't something you need to rush. You can do it when you have the time to. You can do it when you have the motivation to. It's totally up to you. It's just a creative process. You don't have to make things look exactly like the source material either. It's however you want to make it. If you want to make your crown look like a fancy, elaborate, ornate, you know, like princess crown tiara kind of stuff that you see in like on princesses and in fairy tales, you can make your super crown look like that. Nobody's telling you you can't. Yeah, make it have your own personal touch. Exactly. For me, just having a craftsmanship competition background, I like to make things look one-to-one, almost exact. But sometimes I'll play around with the colors. I'll make things look a little more realistic. How I'd expect these shapes to translate in the real world. You absolutely don't have to do that. Yeah, the stream has just been the crown. We started from scratch, pretty much. All we had was a little pattern. And now, like, look at all the stuff we're building. Crazy. It's awesome. And it's fun. But I'm also kind of a slow crafter, and I've also been chatting in the meantime. So I haven't been laser focused and only crafting this stream. Whee! So pretty. Started from the bottom? No. But it is pretty easy to make your own patterns for things if you want to, if you decide to. But you're always able to make it your own. I have gotten some. I've mostly gotten caulk on my hands. There's a little bit of paint. There's a little bit of pink there. There's a little bit of gold there. Still a little messy, but that's okay.
Yeah, cocky hands.
Hand painting is so like relaxing and therapeutic. And now you can really start to see the difference between 1 layer of paint and 2 layers. It's a lot less splotchy. So don't feel discouraged if your paint looks like this. Just add more layers of paint. The big thing you want to pay attention to is getting rid of the brush strokes. If you want a nice smooth surface, it's okay if it's a little splotchy like this, as long as you're evening out the paint as you go. That's why it's a little thinner, and the splotchiness just comes from a very thin layer of paint. But that's just because we're going over and over and over it to smooth out. The gold paint looks even better in person. This is not an accurate color on my camera. Even better. So satisfying seeing the second coat of paint be on. How many layers? It depends. Usually till I'm satisfied with it. We'll see. It also helps that I started with white foam. If we had used gray or black colored foam, it'd take some more layers just because of the way paint works. So when we get to painting the foam clay and the 2mm foam, it'll probably take a couple extra coats. You can kind of see actually, because this little rounded foam dowel part compared to the crown, you can see it's a little bit darker. That's just because this foam was black and this one was white. So we just might need a couple extra coats, or maybe just 1 extra coat on the foam dowel part specifically, but it's really not that noticeable. Pretty my nails are. I got them done yesterday because I knew I was gonna have my hands on stream today. They don't always look like this, trust me. Paint makes it shiny? It sure does. I'm also using a metallic paint. It's specifically meant to be shiny. If you use just like a matte paint or even a satin paint, it'll shine a little bit, but it won't be sparkly and shiny like this. Ulrich, thank you for 2 months. Thank you so much. The night's been going awesome. I've been having such a good time. I don't know, I might have to cancel my appointment. My meeting, rather. Or at least postpone it a little bit. It's stream related, so I'm sure they understand. I won't if I don't have to, but we'll see. We'll see when I go to bed. A cosplay I had trouble making? Oh, of course. There were some nights where I'd just cry. There was times where I've hurt myself just trying to make stuff. And I felt like I wasn't good enough, wasn't able to do it. But then again, it's also the added pressure from being in the like cosplay competition scene, because competition can be really, really tough. And I always want to do my best, and the perfectionist in me gets really upset when I know that I can do better and things don't turn out the way that I expect them to. Then I end up getting awards and I'm like, wow, what was I so upset over? But sometimes things just don't work out, and that's okay too. Trial and error. Especially with art. Oh yeah, I used to be an artist. The thing with this specific cosplay piece that I'm making is that it is super simple, and anybody can use this pattern to make one that looks exactly the same as mine. You can use the same pattern from Kenpetsu, you can use the same brands and colors of paint, the same kinds of foam, but you can still make it your own. It's just like that simple. It doesn't look simple to, you know, anybody who's not familiar with cosplay. This might look rather complicated. We're wrong about the pink? What about the pink? It's still not an accurate color read, even from this distance. It's more of a I don't know, a pinkier pink in person. Does that make any sense? Right now it kind of looks like a pastel, almost like an orangey tone of pink, but in person it looks darker. Looks a little darker. Radiant? Where is it? Yeah, even the bottle doesn't look the same in person. Damn. How can pink be orange? Just the undertones. It has an orangey undertone. Whereas in person it has more of a purpley undertone. Art terminology. Talons. These are relatively small for what my nails usually look like. They're claws. Not talons. Now we don't have to paint the bottom surface here because it's just going to get covered up by the mushroom part anyway. So that's why I'm not painting it. It looks kind of ugly, but that's okay. Nobody sees it. If not even you're going to see the underside of something ever, 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 or the inside of something, you do not have to stress about it. Fall asleep from the chill vibes. That's totally fine. It makes me happy that you guys are enjoying the comfy stream. Private Elf, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome. Welcome to the Pyro Pack. Thank you very much. Thank you. They're a little dirty right now from all the materials I've been using. But thank you. Got Sharpie on them. Oh, the Sharpie rubbed off. Oh, paint on them. Caulk on them. It's like caulking caulk. You know, that totally explained it. Anyway. Speaking of cock, actually, let me paint the bottom of this first.
Thanks
Got my
for the
finger in
comfy
it.
stream and giving me a nice place to hang out. Less
see my
than 3. I've
fingerprint
been
there.
struggling lately, but Sinder and your lovelies in chat have helped me out tons. Less than 3 thanks to your less than 3.
Aw, I hope you're doing better. I'm glad you're enjoying it here. Playing Minecraft. Are you building anything specific? I love playing Minecraft. I missed the Bounce SMP server. Although Rain did invite me to her it's like a hardcore survival, like hard mode Minecraft server. So maybe I can start my adventure there. I don't remember what it was called. I don't remember what she called it. But it's something like that. It's some kind of something craft. DM something about Bounce that's exciting? Real crafts? Yeah, I think that's what it is. RL crafts? RL crafts? Something like that, yeah. That sounds familiar. Hold on, let me go to Joel's messages. My mouse is like buried in the craft. Ooh! Oh, I'm seeing the Howl's Moving Castle miniature right now. It looks so cool. How late is it? Do you really want to know the answer to that question? It's 3 a.m. Oh yeah, Joel, I did hear about that. I think that would be fun. Yeah. Also, I don't know exactly, but I can look it up later. The camera I'm using right now is one of the Elgato ones. I don't know if they just have one camera. Red would know. But that's just what I'm doing for now. I have a little Elgato camera. My streamer setup. Don't look at this dirty mud water. This like disgusting paint and caulk water. Two a.m. for you guys? Let me dry my paintbrush. Get all the gold paint off. If your cock water is that color, go see a doctor. Oh no. This color? Ooh. Oh, it's actually brown now. Ooh, but it's like metallic and shiny. Ooh, look at it sparkle. Ew. Paint and caulk water. It's this stuff. This caulking. It's caulk with an L and a U and an A. Yeah. It does look like chalky milk. So, I'm gonna try sanding this down a little bit. Forbidden chalky milk. Pretty much, yeah. There's just a little speck here that I'm trying to get off. So, let me switch sides here. So, this little mushroom piece, we glued a ton of different foam pieces together to get it to this super rounded, mushroomy shape. Hama Belchayo! Thank you for 10 months! Thank you so much! Thank you! So, we are going to try to smooth out these seams as much as possible. I tried putting caulk in there, but I think I might need to sand them down a little bit also. Yeah, the white spots will have to be painted after. So, I think what I'm going to try doing is getting out the Dremel and sanding it now. After I'm done with the cosplay, what happens to it? It depends. I like to repurpose things. So, for like my big competition pieces, I usually can't keep the whole thing around because they take up a lot of space, but I will use bits and pieces of my old cosplays to make new ones. So I like to repurpose things a lot. I don't have the confidence to sell anything because I don't think they're made very well, even though they're award-winning cosplays. Sometimes they just get damaged in storage, unfortunately, but I do have a lot of my cosplays just hanging up in the closet. Okay. Gonna do a little bit of dremeling. So this is gonna be a little loud. Yeah, repurposed. I actually even repurposed materials to make the first cosplay. I've used, like I said, a toilet plunger with a clear handle. It was a brand new toilet plunger. It wasn't like a used toilet plunger. I used old ceiling fan blades. My parents had like old wooden ceiling fan blades, and that's pretty much just like, you know, a sheet of wood. So I cut into it the shapes that I needed, or I used it for supports and structures, so I was able to use those to repurpose into different cosplay stuff. So let me get my safety glasses on again. You also want to wear a mask when you're dremeling. So I'm going to smooth out. These glasses are a little foggy from all the foam particles from last time. Okay, again, this will be a little bit noisy, but you guys seem to like the sound it makes. I'm sorry if it's not a pleasant sound for some of you guys. So this seam is kind of coming undone, so I'll have to add a little more glue there. A little more cement. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so what you can see from my observations, you see how it's like splotchy? That is because it was uneven. So you can see how the paint seeped into the crack here, and since the either side of the crack was kind of raised up, it was able to dremel that down, but like here, the surface was lower than this one on that side, so it took off the paint and some of the foam on this side to make it the same level right here. Oh, have a good night, Shocks. I didn't know you were still around. Get lots of sleep. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, this is foam. This is just white EVA foam. So I think that's what we're gonna do. There, it leaves a little bit of a texture, but we can use the heat gun to heat it up and like remelt it to get the nice smooth texture. Hold on, my camera thing's popping up. I don't want to install an update yet. So I'm gonna keep going. I hope I don't wake up my housemates or make them mad. It is a weekend, so oh well. It's not like I have to get up for work. the worst I've ever injured myself working on cosplay. It's not gonna sound that bad. It might actually. So, because I'm a wuss, I ended up passing out after this injury happened. But, okay, let me set the scene. It was one of my first biggest cosplay competitions. The next day, that morning, I had to leave for the convention. And I was very last minute with finishing my cosplay. So I'm sitting at my sewing machine and I'm trying to rush around and finish sewing and getting stuff done. And I was in such a hurry that I had sewn my seam. But instead of using scissors to cut the thread out of the machine, I had the bright idea to just take it in my hands and rip it. To just rip the thread. With brand new, strong thread, that doesn't rip by hand. No. So what had happened was I sliced my finger and it just started gushing immediately. And I'm like holding my finger together and I put a band-aid on it and I was just like freaking out and I was so stressed and in a lot of pain. I ended up passing out on the couch. And I wasted so much time getting stuff done. I was out for hours and hours and hours. But I woke up to my parents helping me finish up some pieces of my cosplay. I had like a prop that needed to be painted or like touched up paint. There was like a couple little spots that needed to be painted and my parents were like helping me paint it. And that was really sweet of them because they knew how stressed out I was. But I ended up finishing everything on time and I ended up winning an award. So it was all fine and dandy in the end, but I had a little band-aid on my finger for the convention. My parents are pretty awesome. I'm gonna do some more jumbling, by the way, but I will stop and quiet it down for other questions that you guys might have. So sorry for the sound. So, yum. Hold on. Put my glasses down. So, I'm actually gonna see what it looks like now if I were to put a quick seal in this crack. Let me unplug the Dremel and it brings back memories. Aww. I should heat seal it. So I'm gonna get up and grab the heat gun really quick and then just blast it with a little bit of heat and go put it back. The reason why I keep getting up to use the heat gun is because the metal tip of the heat gun gets so hot and it's really dangerous for me to leave out around other things in my working surface, and I don't want to accidentally bump something, bump the heat gun, have it melt something, have it burn something, have it destroy some of my stream setup. So I've been just kind of putting it off to the side. Yeah, safety first. So I'll be right back. Let me go grab it. Also, I'm sorry if I repeat myself when I explain some things. I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page for new viewers. So if you've been here since the start of the stream, you probably heard me say certain things like 3 times at this point. Heat gun holder? I don't think I need one. Because it stands up on its own. But this will probably warp the paint.
Have you been
a little bit.
hydrating properly this stream? Pulse, have some water if not.
Yeah, I've got gamer subs. It's also how I'm so energetic. Alright. I should probably move this. I don't want that to burn. A little more. Tube bending? Yeah. So... just smoothed it out a little bit. Yeah, I think this will be a lot better. I might still need to Dremel it a little more towards the bottom here. I just wanted to kind of get a feel of what that would be like. I also desperately need to reglue that seam. It's kind of doesn't look like it was glued very well initially, so I'm gonna have to redo that. But let me add more caulk to these seams here and see how they look. But for now, I'm going to put the heat gun back.
Okay.
Let's see. More caulk, just a little bit, just to see how this will go. Squeeze! Squeeze the caulk. Oh, I need water. I'm just gonna use the clean water so I don't have to stick my fingers in the dirty water, because I won't be painting again tonight, I don't think. Water, water. Other than making cosplay outfits, what other art talents am I hiding? Clay, pottery, painting. Let's see. I technically went to school for art, so I've done a lot of art stuff. Mostly like illustrations. Here's a fun little fact about me, I guess. When I was in high school, I had an art project, and I was working on it in class, and it's the kind of project where it stays in the art classroom, you know, not like a college class where we would have to take it home. And so it would just hang out in the art room. And my art teacher was the nicest lady. I love her so much. and she had hung it up. No, sorry, she sent it to an art show. She sent it to an art show in a local big city. And I was like, wow, like, you wanted to, like, send it to this art show at this, like, you know, I don't know if it's like an art museum or an art gallery or something like that. And, supposedly, over that weekend, it had won an art award at this art event, this gallery. I was like, wow, that's awesome. I was like, am I gonna be able to get the art piece back? And she was like, oh yeah, you'll get your drawing back, but because it won at this art show, they sent it to San Diego, all the way across the country, to be displayed in another art gallery. I was like, I'm a teenager. I'm a high schooler, like, bro. It was so crazy. It was such a surreal experience. And I remember just like telling my parents about it, and they're like, we wish we could go see it in person. And then later on that year, my school had like a little art show, like an art exhibit of all the students' artworks and stuff. And my award-winning art piece was hanging up at our local school, high school art show with the little award tag on it. I was just like, ah, that's so cool. Definitely coolest art moment. It is really cool. Has something similar happened to you with a photo? That's so cool. I took a photography class in college. And leave it to me to get the weird professor. I have so many wild stories, man. I don't think I've ever told this one about my creepy photography professor. But pretty much it was this like weird guy, and sometimes we would go out around the college campus to take photos of stuff. It's like, this is great, you know, you can get some fresh air, you don't have to be, you know, locked up in class all day. But of course, the professor was also a photographer. Makes sense. And he gathers the whole class around. And he's like, guys, I'm gonna do a demonstration. And I was like walking through this like archway to get to where he was. And he was like, Cinder, you stay right there, like right where you are. And I was like, okay, like this is weird. And he's like, I'm gonna show them, you know, how to take nice pictures using a subject. And he's like, your pose is amazing. And I was literally just like holding my camera, like on my shoulder, because it was kind of a heavy camera, big camera. And I was like walking towards him, and he's like, yeah, stop, like don't move. So I was like in motion, and he's like taking photos of me on campus, and I was just like, this is a little weird. And he was like, and meanwhile, the whole photography class was watching this, by the way. It was so embarrassing. And he was just like, yeah, you have really nice legs, and like, just like making some weird comments. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna stand here and wait for this to be over. And then we all go back to the classroom where we're all going through our photos from our little outing and editing photos and stuff. And my photography professor has the photo he took of me up on his big projector while he's editing it in Photoshop. And I'm just like, wow, okay, this can't possibly get any worse. After he's done editing the photo, he prints it out on photo paper in our classroom, and he hands it to me, and he's like, I want you to have this. I'm like, great. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking this photo of me. It's not even a good picture. Like, it is the ugly. It's like, I don't look bad in it, but it's just like the framing, the composition, like, I don't know. Kind of weird, if you ask me. Did he get fired? I don't know. I was a very, very quiet student, so I was very non-confrontational. But yeah, that happened. That's not the weirdest thing that happened in my class, though. No. We would do critiques. If you're familiar with any kind of art class, you know critiques. And we had photo critiques, so we would have so many weeks to put together like a little photography portfolio of photos that we took that week. And there was this one guy in my class, and you could tell that people were not trying very hard, and they were just taking pictures of random shit lying around. And we would have to he would kind of like screen share our computers to his projector, so we would just arrow through the photos to show our whole class the photos we took. And there was this one guy who had his photos up on the screen for his photo critique. And there's this one shot that he took of a DVD case of a porn video. And the front of the case had a very explicit image. And I remember vividly my photography professor just like looking up at this, just like very casually. He's like, "Oh, is that a porn DVD?" And the guy's like, yeah. My professor was like, "Oh, nice." And then he went to the next photo. Huh? First of all, that's what you present to your photography critique. Secondly, the professor liked it. Although after what happened earlier, I'm not really surprised, but a bit of a red flag, just a little bit. What a wild ride, man, that class was. Yeah, he probably knew exactly what DVD it was. Opened the wrong folder in video on his laptop! That's so embarrassing. Oh my god. True. I'm surprised this kid had the balls to do that. I used that photography class as an excuse to cosplay. Or at least a little bit. To an extent. Because I took self-portraits of myself. So I would have a little remote. Or I'd set my camera on a timer. And I would just take photos of myself. And I'd usually have like wigs on and stuff. And my professor fucking loved it. He was all for it. And I was like, thank you for letting me openly be a nerd in your college class, professor. Yeah, my life is just full of weird stuff. Well, I think this is gonna be really smooth. Look how well that's filling! It's gonna be so good. So good. I have a good feeling about this. How old am I? 35? No. I'm 14,008 in human years. In Hellhound years, I'm 21. But one Hellhound year is equivalent to 667 human years. So if you want to do that math, it's roughly about 14,000. But I've had a couple birthdays in the human world, so it adds on a couple extra years. So the conversion isn't exactly exact. Yeah, pretty young. No math. It makes sense if you don't think about it that much. Cock. 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 I think I'm losing brain cells. No thoughts, head empty. It's pretty much me right now, yeah. Wee. Could be the fumes. Oh my god, yeah, the contact cement fumes. Those can really fuck you up. Smooth, 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 smooth. Smooth like a baby's bottom. Smooth like Sinder's bottom. I am focused, true. Damn, it's almost been 10 fucking hours. Holy shit. I've just been having such a good time. I really should go to bed though. This is gonna look so nice. So nice. We do a little bit of crafting ASMR. What if I had the 3DO mic? You just hear all the sounds. I hear my housemates walking around upstairs. I hope I didn't wake them up by talking about cock. I hope they don't come down here and they're like, what the fuck are you still awake? Dirty cock water. It's gonna be so good. I might do a little bit of this off stream. It just depends on how things work out. Ideally, I don't want to have to do anything off stream, but we'll just see. Oh yeah, power tools with the 3DO mic. That good point. I'd definitely have to mute it if that was the case.
Beep, beep, poo, poo.
Hi, Belle. Hey, have a good night. Thank you for lurking. I hope Elden Ring was fun. Thank you, Dargo.
Oh my god, you're so fucking cute!
Thank you. I still haven't finished Elden Ring. Maybe I'll get around to that eventually. It's a trip. True. I don't remember. Oh, actually, I do remember. I got up to the fight where you're in like the sky area after the like fire giant, and then you do like the bowl thing and the tree thing happens, and then you're up in the sky all of a sudden. And there's this one fight with the like skin fleshy guys. There's like there's different kinds of them.
I'm in heaven, Mr.
And I
Squidward.
think I had to fight like 2 at the same time. What are they called? The something. Yeah, like they're one that stretches and gets like really long, and then the other one is kind of chubby. Godskin duo. Yeah. Godskin guys. Yeah. 2 at the same time, yes. That's the last boss fight that I attempted. at least in the progression of the story. And I got a little stuck there, so I think
Dex!
Yeah, so it makes sense. It makes sense. But I got pretty far into the game, I think. That fight is bullshit? Okay. I'm glad that, it's not like a me problem. It's gonna get harder from there. It's also my first Souls-like game that I've ever tried to play. And I started playing that game... Oh, jeez. Before I even debuted. Probably when it came out. Yeah. Probably around when it first came out. The final boss in the area is amazing. I had a lot of fun with, what was his name? The snake guy. With the lava. Rykard? Is that his name? Radon's the one with the, like in the desert. Yeah, it is Rykard. Okay, I thought so. I didn't want to get it wrong. Yeah, together! With the special sword and everything? Yeah, that fight was so fucking fun. It was a pain in the ass, but it was fun. I think I ended up beating Radon my first... Was it? No, it might have been my first try. I think it was. Radon was really easy for me. Probably because I just asked everybody in the area for help, like all the little helpers. Rykard was annoying, yeah. Did you see that clip of the video? I don't remember which streamer it was, but he was doing the Radon fight, and he had put on I Need a Hero, like the Shrek version. I think it was the Shrek version of or Holding Out for a Hero, whatever that song is called. And everything in that fight, he played it live on stream, mind you. So everything was in real time. And the entire fight sequence, the animations, the like halfway point in the fight, everything was timed exactly to the music. You have seen it? Oh my goodness. You can probably find it on the internet easily if you look it up. But it was so cool. It was so cool. Like, even when he jumps up in the sky and then, like, comes crashing back down, like, that was all timed to the music, too. It was, like, the coolest thing I'd ever seen. It was awesome. So cool. Yeah. I think, you should look it up later. I think I'm going to, call the stream for today. We got a lot of progress done. More than I thought we would, actually. I wasn't expecting to stream for this long. So I'm waiting on my foam clay balls to fully cure and dry, so that way I can add them to the top of the crown. And then also waiting for the filler, the caulk to dry. So I'll come back Monday and I will finish filling in these seams, finish painting. I can assemble everything together, put the spots on. I just want to get this as smooth as possible. That's what's taking the most time. If you use a different material or different method to make this, you won't have to spend as much time on it, but I want to make it look as nice as I can. Made it to the end. Pretty crazy, huh? Can't wait for the VOD. I'm glad you guys are having a fun, comfy stream. Let me just... Tired? I am not as tired as I thought I would be. If I'm being completely honest. What video do you have to look up? I just try looking up Hold It Out for a Hero, Elden Ring, and I think you'd be able to find it just fine. Let me actually go back to chatting. There. Yeah, new series. I'm so glad that you guys have been having fun with this. That makes me so happy. Thank you for the Streamly plug too. Hold on. Let me get my keyboard out from this crack here. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. It makes me so happy. Genuinely so happy, especially with how passionate I am about cosplay and streaming, and it's so cool to do it at the same time. Might have found that on YouTube, search Elden Ring, I Need a Hero stream, and it was the first result. That's probably it. If it's I Need a Hero with Elden Ring gameplay, that's probably it. Alright, so... I don't remember the name of the streamer. I don't. Before I go for tonight, just a friendly reminder that I do have Streamily prints and an acrylic standee available that I will be signing live on stream with a hand cam on June 4th. You have up until that day to get your orders in, and then they'll be shipped to you after I sign them live on stream. It's always a lot of fun. Bronco, thank you so much for the 20 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Yeah, 10-hour vibe for real, huh? So thank you guys again. I'm not gonna be live later today, Sunday, I guess. But I will be back with more crafting on Monday. So you have that to look forward to. I'm gonna do my best to get a schedule up on Twitter as soon as I can, as soon as I figure out what the rest of my week is looking like. Thank you so much for sticking around for this stream. It seriously means a lot to me. And hopefully after we finish the Super Crown, we can get started on some of my friends' pieces, some of my friends' VTuber designs as physical cosplay pieces. So I think that'll be a lot of fun, and it can get the community involved, especially since I know that you guys also have interest in cosplaying. Some of my friends too, so it'll be fun to teach you guys how to make some things. That being said, let's go send some support to a fellow streamer on a raid. Let me see. Hi, Frame! I'm just ending my stream now, but hi! I hope you're doing well. It's so nice to see you. Thank you for the shout out, Red. Thank you. Let's go raid. Let's go say hi to Aethel. Aethel's playing Smite with some friends. Tecton, Yenners. Let's go say hi. I've been wanting to get into Smite. I think the new Vishojo skins are so cool, and it looks like an interesting game. I definitely want to try it out. Tricky also wants to play it, learn how to play. So maybe you'll see a collab stream sometime soon with us and Smite. It's a rabbit hole. So is cosplay, so is VTubers, so is a lot of other things that I'm a part of. It's just one big rabbit hole. Ooh, indie VTuber skins for the game. That'd be cool. It's all about like gods and goddesses, right? I could probably be like, you know, some kind of underworld or hellhound thing. I don't know what they have, but... Or if there's like a fire-powered, like a fire mage kind of character. That'd be really cool too. Tricky was thinking about that too. Oh, that'd be so cool. That'd be a really cool opportunity. Either way, don't forget to join in on the raid. I know Aethel would appreciate the support. Again, I'll see you next stream. I hope you have a good night. And thank you again for sticking around. I'll see you guys later.